rock the house, baby.
Fred Theory, he smokes until he gets dirty. It's Fred Theory, he smokes until he gets dirty. Fred Theory, Fred Theory, Fred Theory Show. Fred Theory, he smokes until he gets dirty. It's Fred Theory, he smokes until he gets dirty. Fred Theory, Fred Theory, Fred Theory Show. What time is it? It's that 30 time. What time is it? It's that so time. What time is it? That 30 time. What time is it? That so time.
Do you want to know what the government's been lying to us about for the last 3 years? Want to know the truth about Big Pharma's death grip on humankind? Want to know the names on the Epstein flight logs? You want the cold hard facts about Neil Armstrong and Buzz and what they actually saw when they landed on the moon? You want one final answer on Black Lives Matter and White Lives Matter and whose life actually matters? Do you want the truth about what the Illuminati actually is and who's really involved in it? If you want to know if when a man gives birth, does a baby come out of his pee hole or his butthole? Do you want to know the controversial truth about how human life began?
Fred Fury's
Well,
online
doesn't
bigot
have
radio.
any of that, but we sure do have the dope-ass music for your ear holes, eh?
I fucking hate conspiracy theories because I embrace facts.
Oh, he got bars.
Let me give it a try.
A conspiracy theory is only a theory until it's proven to be true. But you only see what the new spoon feeds you and only hang with sheep like you. Now, I'm not gonna say that every theory is a fact, or my opinion should only matter to me. But don't attack somebody else because you lack the mind power to wrap it around the possibility. Let's go. You see, the world that we live in is truly fucked up, so I don't push it past anyone. I look without a biased view. I'll leave the judgment up to you because it seems like you try to troll for fun. So let me give you what you want. I shed light on your flawed logic because apparently that's something that you lack. Just because your pretty little brain can't fathom what I'm saying doesn't mean that it can't be a fact.
Thanks for tuning in, everyone. I'm getting some breaking news. It turns out the world is ending, and we're all fucked.
Line of Fire. A Titus Black novel. Book 4. By R.J. Patterson. Performed by Kyle Tate. Chapter 1. Makunadu, Maldives. Titus Black crouched next to a coralwood tree and wondered how many people he'd have to kill before breakfast. Amassing a high body count was never advisable, but especially so on such a small island. At 3 minutes before 5 a.m., the long, narrow strip of land plunked in the middle of the Indian Ocean was relatively quiet. Too quiet for Black's liking. Any movement in the area? Black asked into his comms. Christina Shields, his tech-savvy partner, who was sitting in the safety of the Firestorm headquarters in Washington, sighed. For a few moments, the only thing Black heard was the rhythmic click, click, click coming from her keyboard. His impatience boiled over. "Shields," he asked again. "Are you awake?" "Oh, I'm here," she said, the boredom in her voice overt. "There are like 8 people awake on that little slice of paradise. And I can almost guarantee you that none of them have entertained the idea of selling long-range missiles to anyone, let alone terrorists." Black grunted. "I know you're jealous that Blunt kept you back in Washington, but it's probably better this way. I know how you hate wearing a hijab." "You can save me a late night and just pack up right now," she said. "There are maybe a half-dozen heat signatures I'm picking up within a 1-mile radius of you right now. Whatever intel we received on this weapons deal was either bogus or changed at the last minute." Black peered through his binoculars at the dock. A couple of armed men strode back and forth around a construction site, pausing only to light a cigarette. While Shields' pleading to end the mission irked, Black agreed with her, something he didn't want to admit out loud. So far, the most excitement he'd seen was watching the guards go through nearly an entire pack of smokes. "Gotta hand it to the Chinese," Black said. "They sure know how to partner up with someone. I mean, if you had to pick a site to build an, wink wink, oceanic exploration station, is there a better spot in the Indian Ocean than Maldives?" Shields huffed. "Ocean exploration station? Yeah, right. If you believe that, can I book you for 2 weeks at my seaside resort in South Dakota when this is all over with?" Black chuckled as he scanned the unfinished research center. "Does that come with or without poolside drink service?" "With, of course." "In that case, book me for 3 weeks instead of just 2. That's a deal I need to take advantage of." Shields laughed again, before turning serious. "Look, if it's not clear to everyone in the world that this facility isn't a front for transporting weapons, they'll deserve whatever destruction the Chinese hurl at them. Because that place obviously isn't only, or even primarily, about conducting research." Black nodded in agreement, though he wasn't as concerned with that as he was the trading partner the Chinese had selected. For the most imminent threat was the rise of Al-Jaladoon, headed by a strange Saudi prince Abdullah al-Sheri. I was hoping to get a crack at al-Sheri this morning, Black said. "He's been nothing but taunting America ever since he developed a following big enough to protect him." "Oman has helped shelter him too," she said. "But unless he gets his hands on something like he's trying to buy today, it's all just noise. That's why you're there, to make sure he doesn't ever have the chance." "We should just take him out at his hiding spot in Oman," Black said. "One drone strike and—" "Drone strikes are the very reason this team exists," Shields said. "Remember? We're about targeting certain people instead of relying on drones, which might as well be fertilizer for creating more terrorists. Of course, we could just lay waste to some cave in the desert if we wanted to, but the political fallout would be hellacious. It'd be a hell of a lot more fun to watch than 2 dudes chain-smoking cigarettes before dawn." She chuckled. "That it would. But you're there staking out a dock in Maldives because an undercover CIA operator managed to overhear al-Sheri speaking about a weapons deal. However, with the way you're talking, I'm starting to think I got the better end of the deal here. I'm starting to think the agent heard incorrectly. If I sit here much longer, the secondhand smoke wafting this way is going to kill me. All the information passed back to Washington for the past 3 months has been dead on, so it's curious that this was wrong. Maybe the ship was delayed. That seems like the simplest explanation to me." Black sighed. "If that's the case, they're not going to make this exchange in broad daylight. And who knows how long it'll take for these punks to line everything up again. Just be patient. You know that's not exactly one of my best character traits. That's why I'm reminding you." Black noticed a light flashing in the distance on the water. "Hold the phone. I think something might be happening. You see anything?" Shields cursed before the sound of her slamming her fist on her desk reverberated in Black's ears. "Problems?" Black asked. "Satellite just went out. It'll take a few minutes to retask one over your position." "I thought you said that wasn't going to be a problem this time," Black said, as he eased through the vegetation toward the dock. "Well, this whole operation has taken far longer than either of us anticipated. The delivery was supposed to be made an hour ago. Unfortunately, the sat location didn't hold up." "I'm going in for a closer look." "Stay where you are, Black. I'm blind right now. You have no idea what you're walking into." "Yeah, I do. There are 2 guards in front of me who are going to die before they reach the age of 40 if they don't stop smoking like they are. I might help them die of something else if I don't get the answers I'm looking for. I'm warning you, Black. This isn't a good idea. I'll be fine, he said, before stopping dead in his tracks. Wait. Do you hear that? Hear what? I'm getting some static on my end. You're cutting in and out. No, anything. Sounds to me. Shields? Shields, he asked. No response. He cursed under his breath before pocketing his comms device. A boat pulled up to the dock and 2 men got out. They pointed toward the eastern horizon, which was just starting to glow with the day's first light. Black strained to see anything in the distance. Nothing. What the hell are they looking at? Black removed his binoculars from his bag and scanned the water. The only thing he saw was another island. Not a vessel in sight between the 2 pieces of land sitting in the middle of the Indian Ocean. I need to hear what they're saying. Black crept closer, stealthily moving through the trees. As he approached the clearing, he stopped, and then knelt next to a bush for cover. On the dock, the guards laughed with the 2 guys who'd just arrived. It didn't take more than a minute before all 4 men were laughing and smoking as a small plume arose over their conversation circle. Black scanned the area one more time before deciding to take up a concealed position closer to the water. He took 2 steps before he felt a cold barrel jam into his back. Black raised his hands and turned around slowly. In front of him appeared to be a local militia comprised of 3 men, all with their weapons trained on him. Hello, gentlemen, Black said. What seems to be the problem? One of them pistol-whipped Black, knocking him out. Black crumpled to the ground. Chapter 2. Washington, D.C. Shields removed her earbud and fiddled with her comms. The satellite was almost back into position, so she could see the area where Black had been watching the supposed site of the weapons exchange. Without a way to contact him, the only option remaining was to visually check for him. She glanced at her watch. 10:30, she said aloud. He's probably on a plane back to the mainland by now. The comm beeped, signifying that it was working properly and connected. Shields jammed it back into her ear and spoke into the microphone. Black, are you there? I'm back online. She waited. Not a sound. She growled and asked in vain a few more times for him to respond. After a sigh, she turned her attention to her monitor. The satellite came online, focusing on the quiet dock in Makanudu. Only this time, there weren't even 2 men standing on the docks. The boat was still there, but the 4 other boats that were tied up when she last studied the scene were gone. She quickly identified all of them floating at sea. Back on the dock, nothing looked remotely like a weapons exchange. Peering closely at the screen, she zoomed in on all the fishing vessels. She cross-referenced each one with the most recent screenshot she'd saved when Black was studying the area. They were all there. There's no way another boat arrived and left. At least, not a fishing boat. She panned around the island, searching for any ship that had the ability to speed away during the time she'd lost visual contact. After a quick inspection, she saw nothing but trawlers and lazy fishing boats bobbing along under a dawning sun. Damn it, Black! Where are you? She tried to raise him on the comms a few more times before tossing her laptop into her bag and heading home. A full day at the office in preparation for the operation, as well as a few other side projects Firestorm Director J.D. Blunt had her working on, had worn her out. She was hungry and growing increasingly irritable. Keeping her earbuds in, she headed home, satisfied that at least she'd be able to communicate with Black when he came back online. On her way out of the city, she called ahead so she could grab something quickly from Al Volo, her favorite Italian restaurant. She preferred to dine in and eat alone. But it was late, and she wanted to grab something and get in bed as soon as possible. When she pulled up to the takeout spot at the curb, she hustled inside to avoid getting wet from a shower that had just started. "Hi, Miss Shields," the scraggly-haired teenage boy behind the register said as she walked in. She remembered that he'd rung her up a few weeks ago, but was stunned he remembered her name. "Nice memory," she said, flashing him a smile. She shifted back and forth, stretching for a moment, before the cuff of her pants caught on part of her prosthetic. Realizing the mistake, she bent over to fix it. A man seated on the bench behind her butted into their conversation. "I'd remember your name, too, with a—" "Don't be crude," the kid said. "Prosthetic leg like that," the man continued as he scowled at the kid. "I'm sorry, sir," the kid said as he processed Shields' credit card. "It's just that I'd never talk to a lady like that, but I'm glad you're willing to stand up to anyone you think that will." Shields sighed. "This whole little exchange is encouraging, but I'd really just like to get my food and get home. It's been a long day." "Of course, Miss Shields," the teen said as he reached for a plastic bag bulging with styrofoam containers. He handed it to her and gave her a friendly wave. "Seriously, lady," the patron said, "that is a nice prosthetic leg." "The kid was right," she said as she put her back against the door. "We both know what you were really going to say." The man placed both his hands in the air. "No, actually, I was admiring your prosthetic. I'm Dr. Hugh Parker. I'm a prosthetist at the VA." She stopped for a moment. "In that case, I'll take the compliment, though I didn't make it. Just had my leg blown off by an IED in the war to get this thing." "Give my compliments to whoever created that for you, because it's a fantastic piece." She forced a smile and nodded. Once she got inside her car, she placed the bag on the passenger seat and pulled the door shut. She closed her eyes and sighed before wiping away rain from her face. The exhaustion of an intense day had finally caught up with her. Her head was buried in her hands when a rapping on window arrested her attention. She snapped toward the glass and noticed a man with his face just inches away outside. "Christina, is that you?" asked a man who was shielding himself from the rain with a newspaper. Shields winced and closed her eyes again. She shook her head, partially out of disbelief, partially out of her desire to send a subtle message to the guy. While he knew who she was, she didn't recognize him or care to engage with him. She pushed the ignition button, and her car roared to life. "Christina, it's me," he said, tapping on the window with a key. "It's me, Joe Dunn from college." She furrowed her brow as she scanned the face of the man. While she recalled Joe Dunn, this man looked nothing like him. The Dunn she remembered was a skinny, scruffy-faced 20-something who was usually hungover. This guy's muscles nearly bulged out of his shirt. Add that to a bald head, and he looked nothing like her friend. And this man was sober. "Oh, come on, Christina. You don't remember me? We danced together for an hour and a half at the Zeta Spring Formal when your date passed out 5 minutes after walking into the party." "Well," she said as she rolled down her window a smidge before stopping, "what was I wearing that night?" "A red sequin dress, and your hair was pulled up in a bun." Shields rolled her window down all the way. "Wow, Joe. It's so nice to see you again. You look like you finally pulled it together." Dunn chuckled and looked down. "Had to quit drinking. It's changed my life. Well, that and landing a job with an uber-wealthy businessman from Seattle." "How'd that happen?" Shields asked. "You know, if you hang out in Seattle long enough, you're bound to run into a self-made tech billionaire. And if you're lucky, you buy an unsuspecting one a drink. And if you're really lucky, he offers you a job." "So what are you doing for this businessman?" "A little bit of everything. But right now, I'm recruiting." "Recruiting? For what?" "I'm recruiting you," he said as he fished a business card out of his pocket. He handed the card to her and pointed to his name. I'm the Director of Operational Excellence. I hate to disappoint you, Joe, but I've already got a job. I know, he said, and that's exactly why I'm here. Wait a minute, she said, eyeing him closely. So you just didn't run into me tonight here in the Alvolo parking lot? You were stalking me? Technically, I was just tracking you down. Nothing that sinister. She glared at him. Joe, what's this all about? My client wants you to help him with something. What is your client's name? She said as she glanced down at the card. I've never heard of the Cunningham Group. He sighed and looked off in the distance. We're a political action firm, but I can't divulge just yet who my client is. And what exactly does this anonymous boss of yours need help with? There are some things on the internet that we need to have, I don't know, scrubbed. Shields shook her head. So, you want me to make your scumbag boss look better than he is? It's not like that. He had some bad press that always comes up first when you search for his name. And all of those articles are full of lies. I'll take a pass. I'm sure you'll be able to find some other internet wizard who can help you with all that. Well, there might be some other things you could also help him with. She closed her eyes and massaged her temples before responding. I'm really getting uncomfortable with all this, Joe. I'm gonna leave now. He slipped his business card through the window opening. In case you change your mind. She tossed his information onto the seat with all her food. Nice seeing you again, Joe. Shields put the car in reverse and backed out of the parking space. Punching the gas, she headed straight home. After she parked, she hustled inside and left her food for the moment, deciding to first check in on Black. He hadn't said a peep over the comms, but that wasn't entirely unusual when he was in the middle of an operation. But it had been a while since she'd heard anything. Too long for her liking. She opened her computer and zoomed in on his previous position to see if she could find him. Still no sign of him. Shields was officially worried. Chapter 3. Somewhere in the Indian Ocean. Black awoke in a small room with his hands zip-tied to the metal bed frame above his head. He jerked against his bindings before realizing he wasn't going anywhere. Across the room, a window was propped open with a piece of wood, which allowed the noxious fumes from a sputtering engine to waft inside. As Black attempted to get his bearings, the whole room pitched and rolled. He took a deep breath, inhaling a mixture of diesel and fresh saltwater air. I'm on a boat, he said aloud. Just great. He examined all the items in the room and pondered how he might weaponize them. A rickety wooden chair tucked beneath a desk built into the wall. A lamp. A coat hanger on the back of the door. He had plenty of options. But first, he needed to get free. The only apparatus keeping his legs in place was a belt strapped around his knees. However, it wasn't very effective, and only took Black a few seconds to slip from underneath. He pushed up with his right knee and pressed down on the mattress with his left, creating just enough space to wriggle free. Then he easily maneuvered his right leg out. Next was the more difficult part. Despite having been in the CIA and captured on several occasions, he'd never actually had the opportunity to utilize a trick he'd learned in training. One of his instructors demonstrated how friction from a shoelace could weaken a plastic tie and allow a prisoner to break it. The demonstration was fascinating, though Black had never felt the urge to practice it for himself. I hope that wasn't some cheap parlor trick. He rolled backward, hoisting his feet above his head. With his right hand, he tugged at his shoelaces until they became untied. He then unthreaded the laces before tying them off through one hole in his shoe. Then he guided the other end through the plastic tie around his right wrist. Once that was secured, he tied the other end of the shoelace to his other shoe. Working in a saw-like motion, he created enough friction to heat up the plastic tie and make it weak enough for him to snap it. Once his right hand was free, he worked quickly to duplicate the action on his left. After he'd managed to escape, he repositioned the broken ties around his wrist, as well as the belt. And he waited. Around 10 minutes later, he closed his eyes as footsteps thundered down the hall toward him. On the other side of the door, keys jangled until they connected with a lock and then sprang it open. 2 armed guards wearing raggedy tank tops and camouflage pants hustled inside. "Who are you?" Black asked, remaining in place as he feigned fear. "And what are you doing with me?" One of the men smiled wryly. "Someone wants to speak with you." As the man moved toward Black, he surprised the hostage-taker, overwhelming him with a direct punch to his throat. Black hopped to his feet and darted behind the other guard, before breaking his neck. The stunned guard staggered to his feet, only to be met by a vicious blow to the face. Locking the door, Black traded clothes with the unconscious guard closest in size. Black redressed the man, securing him to the frame with rope he found in the closet, and then sliding the body of the dead guard beneath the bed. Black slung one of the guns over his back, and the other around his neck. He crept into the hallway, staggering to keep his balance as the boat lurched over a wave. After easing down the corridor, he knelt just outside a cracked door leading to the main deck. He waited for a minute, counting all the men who went back and forth. This trawler was clearly used for fishing, but at the moment, it didn't appear that way. All the men carried weapons and paced back and forth, stopping only to grab the railing when the boat rocked with a swell of water. Without a watch to tell the time, Black looked skyward. The sun wasn't that high above the horizon, signaling that he hadn't been out too long. Who are these guys? And what do they want with me? Black was curious and wanted some answers, but not bad enough to stick around to find out. Sneaking inside, he found the stairs to the pilot house and tried to assess how many hostiles he had to deal with. He peeked up and heard only 2 distinct voices. Then Black did the math. 1 chained to the bed, 3 on the deck, 2 in the pilot house. I can handle 6. Black coveted the high ground and went after the 2 men above him first. He didn't make a sound when he caught them by surprise, other than firing his weapon twice, killing both men immediately with headshots. The gunshots arrested the attention of the other 3 men on the deck. Black picked off 2 of them, before another one escaped around the corner. Black raced down the steps and entered the fresh air, his gun trained in front of him. He peered around the corner of the starboard side to see if he could catch the other guard running away. But he was gone. Then Black shuffled to the port side of the deck and peeked to see if he could see the guard. Still nothing. Black hustled below deck and heard clattering in a room at the end of the passageway. He went room by room, quietly and carefully clearing them all, except for the last 2. On the left were the quarters he'd come from. On the right, a room he'd yet to enter. Black weighed his options before he heard a slight creak from the right. He knelt and slowly turned the handle before thrusting open the door. Bullets peppered the corridor wall. Black waited for a few seconds before leading first with his gun and providing cover. He blindly hit the man once before finishing him off with 2 more shots, one to the head, the other to his chest. Across the hall, Black heard shrieks from the man tied to the bed. Black pocketed his latest victim's weapon and then made a final sweep of the vessel before returning to his prisoner. "We need to talk," Black said, "and we also need to do so with the full disclosure that you're the only person I've allowed to live. So unless you want to join your former shipmates, I need you to listen closely." Black eyed the Maldivian islander as he nodded. "So you understand me?" "Yes." "Good," Black said. "Let's start with these 2 questions. Who are you? And where were you planning on taking me?" We help provide security for our atoll, moving from island to island, the man said. We were just following orders. And where were you taking me? The man overseeing the observation center hired us. He told us that if we ever caught any Americans, he wanted us to bring them to him right away. He promised to reward us handsomely. How about I give you a new deal? Black said as he saddled across the chair. I'm listening. What is your name? Hassan. Hassan, I promise not to kill you if you take me back to the island where we were, and tell your Chinese friend that someone from Al-Jaladoon did this. How does that sound? I can do that. That's what I like to hear. Now let's get me home. By early afternoon, Black was in Sri Lanka, preparing to take a flight back to the United States. He figured Shields would be worried about him, but he didn't want to wake her up too early since she'd been moaning about how tired she was. At 4 p.m., he dialed her number. Hello, she said groggily. Morning, sunshine, Black said. Were you worried about me? Black, she exclaimed. Are you all right? You didn't answer my question. She sighed. Of course I was worried about you. I've seen you shoot. If your life depends on your gun range skills, I'm always fearful. Glad you woke up with your sarcasm filter on 100%. Oh, that wasn't sarcasm. Black watched as a train of airport vehicles lumbered past the private hangar. You know, one of these days we're going to settle this once and for all. Embarrassing men at the range is equally satisfying and painful. Watching you retreat to your caves with your fragile ego shattered is both comical and sad. Maybe I'll shoot blindfolded to give you a fighting chance. She chuckled. There's my macho man. I'm regretting having made this call already. You just had to know if I was worried about you. Black laughed. I was on a mission, and I was cut off from contact. Happens all the time. And I was taken captive by 6 gunmen and placed on a boat in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Apparently, you made it out alive, so the suspense isn't killing me any longer. In that case, I'll just write it up in a report and email it to you from the plane. That'd be more fun than listening to you recount your heroic acts of bravery. Black bit his lip. Shields was extra punchy today. Perhaps her lack of sleep was wearing on her. Or she was more concerned than she was willing to admit. After a brief pause, he continued. Maybe we can talk again after you've gotten some sleep, he said. Sorry, I'm a little on edge right now. So, you were worried about me? Yeah, but that's not the only thing on my mind. What else is eating at you? I got a message about a half hour ago from one of my contacts at the CIA. You know that undercover operator who gave us all that great information about Al-Jaladoon buying weapons from the Chinese? Of course. Randy McPherson, right? That's the one. What about him? They found him dead yesterday, floating in the Bani Khalid River. Chapter 4. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt leaned on his cane as he hobbled up the steps near the Lincoln Memorial. He didn't really need the help, since his knee had healed years ago, but he liked to use the prop in public places. Nobody would suspect an aging old man as a real threat. But Blunt could still run if required, a discipline he practiced every morning before breakfast when he was at home. He took a seat on the steps and dug into his sack lunch as he watched the tourists drift by. After devouring a couple of bites of the sub he'd purchased on his way to the office, he checked his watch. Moments later, Bobby Besserman joined him. Don't you just love autumn in Washington? The CIA's deputy director asked as he settled next to Blunt. I prefer the spring, Blunt said. Ah, the cherry blossoms. They're so overrated. I'd trade it for a Capitol building full of honest representatives if I had the choice. Besserman leaned back and chuckled. J.D., always the comedian. Sadly, it's not a laughing matter. And unfortunately, there's not much we can do about that either. However, what we can do is tackle this issue we have brewing in the Middle East with Al-Jaladoon. The executioners? Blunt said with an exaggerated eye roll. Don't we? Besserman held his index finger to his lips before fishing out a small device from his pocket. He pressed a button, and a small red light came on. We good? Blunt asked. You're free to speak now without fear of anyone recording our conversation. Blunt looked around once more, before leaning in and continuing in a hushed tone. Don't we know where Al-Jaladoon is hiding? We could snap our fingers and take care of them with a quick drone strike. Drone strikes aren't as effective as we thought they once were. Remember? We need to handle these people with a rifle, not a bomb. Without Al-Shiri, they'd have no access to funds. That ragtag bunch of zealots would disappear from the face of the earth, and no one would shed a tear. And Oman isn't about to let us do that. It's the precise reason why Al-Shiri selected that country for his base of operations. I suppose you have a proposal for how to deal with them. Besserman nodded. You have to speak the only language these people will understand. Force. If we strike back, it'll send a message that we're not screwing around. And you think that'll make him back off? Fat chance of that happening. Al-Shiri is growing his organization daily. He's also becoming more emboldened by the minute. We're developing a long-term strategy for how to deal with him. But in the interim, we must prevent Al-Jaladoon from obtaining any weapons that could devastate a major metropolitan area. Blunt nodded. They didn't get any from China yesterday. That we know of. Who knows what went on when Agent Black was captured? My point is, we need to be more vigilant. Al-Jaladoon is a small player right now, but under Al-Shiri's leadership, it has great potential. You think they might become the next ISIS? Besserman shrugged. Maybe. They've got funding and cover, and a damn good publicity machine running at the moment. Blunt sighed and took another bite out of his sandwich. So, is this an inside job? We're still investigating, but it doesn't appear that way. You mean to tell me one of your agents working under deep cover turns up dead in a river in Oman, and it's just coincidence? I don't know, J.D. None of this makes sense. Agent McPherson was a pro. He'd been trying to penetrate the Al-Jaladoon leadership circle for 3 years. He would have never made the kind of mistake that resulted in his death. Then how else do you explain him getting a bullet in the back of his head? That was definitely a statement killing. I don't have the answers to that right now. My team is looking into it. Blunt took another bite from his sandwich before continuing. Was your agent getting sloppy? He was the best we had. It's why he was over there, so I highly doubt that. What about your servers? Were they breached? That was the first thing I looked into, Besserman said. We've had plenty of attacks recently, but no breaches to our firewall in years. Well, I guess that narrows it down. Besserman grunted. To what? An inside job. You've got a mole. That's what I'm most afraid of. But I can't see that happening either. The handler managing McPherson is one of our most isolated team members. Nobody really knows what he does except for me, the director, and McPherson's supervisor. And McPherson's information is fed to the rest of the team as intelligence gathered by outside sources, not one of our own. Doesn't mean someone else didn't find out about it. I know you're right. I can't rule that out. But I just have a hard time believing it. We do routine checks on all our agents. Bank accounts, leisure travel, phone records, the whole shebang. It's not that we don't trust them, but we do realize they're all human and susceptible to the enticement of riches. Aren't we all? Blunt said. Some of us more so than others. I take it you haven't found anything suspicious. Besserman shrugged. Occasionally, we've had some red flags raised that require further investigation, but nothing that didn't get cleared. Don't rule that out yet, Bobby. People surprise me all the time, both in good ways and bad ones. And that is the nature of the profession. I'm as cynical-minded as they come as it pertains to the suspicious death of one of our agents, but I just don't see it this time. Then you have to be prepared to face the reality that either McPherson acted carelessly, and it cost him his life, or that hackers managed to get inside your servers and picked out that information. If the second scenario is our reality, we've got a crisis on our hands, the kind we won't be able to manage. Everything will simply be damage control. Let's hope that's not the case then, Blunt said, before taking another bite of his sandwich. Besserman's phone rang, and he held up his index finger. I need to get this. Be my guest, Blunt said. Blunt scanned the area in front of him. Tourists walked lazily past the monument, some of them not even stopping to glance at the giant sculpture of Lincoln. Blunt estimated that at least half of the people weren't looking up at all. Instead, they kept their heads down, eyes glued on cell phones. He noticed out of the corner of his eye that Besserman had hung up. Blunt hit his counterpart on the arm and pointed at the people. If I ever just walk around and stare at my phone, promise me you'll have me committed, Blunt said. Besserman remained silent, so Blunt slowly turned toward the CIA deputy director and found all color had drained from his face as he gazed vacantly into the distance. Bobby? Blunt said. Bobby, are you all right? Besserman sighed and then looked at Blunt. McPherson wasn't sloppy. Blunt cocked his head to one side. What do you mean? Another one of our agents just turned up dead, found shot to death in the back of the head in Berlin. Somebody is picking off our agents one by one. Chapter 5. Washington, D.C. Christina Shields adjusted her rearview mirror and then pressed the ignition button. She took a deep breath, put her car in reverse, and backed out of the Firestorm parking garage. The day before, Blunt had met with Besserman to discuss how to move forward with the situation unfolding in the Middle East. 2 undercover CIA agents embedded in different terrorist cells had been murdered the same way, within 48 hours of each other, and the intelligence community in Washington was reeling. While Agent McPherson was relatively a ghost, Agent Alex Palmer was a well-known name. He'd been instrumental in taking down 3 religious cults during his FBI days, gaining him celebrity-like status among his peers, before transitioning to work for the CIA. Since then, he'd become a legend in the agency, penetrating Osama bin Laden's inner circle that ultimately led to his demise. Palmer was on assignment in Berlin, worming his way in with the leadership of a burgeoning neo-Nazi terrorist organization there. Yet somebody had learned his true identity and decided to make an example of him. Blunt had briefed Shields about the matter. He concluded that while there was room for the possibility that it was just a coincidence, it wasn't likely. The amount of planning required to eliminate 2 high-level spies in less than 2 days was immense. This wasn't the work of a lone man. This was a coordinated attack, one designed to send a message to the CIA that it, whoever it was, intended to get its pound of flesh. She had learned that in the nearly 24 hours that had elapsed since Blunt and the deputy director met, Besserman had uncovered a treasure trove of information He wanted the files analyzed immediately, refusing to let his staff do it in case there was a mole lurking in their midst. Shields turned the radio to her favorite news radio station, WTOP, and listened as the anchor gave the top-of-the-hour rundown about all the major stories happening in the nation's capital. The big story was the list of invitees to President Michaels's big gala at the Kennedy Center in a week's time. "Gag me," she said aloud before changing the station. She'd never cared about the status of high society celebrities, and she wasn't about to start now. She fought her way through the city's near gridlock traffic before noticing her fuel light was on. After checking her watch, she realized she had enough time to gas up before making it to Langley on time for her noon appointment with Besserman. In an effort to prevent any potential rumors from circulating, particularly about the purpose of his meeting with Shields, Besserman scheduled the meeting for lunch and was going to meet her in an ultra-protected room below the ground floor. And Besserman also specified that, under no uncertain terms, could she be late. "If I don't get gas, I'm going to be extremely late," she said to herself as she glanced at her watch again. She whipped her car into a Sunoco station and proceeded to fill up. After she finished, she hustled back to her car to drive off when another car blocked her in. Shields muttered a few choice words under her breath and then put her car in reverse and started to back out. But when she heard a slap on her hood, she slammed the brakes and looked forward. Standing in front of her, waving, was Joe Dunn. "I swear I'm going to kill him," she said before rolling down her window. He smiled as he hustled around to her door. "Joe, what are you doing?" Shields asked, poking her head outside. "I hadn't heard from you, so I thought I'd see if you'd considered my offer," he said. "I took your card to be polite, Joe, but let me be frank with you. I'm not interested. Perhaps I should have told you first about the generous compensation package my boss is willing to offer." Shields scowled and narrowed her eyes. "Maybe I'm not making myself clear here, so I'm going to say this again very slowly, so you can understand. You ready?" He nodded. "I am not interested. Got it? My boss doesn't take no for an answer, and I never say yes to anyone I don't know. Now, if you'll kindly step away from my car so I don't injure you as I leave, I'd appreciate it." "Christina, you don't know what you're missing. Stop stalking me. I'm not changing my mind." She hit the gas and lurched away from Dunn before roaring around his car and heading back toward the street. "Once a creep, always a creep," she said to herself. Shields set off alarms, as usual, while going through the metal detector in the CIA lobby. One of the guards tipped his hat at her and smiled. "Nice to see you back, Agent Shields," he said. "When are you ever going to get that thing fixed, Ray?" she asked, hiking up her pants legs high enough to show off her prosthetic. "Every single time." He chuckled. "It's outdated technology. Unable to tell the difference between a gun and a leg." He tapped his temple. "Nothing beats human technology." "Have a good one, Ray," she said as she scooped her briefcase off the conveyor belt and followed Besserman's liaison. The young man appeared to be in his mid-20s, a goatee covering his baby face. He glanced at her leg before clumsily offering his hand. "Tyler Wells," he said. "Mr. Besserman asked me to direct you to your meeting location." "Thank you," she said, and then shook his hand. Moments later, she was sitting alone in a sparse room where the walls were decorated with a single television monitor, and the furniture consisted of 2 plush chairs and a glass coffee table. Besserman strode in shortly after her, struggling to contain all the folders in his arms. "Need some help?" Shields asked as she hustled over to prevent an impending disaster. "I think I got it," Besserman said before plunking all the documents onto the table. He collapsed into his chair and let out a sigh of relief. "What's this?" "Everything you need to get started on figuring out where the leak is coming from," he said. "Based on everything we know, it has to be internal, right?" Besserman nodded. "I've compiled a list of all the accounts and corresponding agents who have accessed the files of McPherson and Palmer over the last 6 months." "You want us to sort through all this?" she asked as she eyed the stack, placing her estimate just north of 25 folders. "I know it's a lot, but you should be able to narrow it down quickly and then work from there. I just can't let anyone know what's going on here. I don't want to spook anyone." "Don't want to spook the spooks," she said with a faint smile. "Exactly. And to be honest, most of them live on edge, worried who might be looking over their shoulder or recording them anyway. If we give them any reason to put their guard up, we'll never figure out who instigated these attacks." Shields started shoving the folders into her briefcase. "Any of these stand out to you?" "I'd be suspicious of all of them, but in my short time here, I don't really have a bead on the likely culprit." Shields shrugged. "No worries. We'll figure it out." She went to reach for the folder in his hand, but he retracted. "I wanted to tell you about this one before I gave it to you," he said, holding the file against his chest. Shields drew back. "What's in there?" Besserman gestured toward her chair. "Have a seat." They both sat down before he continued. "Now, I know this may sound strange to you, but do you believe in ghosts?" She furrowed her brow and cocked her head to one side. "I'm sorry, sir. Did you say ghosts?" "Yeah, you know, the unexplainable, the thing that goes thump in the night, waking you up from your sleep." I never... What are you getting at?" "There's one other link to these two men that I just think we should take a look at." "What's that got to do with ghosts?" Besserman sucked a breath in through his teeth before answering. "This particular connection is dead, gone from this world." "And you think this merits us looking into this because—" "I actually believe he is capable of pulling something like this off from beyond the grave," he said, leaning forward in his chair. "Now, I'm not necessarily saying this is the guy, because I know I sound like a kook when I say it out loud, but you should at least rule him out as a possibility." "Of course, sir. If you think this warrants a closer look to eliminate someone from the suspect pool, I'm happy to take the extra time to evaluate the possibilities." "Thank you," he said. "And keep that under wraps in your office. He had so many secret allies that I'd be wary of alerting anyone else to the fact that you're looking into any ties with him." She nodded. "Do I know who this man is?" Besserman finally held the folder out to Shields. "You'll recognize his name right away." Her eyes widened as she read the name and tucked the file into her briefcase with all the other documents Besserman had given her. She thanked him and headed for the exit. Wells returned to escort her to the lobby, where she gave Ray a friendly wave before hustling to her car. Once she got inside, she called Blunt. "How'd it go?" he asked. "Besserman loaded me down with personnel records of people who'd accessed both accounts of the two deceased agents." "But does he have any hunches who it might be?" Blunt asked. "He does," she said. "And you're not going to believe who his prime suspect is." Chapter 6. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Langston Quinn shuffled some papers on his desk and stacked all his ongoing projects in a neat pile. He buffed his nameplate and then took one last look at his desk. In most cases, he would have never fussed over the appearance of his office when an old friend was popping in for a short visit. But when Quinn's old friend happened to be the President of the United States, it was different. Quinn's assistant knocked and then swung open the door. She smiled as she gave way to President Michaels, and then closed the door as she exited into the hall. Michaels wore a wide grin as he strode over to shake Quinn's hand. "How have we gone 2 years without seeing each other?" Michaels asked. "I hear you're a busy man," Quinn said, forcing a smile. "Not as busy as you," Michaels said as he sat in the chair across from Quinn. "You're the one on the front lines taking bullets these days." "It's what I signed up for years ago," Quinn said. "I can handle it." "You're a better man than I am." "Well, you're the one who appointed me to this position, so I hope you're confident I can do the job. I saw what you did in Islamabad when I was the station chief there. The way you handled some of the most challenging assignments with both diplomatic skill and unflinching resolve was all I needed to know about you. Those are the assets necessary to be successful in this position, and I couldn't be happier that you're running this agency. I didn't always handle every situation perfectly." Michaels waved at Quinn dismissively. Let's let bygones be bygones. You're here now, and that's what matters the most. I only wish it was under different circumstances. You and me both. Now, how are Lindsay and the kids? You guys doing okay? Better now, Quinn said. Lindsay and I had a little rough patch about a year ago, but we're in a much healthier place now. And the kids are thriving in their new school. That's good to hear. So, what's really going on right now? Why do we have 2 dead agents? We're working on it. I'm letting Besserman handle it with a hand-picked team, but it's a frightening scenario. Michaels nodded in agreement. And we haven't been hacked by anyone? Quinn shook his head. Our cybersecurity team says the number of attempts to hack our system is holding steady, so it's not like some bad actors have broken through our firewalls. According to our security reports, we haven't had any breaches. So you're thinking this is an inside job? Quinn shrugged. Maybe. Or maybe it's a coincidence. 2 stellar agents getting their cover blown 24 hours apart and killed the same way? I doubt it. I doubt it too. But we can't rule that out at this point. It's just unsettling to everyone here in the agency, which is why I wanted you to speak at this memorial service today. With the Commander-in-Chief here, I thought it might be good for morale. I'll do my best to offer some comforting words and project some confidence, Michael said. But it's never easy to lose someone you work with. Quinn looked down at his desk. No, it's not, is it? He glanced up at Michaels, whose eyes had also drifted toward the floor. Much to Quinn's relief, he could tell the president didn't want to talk about what happened in Islamabad. That was an incident neither of them wanted to rehash, especially not now. Quinn preferred to never speak of it again. President Michaels ascended to the podium and placed a hard copy of his speech on the lectern. He took a deep breath before looking up at the large crowd filled with several hundred of the agency's finest. Michaels had met Palmer once while training some of the new recruits before embarking into politics. His sister sat on the front row, clutching the hand of Palmer's mother. Only the sound of occasional sniffles broke the heavy silence that had fallen on the room. Michaels cleared his throat and then began his speech. I'm often asked by people what I'm most proud of in my life, and I think they expect me to tell them about some policy I've enacted that made a difference in the lives of millions of Americans every day. While there are some bills I've signed into law that I'm very proud of, the surprising answer I respond with is this: serving in the Central Intelligence Agency. All of you here today understand why. We take incredible risks to ensure that our loved ones are safe back home. Most citizens will never understand the sacrifices you make each day when you get up and enter the quiet war zone that exists right in plain sight. Yet no one sees it. They only see the failures. And if you're doing your job right, they never see those either. Randy McPherson and Alex Palmer were 2 incredible agents who sadly have paid the ultimate price with their lives. I had the great pleasure of instructing Agent Palmer in one of my field training exercises. At the time, I remarked to several others that Alex was a natural and would definitely go places in the agency. And he did. Unfortunately, there were more places for him to go, higher places, places that were cut short when he gave his life for this country. Now, in the case of both Agent Palmer and Agent McPherson, we can mourn their loss and then move on, probably forgetting them after a few years. But that wouldn't honor their deaths. At least, not the way they'd both want to be honored. Neither one of these men understood the word quit. They would work and work until they got the intel necessary to take down another terrorist cell or prevent another attack on American soil. These 2 men embodied the best of this agency. They worked tirelessly and fearlessly, 2 traits necessary to stop an unrelenting evil that hates this country and what it stands for. So as we sit here today and listen to more stories about what made Agent McPherson and Agent Palmer the great men that they were, let us not leave this room without strengthening our resolve to do good by their sacrifice. Let us all determine to continue this fight we have with all the passion, commitment, and courage shown by our fallen brothers. God bless you all, and God bless America." Had Michaels uttered those words at a political rally, he would have expected a thunderous applause as he exited the stage. A pulsating beat from a popular song that echoed his campaign's motto would have rattled the rafters. But only the clicking of his shoes on the hard floor could be heard as he yielded the lectern to the next person in the memorial service program. When he reached the wings, Quinn patted Michaels on the back. "Excellent speech, sir. That's exactly what the agency needed to hear right now. It's what I need to hear right now. We can't let this setback beat us twice." "I wholeheartedly agree, sir." After the service ended, Michaels asked Quinn if they could have a quick word before leaving. "Of course," Quinn said. "Come with me." Michaels followed Quinn to his office. He gestured toward one of 2 empty chairs in a corner of the room. The 2 men sat down across from one another. "I should have said something earlier," Michaels began. "I just didn't realize how important it was for me to say this until after sitting through that somber memorial." "What is it?" Quinn asked. "Just be frank with me. We've been friends a long time." "Do you still think about him?" Michaels asked. Quinn nodded. "Almost daily. I can't get that image out of my mind." "Me either. Some days are better than others, but I can't help but think that we could have done something differently." "We definitely could have, sir. And we should have. But we didn't. Instead, we can just add that to our pile of regrets and move on. Dwelling on it won't bring him back." "I know, but—" Michaels's voice trailed off as he stared out the window overlooking the Langley complex. "But what?" "You think we did the right thing?" Quinn shrugged. "There's not always right and wrong in this business. But if you mean did we do the right thing for the safety and security of the American people? Probably. If I'm ever asking a question like that again, I want a definitive answer." "Sir, you know this world is full of a million shades of gray. Thinking the answer is always black and white is a pipe dream. Doing the right thing should always be black and white. Don't forget that, as you're leading all these incredible men and women here." Michaels arose, and Quinn did with him. The 2 men shook hands. "Remember, sir, if we hadn't chosen to do what we did that night in Islamabad, you wouldn't be president. And who knows how dark this world might be." "It still haunts me," Michael said. "Me too, sir." Quinn walked Michaels into the hallway and to the elevators, where the Secret Service guards escorted him to his next appointment. Before the doors closed, Michaels looked up at Quinn and mouthed the words, "Thank you." Washington, D.C. Shields slung her bag over her shoulder and hustled into the Firestorm offices. She'd spent the past 15 minutes parked, while reading through the file Besserman had given her. Her mind was still trying to absorb everything she'd seen. Black tilted his head and furrowed his brow as she breezed past his desk. "You all right?" She didn't stop. "Meet me in the conference room, and hurry." Shields paused, only to knock on Blunt's open door before poking her head inside. "You're back," he said. "Find anything useful?" "Yeah, you're not going to believe this. Join me and Black in the conference room." Shields headed down the hallway and was only a few steps ahead of Black and Blunt for the impromptu meeting she'd just called. She placed one folder down before spreading the rest from her back across the table. "What's all this?" Blunt asked, a half-gnawed cigar hanging out of his mouth. "It's our haystack," she said. "And the needle?" Black asked. "If Besserman's right about the CIA servers not getting hacked, the needle is one of the names in these personnel files. These are the agents who accessed information on both Agents McPherson and Palmer in the past 6 months." "This shouldn't be too difficult to narrow down, then," Black said. "Well, this all might be useless, then," Blunt said. Shields scowled. What do you mean? I just received word that a third agent named Ron Olson was found dead in Prague about an hour ago. Killed the same way as both McPherson and Palmer, Blunt said. So unless you can verify that these people also accessed Olson's details, this was a big waste of time. Maybe. Or maybe we already have our guy. Wilson Wellington, she said, tapping the folder in front of her for emphasis. Wilson Wellington? Blunt asked. The dead senator? Shields paced around the table. Look, I know how this sounds, and... It sounds crazy, Black said. He's dead. I understand that, but hear me out. I'm not suggesting he's the one pulling the trigger, but I think there's a good chance he orchestrated this. Before he died? Blunt asked. That was about 6 months ago. She stopped and leaned against the wall, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. Have you ever heard of the CIA program called M.H. Electus? Electus? Black asked. The Roman accountant turned assassin? Shields shook her head. Clever name, given the objective of the program. That name doesn't ring a bell for me, Blunt said. Well, when Wellington was in the Air Force long before his days in the Senate, he worked in conjunction with the CIA on a secret program called M.H. Electus, Shields explained. The idea was to create a type of sleeper operative who had top-level skills but could be hidden in plain sight. Instead of taking embassy jobs, they would be teachers, or doctors, or businessmen, who would integrate seamlessly into the community wherever they were placed. Wellington held a Ph.D. in psychology and had also been utilized as a consultant at the Pentagon for his expertise in the field. So the CIA asked him to help develop the program. However, a shortage of qualified agents brought a halt to M.H. Electus, forcing the well-trained individuals back into service. Fascinating, Blunt said. Wellington was a master manipulator, so this makes sense based on his background. But what does that have to do with a rash of agency murders? Shields held up her index finger. What was the name of the agent again who was just found dead? Ron Olson, Blunt said. Shields flipped to one of the pages and ran her finger down a long list of names. Olson. Okay, here it is. Ron Olson. What is it? Blunt asked. Olson, along with McPherson and Palmer, was in the M.H. Electus program, she said. So we have a connection, Black said. One that's not likely to be a coincidence. But that doesn't tell us who's doing this, because I know for damn sure it's not Wellington. You're right, Shields said. That's still the missing piece of the puzzle. In the meantime, Besserman added a primer to this folder explaining the agency was attempting to alert all active agents who participated in the program to be extra vigilant, and in some cases, recalling them from the field if feasible. The problem is many of these agents are working undercover in places that have taken years to penetrate. If the agency pulls them voluntarily, it could set U.S. intelligence back a decade. But why do this now? Black asked. Wellington could have used a threat to enact a plan like this that would have saved his life. Maybe he didn't want to live with what he'd done, Shields said. Blunt nodded. I'm not surprised he took his own life after the kind of scrutiny he would have been facing, Blunt said, eyeing Black closely. He was a prideful man. His legacy would have been forever tarnished if he admitted publicly what he did to your father in Afghanistan. Okay, so this was some sort of fail-safe plan? I just don't get why now. He's been dead for months. Revenge? Blunt suggested. Spite? It's difficult for us to comprehend the ways of narcissists, no matter how many times we've seen them do something. Let's think this through then, Black said. If somebody was acting on Wellington's behalf, what would murdering 2 agents less than 24 hours apart trigger? An investigation? Some sort of other protective measures? Blunt shrugged. If the agency feels like their agents are at risk, they could be removed from the field, even ones in deep cover. Director Quinn would do anything to save the life of his agents, because they're the lifeblood of the organization. Well, it triggered a memorial service today, Shields said. The president was rumored to be attending as well. Everyone was scurrying around to get the facility in tip-top shape when I was there this morning. Blunt's eyes widened. I'll call Quinn. Chapter 8. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Quinn strode to his office and scowled as he rubbed his face with his hands. Despite inviting the president in to speak to the CIA, Quinn felt a sense of fear and dread from every agent he spoke with. The angst was nearly palpable before the memorial service. He could only hope it would ebb soon. Sir, I need to speak with you about something, a man said. Quinn spun around to see Besserman standing a few yards away. What is it? I'm afraid you're not going to like this, but there's been another murder. Quinn shook his head slowly before letting out a string of expletives. Who was it this time? Ron Olson. He was stationed in Prague, wasn't he? Besserman nodded. I know that's probably the last thing you wanted to hear today, but we need to do something about this before it gets too far out of hand. You have Firestorm working on this? Quinn asked as his phone rang. He glanced at the number. Speak of the devil. Is that Blunt calling? Quinn nodded and sent the call to voicemail. I'll speak with him later. So is Firestorm working on this? I handed over the files this morning. If we have a mole in our midst, we can't risk letting them know we're onto them. Absolutely. I just don't know if they'll be able to move fast enough to find whoever is behind this. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised at how quickly they work. Let's hope you're right. Besserman turned and disappeared down the hall. Quinn leaned against the wall and looked upward. He let out a long sigh before heading to his office. On his way, he passed his administrative assistant, Ann Klinger. Where are you going, Ann? He asked. Sorry, sir. I've got to pick up my daughter from school. She just came down with a high fever. From what the school nurse said, it doesn't sound good. Well, I hope she feels better, Quinn called after her. See you tomorrow? I'll be here bright and early. Quinn retreated to his office, where he found an agent sitting on the couch against the wall in the waiting area. I'm sorry, Quinn said before fishing for a name. Agent Miles Jackson, the man said as he offered his hand. Agent Jackson, I don't think I've had the pleasure of speaking with you before, so please forgive me for not remembering your name. However, I'm afraid you'll have to come back later, when my assistant can book a time for you to talk with me. Oh, it'll only take a minute, sir. Quinn shook his head. I'm sorry, but I'm incredibly busy trying to manage everything going on right now. Please check back with her in the morning, and I'll be happy to carve out a few minutes to chat with you. Jackson stood and peeled back his blazer, revealing his weapon. I'm afraid this can't wait, sir. Quinn raised his hands and followed the agent's commands. I don't want any trouble. Neither do I. And if I get any, you're going to pay a hefty price. Is that understood? Quinn nodded. Good. Now sit down at your desk and follow my instructions. What's this all about? Quinn asked. Did I instruct you to ask me any questions? Jackson asked. The less you say, the better we'll get along. Nod for me if you understand what I'm saying. Quinn complied with Jackson's request. Much better, Jackson said. Now, here's what I need you to do. Preston Vogel handed Langston Quinn a thumb drive and instructed him to insert it into his computer. Vogel fiddled with the fake CIA credentials hanging around his neck. He always liked the name Miles, while Jackson was generic and powerful sounding. Not that his alias really mattered. He had dozens of them to choose from. But the more the agency had to work to uncover his true identity, the better. They'd find him eventually, but it would be too late if everything went as planned. Vogel pulled a chair right next to Quinn and continued directing him. You're never going to get away with this, Quinn said. Vogel scowled. Get away with what? This, Quinn said, pointing at his monitor. Whatever it is you're doing, we'll be able to track it. Just enter your access code so we can be done with this. I have things to do. Quinn narrowed his eyes before casting a deliberate sideways glance at his captor. When he finished, and the next page flashed up on the screen, Vogel nodded at the chair across from Quinn's desk. Have a seat over there until I'm finished. And remember, I still have my gun trained on you. Vogel worked quickly to download all the files necessary to complete his mission. He checked his notes once more, before logging out and completing a wipe of the system and Quinn's computer. No one could know what information Vogel was after, or what he downloaded. You're making a big mistake, Quinn said. You don't just waltz into the CIA director's office and start downloading at your leisure. Vogel chuckled and slowly looked around the room. I hear what you're saying, but I'm wondering if you live in a different reality than me, because I'm actually doing exactly what you said I can't do. We'll catch up with you. And when we do, don't expect any mercy. You talk big for a man who's all too familiar with scandals, Vogel said before reaching into his coat pocket and producing an envelope. He tossed it on the desk. What's this? Quinn asked. Open it up. Take a peek. I brought those especially for you. Vogel closely watched Quinn. The director's face lost all color as he peered at the photographs tucked inside. What do you think? Vogel asked. Pretty sweet photography. You're going to pay for this, Quinn said, as he tossed the photos back at Vogel. Based on that response, I'm pretty sure your wife doesn't know about that young agent you're with in those photos. And I bet if she saw them, she'd leave you for good this time. Why, you piece of... Direct your anger elsewhere, Mr. Quinn. I wasn't the one who couldn't control my animal instincts. You're playing with fire, Jackson. Yet you're the one who's going to get burned. Vogel stood and took a deep breath. I appreciate your compliance, Director Quinn. Now, I'm going to walk out of here. If you attempt to stop me or alert security to my presence, those images will be sent to every major news outlet in America, along with every member of Congress. Your wife will undoubtedly see them, along with your precious children. So if being in charge here is important to you, along with your marriage, you'll keep your mouth shut until I'm long gone. And then, good luck catching me. Listen here, you son of a bitch. You better run so fast that your feet don't hit the ground. Because when I catch you, and I will, I'm gonna put you in a hole so deep in the ground that you'll kill yourself before you see the light of day again. Vogel chuckled. That is some rich hyperbole, sir. You have a good day now. Quinn glared at Vogel as the two men locked eyes. I'm coming for you. I look forward to it, Vogel said as he turned and headed toward the door. He didn't look back as he sauntered down the hall to the elevators. He knew Quinn wouldn't be able to keep any of his toothless promises. Vogel rode down to the ground floor, clutching his USB drive. He exited without a second glance from the security detail in the lobby. A faint smile spread across his face as he stepped back into the fresh Virginia air. Chapter 9. Black flashed his ID as he pulled up to the guard station in front of CIA headquarters. Shields continued to pore over some of the documents Besserman had given her. The guard waved them through, and Black quickly found a parking spot as agents headed home for the day. Twice in one day, Black said. They're going to think you want a job here. I'll pass, she said without looking up. We're here, Black said. Let's go. They hustled up the steps and entered the lobby. The security guard positioned in front of the metal detector patted his wand against his leg and shook his head. Did you miss me already? He asked, locking eyes with Shields. I came back to keep you on your toes, she said. Black furrowed his brow. You know this guy? Ray threw his head back and chuckled. My job description is to give Miss Shields here a difficult time. You don't have to lie, Ray. You give everybody a hard time. True, but I give you an extra hard time. That means you like me, she said. Ray waved them through. Have a nice day, Agent Shields. When Black and Shields arrived on the floor of Quinn's office, a receptionist asked to see their credentials. We're here to see Director Quinn, Black said. Is he expecting you? The woman asked. Black shook his head. No, but it's urgent. His administrative assistant has already left for the day. I'm not allowed to let anyone through these doors unless they have an appointment, or I receive permission. Then try Quinn's direct line, Shields suggested. I'm not allowed to do that. Black clasped his hands together and leaned forward on the counter. Will you at least try for us? If there's one thing you need to understand about the agency, it's that you always stick with protocol. Black forced a smile. I appreciate your dedication to the rules, but we really don't have time for this. Have you tried calling the director? The woman asked. Yes, and he's not answering, Shields said. So kindly call him. We're in the middle of an important investigation, and it's imperative that we speak with him right now. Perhaps you didn't hear me the first time I said this to you, the receptionist said as she set her jaw. That's not how things work around here. We need your cooperation right now, Shields said. Your country needs your cooperation right now. The woman picked up the phone and dialed a number. Security, we have an incident outside the director's office. I know how this works, Black said as he reached over the counter and pressed the buzzer, releasing the lock on the glass door to the right of the desk. The woman bolted out of her chair to grab the door, but she lost the foot race to Black, who had already yanked the door open and was holding it for Shields. Security will be here any minute, the receptionist said. Go ahead. Tell them they can find us in the director's office, Shields said. Stop right now, the woman said, stamping her foot. Black and Shields didn't turn around or heed any of the assistant's instructions. As they turned the corner to enter Quinn's office, Black heard the woman growl and swear at them. She'll cool down eventually, Black said. Shields shrugged. Let's hope so. We still have to go by her desk to get out of here. When they reached Quinn's office, he was seated behind his desk and facing the window. He didn't turn around when they entered. Director Quinn, I'm Titus Black from Firestorm, along with my colleague Christina Shields. I know we don't have an appointment, but we need to speak with you. It's urgent. Quinn didn't move. Black noticed an empty glass on the director's desk next to a bottle of bourbon. Sir, are you okay? After another long pause, Shields spoke up. Sir, we need to talk. It's important. Finally, the chair spun around, revealing Quinn with his firearm in his hand. Black and Shields both put their hands up in a posture of surrender. We just want to talk, Black said. Quinn made eye contact with Black. You think this is for you? A couple of security guards stormed into the room with their weapons drawn. On the ground now, one of the men barked. Before Black and Shields flinched, Quinn put his gun down and raised his other hand. It's okay, guys. They don't pose any threat. This is an urgent situation. Copy that, sir, the guard said as he nodded at his cohort before exiting the room and shutting the door behind them. Quinn sighed and placed his gun on his desk. I know why you're here. Sir, I'd feel much more comfortable if you would put that gun away, Shields said. Quinn glanced at the weapon without touching it. Have either of you ever done something you deeply regret? And I'm not talking about just wishing you hadn't been so snippy to your best friend the last time you saw him before he died. I'm talking about the kind of thing you'll be remembered for after you die. The kind of thing you'll forever be ashamed of. Black shook his head as he eyed Quinn's gun. Well, I have, Quinn said, picking up his weapon again. And I don't think I can live with myself anymore. He placed the barrel up against the side of his head. Sir, Black said, stepping forward, you don't need to do this. We can figure a way out of this. We need to talk with you because other people might get hurt if you don't. Other people have already died because of what I've done, Quinn said. his lips quivering. I only wish it was about others getting hurt at this point. And more may die if you don't help us, Shield said. We desperately need your help. Black noticed a single file folder on the desk as he moved toward it. Do you know who's behind all this? If we work together, Quinn slammed his fist down. It's too late for that now. No one will ever remember a single good thing I did now. Shield shook her head. I don't believe that, sir. Everybody loves a good comeback story. But you won't be able to write yours if you end it all now. Quinn grimaced as he pressed the gun harder against his head. My story isn't worth redeeming. All I've done is connive my way up the agency's ladder, and then kiss up to the president to get into this position. And it's all coming back to haunt me now. We can still stop whoever is doing this, Black said. Not without destroying me. And someone else, Quinn snapped, as tears began to stream down his face. Quinn closed his eyes, his finger twitching on the trigger. I refuse to believe that, Shield said. You don't know what we can do. Just let us help you. Quinn appeared frozen, locked between his desire to end it all, but the fear of doing so. Black held out hope as long as he could keep the director talking, and maybe appeal to the agent in him. You know who's responsible for this, don't you? Black asked. Quinn shrugged as he made eye contact with Black again. Maybe. You can never be sure who the bad actors are behind everything. But you have an idea, right? Quinn nodded. Is it in that folder? Black asked, pointing toward the folder on Quinn's desk. He nodded again before lowering his weapon. Black watched Quinn loosen his grip, finally relinquishing it. Why are you here? Quinn asked. We thought that maybe these murders were designed to bring the agency all under one roof, for a nefarious purpose, Shield said. And when you didn't answer your phone... There was no attack today. But your hunch was right, Quinn said, pushing the folder toward Black. This agent was waiting for me after the memorial service, and threatened me. Threatened you? Shields asked. How? He had blackmail information on me that he promised to release, if I didn't do as he said. Black took the folder and scanned the name. And what did Preston Vogel want? The password to my computer, Quinn said. He held me at gunpoint and worked on my computer for a few minutes, before leaving. And you didn't try to stop him? Shields asked. If he releases that information, I will probably go to prison. And maybe rightfully so. But it'd be a scandal that would be difficult for me to overcome. Not to mention that it would place other high-ranking officials in a poor light. I couldn't let that happen. Then let us help, Black said. We can do this outside the agency. Quinn shook his head. He'll still know it was me. Preston Vogel won't know what hit him by the time we're done, Black said. And whatever his endgame is, we'll figure it out. The collateral damage could be catastrophic, Quinn said. We'll do our best to mitigate that, Black said. But the worst thing would be for you to give up and not work hard to protect your agents still out there. If our intelligence system crumbles, it'll be more than just a ruined reputation that will be the result of your past indiscretions. I'm aware of what's at stake here. We can do this, sir, Black said. We've done it plenty of times before. And after we're done with this situation, we'll do it again. Quinn sighed and pushed the folder toward Black. Go ahead. What choice do I have now anyway? Shields grabbed Quinn's gun. Can I keep this for you, sir? I'd rather you not visit the dark side with this thing in your possession. If you insist. I do, she said. Good luck, Quinn said. You're going to need it, because I have no idea what he took from my computer. Let me take a quick peek, Shields said. I can do a quick scan to figure out what he copied off your hard drive. Quinn stood and gestured toward his chair. Be my guest. Shields took a seat and invited Quinn to enter his password. Once he was finished, she started clicking around, inspecting different files. After about a minute, she finally spoke. Wow. What is it? Quinn asked. Vogel is good, she said. Black frowned. What do you mean by that? I mean, he erased his tracks. So, you can't find out what he took? Quinn asked. Shields shook her head. The guy was a digital ghost on here. Then we're still in the dark about what this is all about? Quinn asked. I'm afraid so, sir, Shields said. Black scooped up the folder and looked at Shields. We better get going. There isn't a second to lose. Chapter 10. Washington, D.C. The Firestorm team met back at the headquarters, where Shields divvied up assignments. Black was given Vogel's personnel files to look for any potential leads or clues as to what he might have been after on Quinn's computer. Blunt decided to contact other intelligence agencies to find out if anyone had anything more on Vogel. And Shields tried to locate Vogel's vehicle from a short clip Quinn sent after she left Langley. Shields' fingers flew across the keyboard as she started her search, using the license plate from the car Vogel used to exit the facility. What do you think Quinn did that would keep him from going after Vogel? Shields asked. Blunt shook his head. We all have our secrets in this business. But to be so afraid of what Vogel has on him. Vogel could have just waltzed out of Langley with the motherlode of every agent's name and location. He very well could have, Blunt said. But there are other ways of obtaining that information much more discreetly and easily. Whatever he was after was something more highly classified than that. We believe those 2 agent murders would draw everyone at the CIA together for a large agency gathering, Black said. And we were right. But we feared there might be some other far more nefarious plot occurring. That clearly wasn't the case. Or maybe it was, and we're just missing it, Blunt said. We don't know yet whether Vogel was behind those murders, but the information he may have been after could be leading to something far more devastating to the agency. I would have thought killing hundreds of agency workers at once would have been a catastrophic blow to our intelligence community, Shields said as she stood to return to her office. Of course it would have, Blunt said. But we have to consider the possibility that the endgame is worse. A half hour passed before Shields was able to start tracking Vogel's car using traffic cams. She learned that the car, a blue Toyota Corolla, had been reported stolen. She finally located the vehicle, following it to a parking spot in a metro train station. Switching to the transit cameras, she identified him entering the station, but then lost him. Finding him again would take hours of work configuring the metro cameras with facial recognition software. Time she didn't have. Blunt knocked on the door to her office. Find anything? She blew a tendril of hair out of her face and looked up at him. Not anything super useful. I tracked him to a train station, and I can't figure out where he went from there. What about you? If I'm to believe the other agencies I spoke with, Vogel hasn't done anything to raise red flags elsewhere. Meaning your contacts hadn't ever heard of him? Or had anything on him? Blunt nodded. Clean as a whistle. Something must have made him snap. I'll keep calling around to ask about him. It doesn't make sense that he would betray the agency out of the blue. Black joined the impromptu meeting in Shields' office. What did I miss? I lost his trail at a train station, and the boss here says he can't find anyone who believes he's anything less than a model agent. You have better luck? For the most part, Vogel seems to be a patriot, earning excellent reviews on his assignments. But I did find one interesting note buried deep in his file. "Please share," she said, pushing herself away from her desk and sliding backward. Vogel was once reprimanded for carrying on a relationship with a fellow agent. Apparently, they were on an assignment together and became intimately involved. It continued for 6 months before one of his supervisors discovered Vogel's little secret. "That's not unusual," Shields said. "Happens all the time when two single agents find themselves working closely together." "Yeah, but apparently that warning didn't deter them," Black said. "They were caught again 3 months later while working together to get intel on a suspected weapons dealer in Venice." "What are you driving at?" she asked. "The agent he formed a relationship with, Miriam Parsons, left the CIA not long after that." "To do what?" Blunt asked. "Private security?" Black shook his head. "Surprisingly not. Parsons now runs a little surf shop on Cape Hatteras." "You think this is relevant?" Black nodded. "She didn't stay in the CIA after this came out. There are some things stronger than love for country, even among spies." Blunt grunted and gnawed on his unlit cigar. "You gonna give her a call?" "No, I'm driving down there," Black said. "She can dodge my call, but if I show up, she's got to talk to me." "She doesn't have to do anything if she doesn't want to," Shields said. "But I think you definitely have a better shot if you go down there." Black tapped his file folder a couple times on Shields' desk. "Perfect. I'm leaving first thing in the morning." "Good luck," Blunt said. "The people of the North Carolina coast are a different breed. They'll close ranks in a hurry." Black smiled. "Then it's a good thing I used to be one of them." Chapter 11. Black pulled onto I-95 and asked his smartphone to crank up his road trip playlist. The first song that pumped through the speakers was one of his all-time favorites, one he considered a must for almost every occasion: "Sweet Home Alabama." That was followed by the Eagles' hit "Take It Easy," Bruce Springsteen's "Born to Run," and Route 66 by Chuck Berry. Black opened the moonroof and drank in the sunshine on the cloudless day. The combination of good weather and even better music made his solo 6-hour drive tolerable. He also had plenty of time to ponder the situation. Since the operation in Maldives went awry, Black wondered what the connection was between a failed arms deal in the Indian Ocean, the dead agents scattered around the world, and a brazen agent who'd successfully extorted information from the director of the CIA's computer. The only link holding them all together seemed tenuous at best. Black considered the possibility that they were reading too much into everything. For an agency that excelled at convincing the public that their conspiracy theories were lunacy, the CIA lapped up the faintest hint of one and pursued it with sheer fervor. The burning question was, why? Why would Vogel need Director Quinn's password? Why attempt to extort the director? Other than Vogel's obvious desire to be with Miriam Parsons, he was an exemplary agent. He'd served at stations all over the world, but nothing made sense, especially the lead they were pursuing with Wilson Wellington. Vogel didn't have any connections with Wellington, other than the fact that he was leading a program connected to the CIA, while Vogel was in the agency. But the two men weren't stationed in the same place at the same time, making the likelihood that there was a connection a scant one. So the more Black could learn about Vogel, the greater the chance that he might be caught before something catastrophic occurred. Black called Shields to see if she'd made any breakthroughs in the wee hours of the morning. "It's dangerous calling me before 9, she said. "There's always a good chance that I haven't consumed my coffee yet." "What can I say?" Black said, putting the call on speaker and setting the phone back in its cradle. "You know me. I always rush in when I shouldn't. Storming into a kill box surrounded by 6 hostiles, or calling you before you've had your daily caffeine jolt. It's all the same to me. In that case, you'll be happy to know that you won't even attract friendly fire from me today, she said. I just polished off the first of 2 lattes I plan on drinking before lunch. Did that mug of caffeine translate into you figuring out what the hell is going on? No, she said with a sigh. Still coming up empty on his whereabouts. And Blunt keeps getting reports that this guy is a model agent. It's like we're trying to pin a crime on a saint to make heads or tails of Vogel's actions. I've been thinking about this a lot this morning. Seems like that Wellington angle is dead. Coincidences don't always pan out the way we want them to. She said. Sometimes a coincidence is just a coincidence. But then Vogel waltzed into the scene and skewed the notion that Wellington was behind it all, Black said. I think in some twisted way, we wanted him to be involved. We could thwart his plan, stick it to him, even after he's in the grave. Speak for yourself. I'd prefer never to utter the man's name again. And on that note, I suggest we move on and focus our efforts on catching Vogel and forcing him to give us some straight answers. I'm on board with that, Shields said. Good luck with that today, too. Hopefully Miriam will spill her guts, and it'll help us catch this bastard. Fingers crossed. He was about to hang up before another thought occurred. Shields? Yeah? How's your shooting? I'm going to text you a picture of my target from last night's session. You went to the gun range last night? Uh-huh. Gotta let off a little steam every now and then. Black's phone buzzed. I just texted you a picture of last night's trip to the shooting range, she said. As the image came up on his screen, he glanced at the evidence of her shooting prowess. Gee, Shields. You don't cut anyone any slack, do you? I never have time to waste on hostiles. Still want to come shoot with me? Is that an open invitation? He asked. Sorry, one-time offer, she said. Tonight only. But I'm... what? Working? What a sorry excuse. Maybe one day I'll let you come out with me and embarrass yourself. Until then, just find Miriam Parsons and update me when you get a chance. She hung up, leaving Black with a frightening thought. His hopes of discovering motivation and an endgame rested with Miriam Parsons. A few minutes before 3:30 p.m., Black pulled into the parking lot of Surf and Fly Water Shop, located just off the main strip of State Highway 12 in Buxton, North Carolina. He skimmed the personnel file he had on Miriam Parsons before he got out of his car and entered the building. An early 20-something blonde wearing a tank top greeted him from behind the counter. You returning a rental? No. I was wondering if Miriam Parsons is around, he said. She should still be in her office. Let me check and see if she's available. Black browsed the only 2 aisles in the store. A fenced-off area adjacent to the building was packed with different rental options. Surfboards, kiteboards, kites, and foil boards made up the majority of the store's inventory outside. But inside, wetsuits, scuba gear, and snorkeling equipment comprised the offerings along with the store's branded logo on t-shirts and sweatshirts. As Black scanned all the products, a screeching sound from the corner of the room startled him. He spun to see a caged parrot squawking at him. Surf or die, surf or die, the bird repeated. Black chuckled as he studied the animal, which was swinging on a perch. Bluebeard is one of my best salesmen, said a woman from across the room. Black turned to see a woman with glasses parked on top of her sandy blonde hair and a pencil tucked behind her ear. Bluebeard almost has me sold, Black said. Unfortunately, you'll have to come back tomorrow, the woman said. "We don't issue any rentals after 3 o'clock." "You must be Miriam Parsons," Black said as he walked over to her and offered his hand. She shook it and nodded. "And you are?" "Titus Black," he said, as he glanced over to notice the clerk returning to her post. "I was wondering if I could have a minute of your time." Miriam threw her hands out. "I guess now is as good as any. What do you need?" "Privately," he said, nodding in the direction of the hallway leading into the back of the building. She squinted and cocked her head to one side. "I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that, Mr. Black. Can you tell me what this is regarding?" "I wanted to ask you a few questions about Preston Vogel." She scowled. "Preston Vogel? What do you want to know about him? I haven't spoken with him in years." "Whether it was yesterday or today, I was hoping you might be able to help shed some light on who he really is." "I don't know that I could do that for you. It's been a long time since I spoke with him. People change a lot in 10 years. Black eyed her closely. "It's important." "Yeah." I don't know what to tell you. We were close at one point, but I haven't spoken to him in quite a while. Is he in some kind of trouble? I'm looking into some of his past associates. Are you with the agency? Black shook his head. Nope, I'm in the private sector. We handle security needs for high-end clients, and I'm doing a routine background check on Mr. Vogel. Look, he's a great guy, she said. Very loyal and a fierce patriot. If you're looking for someone who can handle the rigors of private security, he's your guy. And there aren't any skeletons in the closet my employer should be worried about? What do you mean? I'm aware that you had a relationship with him. Is there anything I need to know about him from your time together? She leaned in close and spoke in a hushed tone. I don't want my employees knowing all my business. I understand. If you don't want to say anything, I think I've said plenty. Hire him. He'll be great for your company. And what was that company again? Southbrook Services, he said. Are you familiar with them? She shook her head. Can't say that I am, but I left that world a long time ago, trading it in for parrots and surfboards. You made a good choice, Miss Parsons. She smiled and nodded. I think so. Thanks for stopping by. And if you're ever in the area again and have an inkling to get out on the water, come see us. Of course, Black said. Have a nice rest of your afternoon. Black got into his car and drove around the block. He parked across the street at a taco stand and waited for Parsons to leave for the day. An hour later, she exited her shop, her hair whipping in the breeze as she traded her reading glasses for a pair of oversized sunglasses. He discreetly followed her to a seafood restaurant. After a few minutes, she exited with a plastic bag bulging with several styrofoam food containers. His phone rang. This is Black, he said. Find anything useful? Shields asked. I spoke with Miriam at her shop, and she stonewalled me, but I just followed her to a restaurant where she's leaving with more than one meal. Maybe it's for her boyfriend or a roommate, Shields suggested. It's possible, but I'm going to find out for sure before I leave this place. Roger that. Keep me posted. Black hung up and eased back onto Highway 12, maintaining a safe distance from Parsons. He parked his car about 100 yards down the street from her house and waited for half an hour before approaching her front door. He knocked on the door and clasped his hands behind his back while waiting for Parsons. "I'll get it," she said, her heavy footsteps pounding the floor. Who's she talking to? As soon as Parsons flung the door open, Black could see deep into the house. He glossed over the former CIA agent and locked eyes with a man standing in the kitchen. Black rushed inside, shimmying against the wall to get past Parsons. "What are you doing?" she said. Black ignored her, his full attention on Preston Vogel, who had already broken into a full sprint after darting out the back door. With Black in pursuit, Vogel raced toward the dock in the canal behind Parsons' house. He slipped the rope over the cleat and pushed off a small boat. By the time Black reached the edge of the water, Vogel opened up the throttle and was speeding through the no-wake zone. Black growled in frustration before turning around to see Parsons standing behind him. "Haven't seen him in 10 years, huh?" Black asked. "It's just that—" "Save your excuses for someone who cares. I need a boat. Anyone you can explain the situation to so they won't be too upset when I steal their boat?" She shrugged. "I'm going to just take one if you don't hurry up and say something," Black said, as he narrowed his eyes. Okay. Take Mr. Tyson's right there. He'll be understanding." "You better be right." Black hustled down Mr. Tyson's dock and discovered the key in the glove compartment. As the engine warmed up, he slipped off the ties and pushed off into the canal. He glanced at the no-wake sign on one side of the canal before opening up the engine. Black could still see Vogel and wasn't about to let him get away that easily. Chapter 12. Washington, D.C. Shields huffed as she threw her bag over her shoulder and trudged out of the Firestorm headquarters. Without any way of picking up Vogel's trail again, she felt stuck. Black was her best hope of regaining the trail before it went cold again, and if it did, she shuddered when she considered the potential fallout. As the investigation stood, Vogel had exited Langley with a treasure trove of secrets, and there wasn't any way she could stop him. On her way home, she stopped at a nearby pharmacy to grab a handful of essential items. She considered picking up something to eat and taking it with her, but decided eating out might help her psyche. Even if she was practically invisible, she figured she could at least put the heaviness from the investigation out of her mind for a few minutes while she ate in a public place. After she gave the waiter her order, she leaned back in her seat and took in the bustling scene of young people in their 20s and 30s enjoying a night out. If truth be told, Shields longed for that same type of normalcy. She didn't want to be thinking about how she could stop a terrorist every waking minute of her day. But no matter what she did, she couldn't escape her relentless mind, one singularly focused on keeping Americans safe. Shields was still lost in thought when her gaze was broken by a man sitting across from her in her booth. "So, Christina, what do you recommend here?" he asked. "Joe," she said, forcing a smile as she eyed the man carefully. "Long time no see. What's it been, like 25, 26 hours? Seems much longer to me." She rolled her eyes. "I've only tried the fried shrimp and filleted trout," she said. "Can't go wrong with fried shrimp and hush puppies," he said. "I have a hard time with hush puppies north of the Mason-Dixon line. They always add way too much sugar once you travel north of Southern Virginia." The waiter placed a drink in front of her. "Here's your sweet tea, ma'am." He glanced at Dunn. "Would you like to see a menu, sir?" Dunn waved dismissively and shook his head. He turned toward Shields and chuckled. "You judge hush puppies as too sweet with a toss of your hair, yet you're gulping down sweet tea like there's no tomorrow." Shields smacked her lips after finishing a large gulp. "Ah, the nectar of the gods. Now, Joe, is there something you wanted? Or do I need to ask that kind host over there to escort you away from my table? Dunn interlocked his fingers, resting them on the table in front of him. I just came by to check on you and see if you'd made up your mind yet or not about joining my boss's campaign. It's still a hard pass from me, Joe, she said. I want to help you, if anything, because you're the kind of person I like to help. Completely helpless, totally clueless, seriously inept in every way. Dunn sighed. Why am I not taking that as a compliment? Because it's not. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to eat my meal in peace. Dunn didn't move. Christina, would you mind telling me what led to your dismissal from the CIA? I still don't understand why you're not working there anymore. It's a long story, and it requires the kind of time that I simply don't have right now. Humor me, Dunn said, resting his chin on his hands. I'm paid by the job, not the hour. Unfortunately, I don't have the time or patience to tell it to you either, she said. So I'd really appreciate it if you'd just run along and let me eat my meal in peace. He sighed. You're going to regret this when the news about President Michaels comes out. What are you talking about? She asked. What if I told you the president has some dark secrets? She shrugged. Don't we all? Not like his. Shields took a sip of her water. As I recall, the very reason you're trying to recruit me is to bury some of your boss's secrets, whoever he is. Your point? I'm just saying, nobody has any moral high ground in the political arena. Everyone makes mistakes, and it's those mistakes, not someone's political ideology, that determines whether or not we should vote for them. If we deem one candidate's mistakes are less egregious than another's, that's who we choose. It's a terrible way to pick who should represent us, if you ask me. I just know my boss is better suited for the Oval Office than the man currently sitting there. Maybe, maybe not. That's not for me to decide, and it's certainly not something I want to influence one way or the other. Tell your boss to campaign well, and whatever skeletons are threatening to jump out and dissuade voters from choosing him won't matter. If you knew what President Michaels did, you might not be so inclined to dismiss me so quickly. Look, Joe, we're dealing in your opinions right now, not facts. You won't even tell me who your boss is, so for the umpteenth time, I'm not interested in helping you. Just wait. Wait on what? She asked. You'll see. He stood, holding Shields' gaze, tapping his fingers on the table. Without uttering another word, he turned and left the restaurant. I thought I'd never get rid of him. Shields wasn't sure what she detested more, Dunn's self-righteous attitude about his boss, or the fact that Dunn was following her around. And both actions made her uncomfortable when she was near him. While waiting for her food to arrive, she pulled out her phone and did some research on Joe Dunn. She had been merely annoyed the first time he approached her, but now she'd become curious. With some deft internet sleuthing, she figured out who he was working for. John Kingman. She quickly scanned an article providing background on Kingman, a wealthy entrepreneur from Chicago who apparently had presidential aspirations. Then she dove into any harmful articles about him, looking for criticism and complaints. At first, she didn't find much of anything. Then, after 5 minutes, she stumbled across a few statements he made at a fundraising gala that were disparaging toward women. Shields had heard far worse from others she'd encountered over the years, choosing to use the comments as motivation, as opposed to taking up an offense. And while she didn't care for what Kingman had said, she doubted it would make much difference to voters. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Her food finally arrived, so she moved her phone aside to dig into her meal. However, she hadn't taken 2 bites before the cell vibrated on the table, rattling until she answered. I just sent something to your email, Dunn said. Can't you leave me alone and let me eat in peace? She asked with a sigh. Just read it, and then get back with me. He hung up, and Shields returned to eating her salad. Once she finished, her curiosity got the better of her, and she decided to look at the document he sent her. She opened up the first one and started reading. Before she reached the second page, her eyes widened. Chapter 13. Buxton, North Carolina. Black kept his eyes glued on Vogel, whose boat maintained a safe lead of about 200 meters. Vogel wove through the main channel before hitting the open seas and heading north. The wind whipped across the bow of Black's boat as he strained to see Vogel cruising around a bend. Black scanned the shoreline along the cape, looking for any entrance to the backwater slicing up the island. "Where are you, Vogel?" While Black had spent a handful of summers on Cape Hatteras when he was growing up, his knowledge of the waterways was woefully lacking. His mother preferred the larger community of Buxton, renting a summer house there to pass the time, while Black's father was on a tour of duty. Most of Black's time was spent either at the beach or riding dirt bikes around the island with local kids. Black had hung out by the various rivers that sliced through the island. But not enough to navigate confidently into them. But he wasn't going to let that stop him. Black searched for a likely hiding spot, not finding one until he'd already passed Buxton, and was now cruising along just outside the community of Hatteras. He thought he caught a glimpse of Vogel's boat and decided to venture into a nearby canal. However, it proved to be a dead end. Black turned around, making one final pass to see if he could locate Vogel. Convinced he wasn't prepared for a chase on the water, Black considered the possibility that Vogel had doubled back and was going to whisk Miriam Parsons away. And Black couldn't let that happen. She obviously knew more than she was letting on. He just needed to convince her to talk, if she hadn't already bolted with him. Black opened up the throttle and roared into the canal behind Parsons' house. He found her sitting on the dock, finishing her meal. She dabbed the corner of her mouth with a napkin and then hopped to her feet. "Didn't find him, did ya?" she asked, holding out her hand for the rope. Black threw it to her and shook his head. "I don't know the backwaters well enough to catch him." I thought if I could close the distance, I might be able to corral him, but that wasn't the case. Plus, it's getting dark. Nothing good happens on the Cape after sundown. That's how I remember it, Black said. You used to live here? In the summers, with my mom. But that was a long time ago. Not much has changed. Black nodded. That's true. I'm still getting lied to. Look, I can explain, she said. Black finished tying off Mr. Tyson's boat and then joined her on the dock. I'm listening. I wasn't sure who you were, she said, and I certainly was concerned about Preston returning to my life, wanting to pick up where we left off. It all seemed strange to me. And now? I made a phone call to one of my contacts at Southbrook Services. She whipped out her gun and trained it on him. Who are you? Nobody there has ever heard of you. Black placed his hands in the air. I can explain. Better start talking fast. Please put the gun down, Black said. That isn't necessary. I'm not going to hurt you. Damn right you're not. I've got a gun. Okay, look. I don't work for Southbrook, but I do work for a clandestine branch of the CIA. So secret that hardly anyone there knows I even exist. So I wouldn't be able to verify you anyway? How convenient. Call the CIA switchboard and ask to speak to Director Quinn. He'll verify that I'm working on a special assignment for him, trying to track down Vogel. I'm not lying to you now. Why should I believe you? If you still care about your country, you'll help me out, because your friend just held Director Quinn at gunpoint before stealing files off his machine. Preston did that? That doesn't sound like him. Black shrugged. Frankly, I don't know if that's in character for him or not, since I only know what's in his files. But from what I read, his actions over the past 2 days are quite a departure from model agent. Parsons dropped her weapon and gestured toward a bench on the dock. Have a seat, and let's talk. He was acting strange yesterday, telling me that he did something to the agency that he knows might get him killed. Please, Black said, make a phone call. I'd feel better if you knew without a doubt that I was being straight with you right now. She pulled out her cell phone and made a call. He sat down and listened as she made a request to speak with Director Quinn on a special hotline. After a brief conversation, she hung up. Got any identification on you? She asked. Black dug his driver's license out of his wallet and held it up for her to see. Looks legit to me, she said as she remained standing. Was his visit to you out of the blue? He asked. Or does he come around often? Totally unexpected, she said. He came in late last night. Said he needed to lay low for a few days. How did you track him here, by the way? I didn't, Black said. I came on a hunch to speak with you, since you were listed in his files. And after I learned that you were no longer with the agency, I figured you would be worth my time. That's potentially true, depending on how this conversation goes. I left the agency for Preston, hoping that we would continue our relationship. After we were reprimanded, we both thought we could make it work if I quit. What went wrong? She shrugged. Nothing really. He kept working hard, and gradually, his visits tapered off. We just grew apart, as trite as that might sound. And you moved on with your life, I see. Yeah, I was burnt out anyway. The agency has a way of doing that to you. Black nodded. I understand how you feel. So, got any idea why Preston would all of a sudden brazenly steal info from the director's computer? I want to know how he got out of there without getting shot, or how he plans on surviving, because he clearly can't return to his position at the agency. We're still investigating that. But what do you know? Anything that could help us figure out what he's up to? She looked down and took a deep breath. He wasn't too talkative last night. I tried to get some things out of him because I thought it was crazy that he just showed up here in the middle of the night. But he said he'd explain everything to me later. Have you ever seen him like this before? What do you mean? I don't know, Black said as he gazed out at the water. Maybe... Have you ever seen him acting crazy like this? I'm assuming this wasn't normal. I don't know what's normal for him now, but he would start talking very dark when we were together. Black furrowed his brow. Is that so? She nodded. Anything in particular trigger that type of behavior? Occasionally he'd get a mission that would send him to the Middle East. I think that's where all his psychological pain stems from. Did he ever talk about what happened? Yeah, sort of. He'd mention it every once in a while. Something to do with what happened in Kabul. Kabul? Black asked. Are you sure that's what he said? Yeah? Why? Well, according to his file, he was never stationed in Kabul. Parsons massaged her temples and looked down. That's strange, but I'd swear that's what he told me. Maybe I got it wrong, I don't know. But I think he said something about a special assignment he was on there that messed him up. Anything else you could tell me that might be helpful? He was always a nice guy. He never hit me or did anything like that. Always respectful of me and my wishes. I can tell you still have some affection for him, Black said. It's hard not to, even though I know we'll never be together. I know you might be tempted to tell him everything, but don't. What do you want me to say? Tell him I'm your jealous ex-boyfriend. He doesn't know me, and that should at least buy us some time in figuring out a way to capture him before he goes all scorched earth on the director, like he promised to do if we went after him."
"And then what?"
she asked. "The sooner we find him, the better. Do you know where his car is?"
"Yeah, it was parked across the street when you got here. He was driving a gray Toyota Camry."
"Must have stolen another one," Black said. "He was driving a blue Corolla away from the city."
"Do you have a tracker?"
Black nodded. "I'll put one in a place he won't check."
"Let's go get the keys."
They went back to her house, and she looked on the hooks by the front door.
"That's odd."
"What is it?"
"My keys are the only ones on here. I know he put them here because I hate having keys left all over the place. It's a pet peeve of mine."
Parsons rushed outside, and he followed. She stopped when she reached the street and let a few choice words fly. "He's gone, isn't he?" Black asked. Parsons nodded. "Call me if he reaches out to you," Black said as he handed her his business card. "But I doubt you'll see him again. However, on the off chance that you do, play up the ex-boyfriend bit about me, and then text me. Try to keep him around as long as possible."
"Where are you going now?"
"Back to Washington," Black said. "Whatever's going on, it's bigger than just Vogel." Black hustled over to his vehicle and got inside. He pushed the starter button, igniting the engine before calling Shields.
"I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever hear from you,"
Shields said. "Things got a little crazy down here," Black said.
"Did you find Vogel?"
"Sort of," Black said. "He was hiding out at Parsons' house."
"Was? Did you lose him?"
"He escaped on a boat. I tried to keep up with him, but he lost me in the backwaters. By the time I got back to Parsons' house, Vogel was gone."
"Are you sure she wasn't helping him?"
Black sighed. "If she was, she's very good, and should still be with the agency instead of running a little surf shop. But she was forthright with me, so I kind of doubt I was getting played."
"What did she tell you?"
Black turned east onto State Highway 12 as he continued. "She said something about him having a traumatic experience while he was in Kabul."
"Kabul? I don't remember seeing any appointments to the station in Kabul."
"That's exactly what I said. But she said maybe she'd made a mistake and remembered it wrong. See if you can do some digging and find out what she was talking about."
"Okay," she said. "I'm on it."
"Excellent. And is there anything else you learned in the meantime?"
"Oh, yes, there is. But I can't talk about it on the phone."
Black chuckled. "Sounds juicy."
"It's not a laughing matter," she said. "Hurry back to Washington tonight and meet me at the office first thing in the morning. You won't believe what I learned."
"Can you give me any idea about how this relates to the case?"
"It doesn't," she said. "It's about President Michaels."
Chapter 14. Washington, D.C. Blunt crammed a bagel into his mouth as he lumbered into the office just before 8 a.m. Despite his incredible network within the intelligence community, he'd struck out on learning anything useful about Preston Vogel. Prominent leaders had either never heard of him or only had glowing reviews tucked away in their files. As a result, Blunt remained both bewildered by Vogel's actions as well as stumped by a lack of helpful information related to his time serving his country. Half the cream cheese-covered bagel was hanging out of Blunt's mouth as he rounded the corner and came face to face with Shields.
"Trading in your signature cigar," she said. "I like it."
"Give me a half hour," Blunt said. "If I don't find out anything else on Vogel, I might even light my cigar while I swill some bourbon."
"Still nothing from your contacts?"
"Nada. Zip. This guy is either the best Boy Scout ever, or a ghost within our own system."
"At least we know where he is," she said.
"Was," Blunt corrected. "We've got to learn more about him before he catches us with our pants down a second time."
"Given his track record, I wouldn't say anyone was caught with their pants down. This is more like a shocking betrayal by a loyal patriot."
Blunt grunted and shrugged. "Potato, potato. Either way, It doesn't reflect well on the agency. And who knows what secrets he intends to expose, or who he plans to blackmail with what he stole off Director Quinn's machine. Got any contacts with promising information today? She asked. I'm hoping General Walker can shed some light on all of this, Blunt said. He seems to have a good grip on some of these CIA programs that have thrived in the shadows. Shields slapped him on the arm. And forged ahead. Be sure to ask Quinn about Vogel and his time in Kabul. Kabul? Yeah, she said as she continued down the hallway. I left a note about it on your desk. Let me know if you learn anything interesting. Blunt finished off his bagel and made a beeline to his office. He flipped the light on and hung his cane on the coat rack in the corner. After he shut the door, he sank into his chair and exhaled. The longer Vogel remained free, the more difficult the team's job became. Blunt read Shields' note about Vogel as relayed to her from Black. Blunt read through a copy of Vogel's personnel folder again. There wasn't any mention of Vogel ever being stationed in Kabul. Blunt underlined that portion of the message and dialed Director Quinn's number. Good morning, Blunt said. I'm glad it's good for someone, Quinn said. That bad, huh? I'm still pissed about what Vogel did, J.D. Wouldn't you be? Oh, believe me, I still am. I want to see that traitor locked up as much or more as you do, which is why I'm calling today. Did you catch him? Blunt grunted. Almost. One of our agents went to Cape Hatteras on a hunch where Vogel's ex lived. Our guy lost him in the backwaters before Vogel bolted for the mainland. But we're going to find him. I want the first crack at that bastard. I'm sure you'll get your chance, Blunt said. But before that happens, I have a question for you regarding our favorite fugitive. Fire away. Blunt glanced at the note from Shields before continuing. Did Vogel ever serve in Kabul? Kabul? Not that I'm aware of. And I've just about got his entire history memorized after his stunt in my office. Why would you ask that? According to his ex, he has experienced a lot of trauma from a secret program he was a part of in Kabul. If he was, there's no official record of him participating in anything in Kabul, much less going there. Blunt sighed. I guess he could be lying to his girlfriend, but that still seems like an odd story to conjure up. We're dealing with a psychopath here. I'm not sure we can expect him to do anything normal. He had the guts to walk into my office and hold me at gunpoint to get what he wanted. I wouldn't put anything past a guy like that. All our agents are trained in the art of deceptive communication. Blunt scowled as he scribbled down a few notes. So, he was never in Kabul? Not according to any official documents here at the agency. Do you think he's capable of pulling something off like this? Not without some help, Quinn said. And based on everything I've read about the guy, he's a loner without any strong ties to other agents currently employed by the CIA. Miriam Parsons was his only well-known connection. Beyond her, he wasn't close with anyone. But if he wasn't in Kabul, he has to be working with someone. It certainly does appear that way, Quinn said. Just keep digging, JD. I'm sure you're going to find out something sooner rather than later. I hope so, for both your sake and the agency's. Roger that, Quinn said. Keep me abreast of any new developments. Of course, Blunt said, before hanging up. He wanted to throw something through the window to let off his frustration. Before he could even slam his fist on his desk, his phone buzzed. His secretary was on the other end. Sir, I have a General Harold Walker here to see you, she said. Send him up, Blunt said. I'll meet him at the top of the stairs. Blunt shuffled down the corridor toward the stairwell and greeted Walker. Long time no see. It's been a few weeks, Walker said, offering his hand. The two men shook before continuing down the hallway. What brings you down here, General? Blunt asked as he led Walker into the conference room. You called me yesterday inquiring about Preston Vogel. Yes, Blunt said. And? I have something for you, but it's something the whole team working on this needs to hear. Blunt held up his finger. Hang on a second. He picked up the conference room phone and buzzed Shields. Has Black shown up yet? He just dragged himself in here 5 minutes ago. Good. Both of you meet me in the conference room immediately. I've got someone who wants to speak with the team. He gestured toward the chair at the head of the table. JD, we've got a mess on our hands, Walker said. And I don't know that anyone else is capable of cleaning this up other than Firestorm. Shields and Black both entered the office, cradling coffee mugs, and then took a seat. Welcome back, Blunt said to Black. I heard you had quite an adventure. Just another day on the job, Black said. What's this all about? Blunt nodded toward Walker. You remember General Walker, don't you? Yeah, Black said. Didn't you want to tell me the truth about my father's death? Walker nodded. Yes, and you told me you wanted to take a rain check. Consider this your rain check. Black shifted in his seat as he looked at Blunt. Is this really necessary right now? We're in the middle of a pressing investigation. It's related to your investigation, Walker said. At least, I have a strong hunch that it is. Please, go on, Blunt said. Walker leaned forward in his chair. When I heard about all the agents who'd been murdered, I knew they all had ties to Wilson Wellington during his time in Afghanistan. That was during the same time your father was serving there. So I'm going to tell you what really happened. And I'll start by saying that your father never learned about Wellington having an affair, because he never had one. Black furrowed his brow and cocked his head to one side. I'm sorry, I don't think I understand. The story about Wellington having an affair was a cover, one concocted by the Pentagon to obscure the truth about what was really going on over there. Then what was going on in Afghanistan? Black asked. Wellington was trying to figure out a way to get better intel from the Taliban, Walker said. So he worked with the CIA to develop a drug ring with the Taliban. As a result, we were able to penetrate deep into the organization, which helped us fight them. There was only one problem. Not everyone knew about it. My father was one of them, wasn't he? Black asked. Walker nodded. Your father saw one of the agents selling drugs to a kid outside the camp one day. The next day, he saw that same kid lying dead along the side of the road. Your father put things together and confronted Wellington, who tried to explain what was going on. But your father insisted that selling drugs to kids wasn't necessary to accomplish the overall mission. And he was right, Black said. Of course he was, Walker said. But in the course of war, everyone doesn't always think clearly, nor ponder the implications of their actions. And ultimately, Wellington's intel was some of the best we were able to get. However, Your father threatened to go to the press if Wellington didn't stop. Black shook his head. And Wellington didn't stop. No, he didn't. And your father saw another agent selling drugs to a teenager and snapped a photo. Wellington decided to make sure the truth never reached the light of day by sending your father on his fatal mission, tipping off the Taliban about it. Black narrowed his eyes. And this man was allowed to continue. Not only continue, Walker said, but his program was so successful that the CIA asked him to help develop a program called MH Electus, which I understand you're all familiar with. Some of the people he utilized to develop a drug ring were those who trained the sleeper agents. And all these operatives showing up dead are all connected to Wellington's program? Shields asked. Walker nodded. This isn't really a new revelation for us, Blunt said. We just haven't been able to find a viable connection between Vogel and Wellington. Shields held up her index finger. Not through official CIA records. But we might have something else to link them together. What's that? Walker asked. Agent Black spoke yesterday with Vogel's former girlfriend, who said he'd claimed to have some issues stemming from his time in Kabul. Now, we weren't able to find anything in his personnel record placing him in Kabul at the same time as Wellington. But if he was there secretly, that could explain the link. Walker stroked his chin and pursed his lips. There was a rumor that Wellington was conducting another secret program. If that was the case, any participation would also be withheld from personnel files. So it's possible that Vogel was in Kabul with Wellington, Shields said. If those rumors are true? Yes, Walker said. But I can't confirm that. Know anyone who could? Black asked. Lewis Dalton, Walker said. He was the station chief in Kabul at the time, and would have been privy to any such operations, secret or otherwise. But good luck reaching him. Why's that? Black asked. He doesn't really want to be bothered by anyone ever again, Walker said. He doesn't have a phone, and there's no way to contact him. Where does he live? Shields asked. On a remote island off the coast of Alaska called Otka Island. Shields sighed. And you're sure there's no other way to reach him? Walker shook his head. Not in a timely manner. The mail only goes there once a week. Blunt glanced at Black. Looks like you've got another long trip ahead of you. Black returned to his office and shut the door. He collapsed into his chair and sighed. Knowing the truth about why his father was sent into harm's way didn't give him any greater sense of closure. A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. Come in, Black said. Shields poked her head inside. You all right? Compared to what? Getting run over by a tank? Sure. She eased into the seat across from his desk. You know what I mean. Black rubbed his forehead. I don't know what to think anymore, much less feel. I already knew that Wellington was responsible for my father's demise. But he's dead, so there's no way I can really exact satisfaction out of getting justice from Wellington. That coward shot himself to avoid dealing with the consequences. To me, it makes your father seem even more noble. And look what it got him, Black said. Admiration? Respect? A son carrying on in his footsteps? Maybe. I guess I'm just left to wonder if it's worth it to hold those ideals so high that it cost you your life. I mean, he didn't actually stop those kids from getting drugs. But he tried. And that is what's important here. You're still trying. Better than sticking your head in the sand and acting like nothing's happening. Yeah, but... But what? She said. Black sighed and shook his head. I miss him. I miss talking on the phone with him about inane things like athlete celebrations after scoring, or whether or not a new potato chip flavor was delicious. But I also miss the deep conversations, the ones where he encouraged me to be a better man, or pointed out when he saw me maturing in some area of my life. But I'll never get to have those conversations with him again. Perhaps he could have been around longer for you and your mother, but he left you something very important, a legacy of integrity. It's why you do what you do, to make sure that the evil people in this world who prey upon the innocent get the justice they deserve. Never forget that." Black nodded, his gaze falling to the floor. "I know you're right, but that doesn't make it any easier. There's still an ache that eats at me during those quiet times, those moments when I'd just pick up the phone and call him to see how he was doing. They're gone forever." "Your father was a good man," she said. "Keep making him proud by the way you live your life and do your job." He sighed. "Thanks for listening and trying to cheer me up. I'm not sure that's possible right now." "Anytime," she said. "I know how painful it is to lose someone close to you, but we have to keep going, even as we grieve and mourn." Black looked up at her and forced a smile. "Thanks. Now I have to keep going. This time to Alaska." "Good luck," she said, before exiting his office. Black clasped his fingers behind his head and leaned back in his chair. Walker's revelation had ripped a scab off a wound Black thought was put to rest. It wasn't. But if Wellington, even from beyond the grave, had anything to do with what was happening in the intelligence community, Black determined to do whatever he could to stop it. Chapter 15. During the long plane ride to Alaska, Black read more personnel files on Preston Vogel that Shields found tucked away in other research records. Perusing all the stories helped Black focus on the task at hand, instead of spiraling into depression by thinking about his late father. And there were several anecdotes that made Black realize just what kind of person he was trying to apprehend. According to one report, Vogel was asked to conduct surveillance on a suspected terrorist cell in Iraq. After a week, Vogel grew restless as he watched the leader amass weapons as well as coerce young children into his ranks. Instead of waiting on a precise strike or a long-range sniper to arrive to take care of the matter, Vogel sauntered into the village and gutted the leader in front of everyone. The people broke into a celebration and burned the body within minutes of confirming the leader was dead. Then Vogel walked out, just like he'd gone in, unconcerned with any fallout. The colleague who provided the eyewitness account said Vogel acted as if he had a death wish. That wasn't the only story like that either. Vogel had once pulled a girl out of a burning vehicle amidst heavy gunfire when one of the trucks ahead of him in a convoy hit a roadside IED. The truck smashed into another parked car along the street and burst into flames. Vogel noticed the girl inside and darted over to help her. He suffered a bullet in his right bicep, but explained that he was just acting on instinct and adrenaline. A footnote to the story mentioned that even after he'd been hit, he still managed to kill 2 terrorists perched on the building across the street. This isn't going to be easy. But catching him might prove to be easier than getting information out of Lewis Dalton, who was the CIA station chief in Kabul during the time when Wellington was stationed in Afghanistan. Dalton hadn't spoken to anyone in Washington in 5 years, and didn't intend to either, not since the last visit from somebody at the agency. Apparently, Dalton fired on the previous agent who visited the remote island. After touching down in Atka, Black flung his bag over his shoulder and walked a quarter of a mile to the island's lone post office. He'd arranged to meet a Mrs. Gertie Mervyn, who was going to help him with transportation to Dalton's place. When he entered the small postal facility, a woman behind the counter was sorting a bag of mail and didn't even look up when Black entered. "It's not ready yet," she said, not even removing the cigarette from her lips. "Give me another half hour." "I'm sorry," Black said. She glanced up at him. "Oh, it's the guy who just flew in. I'm Gertie. Sorry about that. Mr. Knox always shows up at 10 o'clock the day each week that mail arrives, when I've told him at least 500 times that the mail won't be ready until 10:30. That's why I call him Mr. Obnoxious when he's not around." "Well, I'm sorry to interrupt your work, Gertie." "Are you kidding me? I get paid to run this place, and it's about as boring as prison. And trust me, I know." You were in prison? Black asked.
Caught a man trying to steal one of my cows one night. I may or may not have run him over on purpose. I pled guilty to vehicle manslaughter and spent 3 months in jail. When I got out, all my cows were still there. Haven't had any problems since.
Well, I'm not here for your cows, Gertie.
I know, she said,
waving dismissively.
Or my lame-ass stories. You're here for a vehicle to reach that hermit on the other side of the island, Mr. Dalton.
That's correct, Black said. She tossed him a pair of keys.
I'd let you take my firstborn, if it meant not ever having to drive out to his place again.
Not a fun trip to make? Gertie took a long drag off her cigarette.
It'll take you at least a half hour or more to get up that steep, craggy hill. It's way worse in the dead of winter. That's when I usually make him come in to get his mail.
Anything I need to know about Mr. Dalton?
I was going to ask you the same thing, Gertie said. Nobody knows anything about him. But I suppose that's why he chose to build a house out in the middle of nowhere. We Atkins love our privacy from the rest of the world, but we also know everybody else's business on the island, and we get real suspicious when people won't at least tell you something about their life.
I'm about as clueless as you are, Black said. But supposedly, he's an expert on an issue we're dealing with at my office.
Oh?
Gertie asked, her eyes lighting up.
What kind of work was he in?
Finance, Black said. Boring stuff.
You could have just called, she said.
I was told he didn't have a phone. She laughed, which quickly devolved into a hacking cough.
You mainlanders are all so gullible.
She gave Black directions to Dalton's place, finishing with the surefire phrase,
You can't miss it.
Black knew that wasn't always the case, and was concerned he might not ever return to civilization. He jumped into Gertie's half-rusted Chevy S10 and fired up the engine. Black ascended a narrow pass toward a ridge with a modest house on top of it. In the field below sat a crashed B-24 bomber that had been decaying there since World War II. In the distance, the waves peacefully lapped the shore as fog rolled in. Black could see the appeal of living in the Aleutian Islands, far away from the rest of civilization. Maybe that's where he'd end one day, but not any time soon. He needed action, and plenty of it. When he rolled up to Dalton's property line, a padlocked fence prevented Black from traveling any farther. He grabbed a handful of envelopes and packages Gertie had given him and hopped over the fence. Before he'd taken 5 steps, he heard the cocking of a handgun. "Don't move another muscle," the man said. Black looked up and locked eyes with Dalton. "I'm sorry, sir. I would have called ahead, but according to the agency, you don't have a phone." Dalton cursed and spat before wiping his lips with the back of his hand. "I told them never to come out here again the last time some dimwit showed up on my property, wanting to ask me a few questions. You can drop the mail where you stand and turn around and leave." Black sighed and shook his head. "Sir, I came all this way, and I really need your help." "Why should I help you? I left the agency years ago for a good reason. I don't want to get involved anymore." "But sir, this is important. Lives are at stake." Dalton huffed and waved off Black. "Lives are always at stake, son. It's how they convince you that what you're doing is important." Black persisted. "Well, my father lost his life because of some things related to what's happening here, and I'd like to get some answers." "I'm sorry to hear that. None of us are immune to tragedy, but I still can't help you." "Would you change your mind if I told you that my father was Captain Victor Black?" Dalton dropped his weapon and nodded. "Come inside. I'll put on a pot of coffee." Black sat down at Dalton's kitchen table and produced the personnel file on Preston Vogel. "I do apologize for the intrusion, sir," Black said. "I would never—" "That's not necessary," Dalton said. "Your father was a fine man, and I hated what happened to him." "Did you know Wilson Wellington was behind it?" Dalton nodded. Years later, I learned the truth. At least, the version I was told. Wellington was in a position of authority at that point, a relative tyrant. He had so many allies that he was nearly untouchable. Well, he's gone now. I read about that in a news article online a few months ago, Dalton said. Did you have anything to do with that? Black shrugged. Maybe in a roundabout way. I certainly didn't make him pull the trigger. That bastard always was a chicken shit. He bulldozed his way into power and threatened anyone who dared stand against him. Which, no doubt, that's what your father was doing. Well, it was more than that, Black said. Dalton placed a mug in front of Black. Really? Black proceeded to give Dalton the updated story. By the time Black finished, the coffee maker was gurgling out its last few drops into the pot. Dalton poured himself a cup, and then served Black. That's a hell of a story, Dalton said. And sadly, I wouldn't question a word of it. So is that why you're here? To learn more about your father? Black shook his head and tapped Vogel's personnel file. I want to learn about this guy. Dalton removed his reading glasses from the top of his head and peered at the folder. Preston Vogel. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a while. But you have heard of him. Oh yeah, this guy was a piece of work. And to be honest, I still don't know what he did exactly while he was in Kabul. Black stroked his chin and eyed Dalton. That's interesting, because he's listed as being at another station in the Middle East during that time. Are you sure it was him? Absolutely, Dalton said. The guy was like a ghost. I'd see him around the embassy for a day, and then I wouldn't see him again for 3 months. It's like our office was a wayward stop for him as he explored the entire country of Afghanistan. Do you have any idea what he did? All I know is that he ran some secret missions based out of our office. Black nodded. Who was handling him? Dalton shrugged. Maybe Wellington. I don't know. I just know that he was there infrequently and wasn't my responsibility, so I didn't pay much attention to him. Was it common for you to not know who was stalking the embassy halls? Black asked. We had so much going on back then that I didn't have time to micromanage. All I know is that he was an agent. He worked a lot with a guy named Frank Horner. The two of them seemed to appear all around the same time. There may have been a third guy, but I don't remember. It's been years, and my memory isn't as sharp as it used to be. Remember anything else about these two guys? Not much. When they did come back, they'd often be bruised and scratched. I never asked questions. We were just trained to accept how they were and proceed like everything was normal. Anything else useful you remember about Vogel? Not off the top of my head. Did he have many interactions with Wellington? Dalton shrugged. I saw them together a few times and wondered what they were working on, but nothing I could verify for you. However, if I think of something, I'll call you. Black shook his head. I wish I'd known this before. Could have saved me a trip. Dalton chuckled. Think I would have answered your call? Think I don't know how to keep my number from ever seeing the light of day in an agency file? Black smiled before pausing. Oh, I almost forgot to give you your mail. Dalton thanked Black for the delivery. Anything else you want to know? What about my father? Black asked. What kind of man was he? He was the best, Dalton said. In my few conversations with him, he was always kind and considerate. And he loved his country and his job. He'd fly any mission, from what I understand. It's really too bad that he's gone. The world could use more Victor Blacks. I agree. Black stood, and then headed toward the door. Don't forget to call me if you think of something. Of course, Dalton said, following Black. He made the short walk to the edge of Dalton's property before hopping the fence. Black drove back toward the airfield, lost in thought over his conversation with Dalton. Wellington was involved somehow, yet Black had yet to connect the dots. He needed to do that quickly, before it was too late to figure out just what Vogel was up to. After Black returned Gertie's truck, he trudged to the airfield and waited for the pilot to get everything ready for the return flight. That's when he decided to call Shields. "What did you find out?" she asked after exchanging pleasantries. "More questions than answers," he said. "Figures. But I did learn one interesting thing." "And what was that?" she asked. "There was an agent that worked with Vogel and Cobble during the same time. According to Dalton, he had a similar pattern of infrequent visits to the office, as well as disappearing for vast amounts of time, resurfacing only when necessary." "Did this guy have a name?" "Yeah," Black said. "His name was Frank Horner." Black listened as Shields typed furiously on the computer. "Well, this just got interesting," she said. "What is it?" Black asked. "Frank Horner retired earlier this year from the agency," she said. "So?" Black said. "That doesn't mean anything." Black heard her typing away for a moment, before she sighed. "What is it?" "You're not going to like this," she said. "Horner was murdered 3 months ago." Chapter 16. Washington, D.C. President Michaels clutched his wife's hand as they navigated through the crowd of people gathered outside Bobby Van's restaurant for a big campaign fundraiser. The upscale dining facility handled some of the biggest events in town for all the VIPs. And while Michaels was undoubtedly the reason for the gathering that cost a hefty sum for each plate, Bobby Van's steaks were equally alluring. Michaels flashed his trademark smile and waved as people called out his name and tried to snap pictures of Michaels with his wife Bethany. She looked up at him and smiled. "There are still a few people in this town who like you," she whispered to him. "I don't care if everybody in Washington hates me, as long as you still love me," he said. She cast a sideways glance toward him, a faint grin leaking around the corners of her mouth. "The election is still months away." He chuckled and charged into the group of well-wishers with her. After a half hour of shaking hands and posing for pictures with prospective donors, everyone sat down to enjoy their food. The president's chief of staff, Ryan Mason, sat on Michaels's left, while Bethany occupied the seat to his right. "There's a lot of energy here tonight," Mason said. "Can't you feel it?" Michaels nodded as he consumed another piece of delectable meat. Bethany leaned forward and looked at Mason. "I was just telling Conrad that not everyone hates him, despite what the media says." "The media hates everyone," Mason said. "I think they hate themselves the most. They'd find something wrong with Jesus Christ if he were walking the earth today." Michaels dabbed the corner of his mouth with his napkin. "Thankfully, I wasn't under any illusions that becoming president would mean I'd become more popular. Quite the contrary, actually. If this was a popularity contest, someone like Oprah could waltz onto the ballot every year and coast away with a victory. I'm here because I feel like I'm supposed to be here, and I want to help this country reach its full potential. And in order to do that, we need money, and lots of it," Mason said. "So hurry up and finish your meal, so we can get these people opening up their checkbooks." Michaels nodded. He hated the economics of politics in America. It was one thing he wanted to change when he won his first term. But the method of funding campaigns had become too entrenched in Washington. He figured it had taken an unprecedented act from Congress to make that change happen, and that meant the status quo wasn't going anywhere. Michaels finished his meal and was introduced by Amy Waverly, a self-made billionaire in the tech industry who volunteered to host the event. She was known to be completely apolitical, which was why her offer to host a fundraising dinner surprised the campaign. Everyone give it up for the President of the United States of America, Conrad Michaels, she said, her voice echoing through the sound system. Michaels strode to the lectern, gesturing for his supporters to calm down. But that only fired them as they continued to clap and shout for him. After about a minute, everyone settled down and took their seats again. Michaels pulled out his notes and began his speech. When he finished, Mason ushered the president into a special VIP lounge, where he met individually with a few people. The special meet and greet lasted a half hour before he was told to wrap it up. The Secret Service was escorting Michaels to his limo when a young woman stopped him in the hallway. "Please, Mr. President, can I have a moment of your time?" she asked. "It won't take long. Thad Huxton asked me to give something to you." Michaels gestured for the security members to back away. They fanned out against the wall as he turned his full attention to the woman, who was wearing a short, skin-tight dress. "Did you say Thad Huxton?" Michaels asked. "Yes, he wanted to be here tonight, but fell ill." Michaels had wanted to connect with Huxton for 3 years or so now. His new invention that turned saltwater into freshwater was saving cities along coastlines that had been ravaged by droughts. Since going public, Huxton Industries had become one of the hottest stocks on the market. An entire ethos of fans had cropped up, hanging on Huxton's every word. Every social media post garnered millions of likes and comments, and oftentimes drove the cable news cycle with pundits dissecting his latest public message. "Huxton was supposed to be here?" Michaels asked. "He told me to give you his apologies," she said. "He was really looking forward to meeting you." "The feeling is mutual," Michaels said. "I've wanted to ask him to join my entrepreneurial task force for a few months now, but have to wait until next term to issue new invites." She smiled and nodded. "I'll be sure to tell him. In the meantime, he wanted me to give this to you." The woman handed him a large envelope. "What's this?" he asked. "Just look at it when you get a chance. There are some instructions inside on what to do once you've read through the material." "Of course," he said. "Give Mr. Huxton my best. Have a good evening, Mr. President." Michaels watched the woman walk away before Bethany strode up to him and punched him in the arm. "Put your tongue back in your mouth." "She had something to give me," he said. Bethany leaned in close and spoke in a whisper. "I won't be nearly as forgiving as some first ladies have been." Michaels huffed. "It's not like that." "It better not be. Now, let's get moving." They wove through the sea of adoring supporters and only stopped upon reaching the curb where the president's limo was waiting. Michaels turned to wave at the crowd one final time before ducking inside the vehicle. "Well, that was fun," Bethany said as she patted him on the knee. "I just love Bobby Vans. Going there makes me feel normal again." "You and me both," he said. "Those steaks are just in another class." She eyed his envelope. "What's that?" "It's something from Thad Huxton." "The Thad Huxton?" she asked. Michaels nodded. "He's the only one I've ever heard of. That woman said she was delivering something for him." "Well, open it up. What do you think it is?" "Probably just a check and some favor he's hoping to curry with me." Bethany clapped, her gaze locked on the envelope. "Whatever. Let's see it." Michaels broke the seal and reached inside. Instead of a check, he found some pictures. Instinctively, he shielded them from Bethany and then shoved them back into the envelope. "Well?" she asked. "It's nothing. Just some political favors. Sorry to disappoint you." "Whatever," she said. "If you won't tell me, I'll just have to look for myself." He clutched the envelope as she dove for it, yanking it just out of her grasp. "It's not a big deal, Bethany." "Then why won't you let me see it?" "Because some things aren't meant for your eyes. It's nothing for you to worry about." "I worry more about your tyrannical rule over me." Michaels sighed. "For goodness sake, Bethany, I'm not a tyrant. There are just some things you can't see. We've talked about this already." "That doesn't make it any easier to take," she said as tears streamed down her face. You don't treat me like I'm your loving partner anymore. Look, if you must know, it's a gory picture of a dead agent, he said. I didn't want to upset you by seeing something like this. And right after we ate, too. Bethany sighed and turned to look out of her window. Michaels needed to get another glimpse at the contents. While he wasn't entirely sure of what he saw, if what he thought was in the envelope was in there, he wasn't sure he'd even make it to the election in November. With Bethany gazing at the streetscape whizzing past, he eased the documents out of the envelope again. It was exactly what he thought it was. Michaels looked on the back page and read the note. Do I have your attention now? It read, accompanied by a phone number. Call me from your private line when you're ready to talk. Michaels knew this day would eventually come. He just didn't anticipate it being so soon. With a looming election, Michaels wasn't sure he could stomach what would happen if he didn't kowtow to the demands that would soon be made of him. But he didn't have a choice, since he was at the mercy of the person behind the special envelope. Michaels was sure it wasn't really Thad Huxton. But who, then? Think, Conrad. Think. Based on what he saw in the pictures, any plan that could stop the release of that photo needed to happen within hours rather than days. Chapter 17. Upon Black's return to Washington, Blunt gathered the Firestorm team together to develop a plan for apprehending Preston Vogel. 4 days had passed since Black saw him on Cape Hatteras, but since then, Vogel had all but vanished, and Blunt was growing impatient. Welcome back, Blunt said as he nodded at Black, who was nursing a cup of coffee. Ready to move to Alaska? If you like being alone, there's not a better place to live. Blunt chuckled. Is that all you have to say about it? Beautiful country, Black said. Maybe I'll have more insightful commentary once I wake up. That is a long trip, Blunt said before he turned toward Shields. Any word from Miriam Parsons? Shields shook her head. And from all the monitoring we're doing on traffic cams and every other CCTV feed we can utilize, Vogel's become a ghost. Blunt fished a new cigar out of his pocket and snipped off the end. The longer this goes on, the more I fear we may not find Vogel until it's too late. It'd be really nice if we could utilize the FBI to conduct a manhunt, Shields said. Of course, but we've been asked to keep this search quiet for Quinn's sake, not to mention the rest of the agencies. If we knew what he took and why, Black said, letting his words hang. Blunt nodded. For now, I'm willing to respect the agency's wishes, but if Vogel's threat grows, I'm open to revisiting that. But let's just see if we can figure out a way around having to make that choice. What do you say? Shields nodded. So, I did a little digging on the man Lewis Dalton suggested we look into, an agent named Frank Horner. Anything interesting, aside from him being dead? Black asked. She pushed copies of a document across the table toward Blunt and Black. I got his personnel files and did a little digging. By all accounts, he was a model agent, much like Vogel. He spent time in the Middle East, but was never in Kabul, at least officially. Black stroked his chin as he stared at the page. Dalton said Vogel and Horner worked together in Kabul. Well, apparently it wasn't the kind of project that was logged with the CIA. Then what were they doing there? Blunt asked. Shields held up her index finger. That's the million-dollar question, sir. There's got to be some link to Wellington, Black said. If the CIA had him working on some secret project, and these guys were all in Kabul during that same time, wouldn't it stand to reason they were all working together? Blunt shrugged. Maybe. Or it could just be coincidence. At this point, there's only one person who can tell us what's going on. One person that we know of, Shields said. Vogel allegedly had ties to Horner and was in Kabul while Wellington was there. But there could be someone else, or maybe a handful of others, who could explain what might be going on. At this point, that's just a theory, Blunt said. gnawing on his cigar. "We have to deal with the facts we have. And currently, Vogel is it. Meanwhile, we can't find the bastard, and he hasn't given us even the slightest clue about what his endgame is." "I'll expand my search on facial recognition," Shields said, "until he makes a mistake and shows up somewhere else. I'm afraid we're just looking for a needle in a haystack." Blunt slapped the table with his hand. "Damn it! We need to catch a break." "You know that's not how this works," Black said. Blunt nodded before he buried his head in his hands. "Just keep looking." Black and Shields exited the conference room, leaving Blunt alone. He paced around the table and attempted to piece together more of the information they had. But there wasn't anything he saw as actionable. The team was already doing everything it could to track down Vogel and bring him in. However, Blunt knew that the longer this hunt went on, the less their odds were of catching the man. Blunt's phone vibrated on the table. He picked it up and glanced at the screen. Great. The president. "Hello, Mr. President," Blunt said. "How are you today?" "The truth? Why not?" Michaels grunted. "I want to punch someone in the face." "That good, huh? Look, this isn't a laughing matter. We need to talk. How quickly can you meet with me?" Chapter 18. President Michaels ducked into the hidden passageway that took him to his secret underground meeting room beneath the White House. As he squeezed through the tight corridors, he couldn't help but think about the moment that placed him in his current predicament. When he closed his eyes, he could still see the man running with a knife in his hand, blood dripping from the tip of the blade. The scene, seared into Michaels's memory, felt like yesterday, but it had been years. Yet he couldn't shake what happened next. It's not what he'd wanted to do, but he felt like he had no choice. Michaels returned to reality as he stepped into the meeting room, where he found J.D. Blunt waiting on a small couch against the wall. Blunt stood to shake Michaels's hand before the president gestured for his guest to have a seat. "Thanks for coming on such a short notice," Michaels said. "You know I wouldn't drag you down here like this unless it was important." Blunt nodded. "Of course. So, how can I be of assistance to you?" Michaels tossed the folder he'd been handed at the fundraiser onto the table. "Everything you need to know is contained in those documents." Blunt scowled. "I'm afraid I don't understand, sir." "I got that while I was at a campaign event at Bobby Van's last night. Just open it up and take a peek." Blunt scanned through the pages, his eyes widening every few seconds. It's just how Michaels felt when he read all the way through it the first time without Bethany looking over his shoulder. She surely had her own secrets, but none like this. When Blunt finished, he took off his glasses and looked up at Michaels. "Is this true?" Michaels nodded. "Every last word of it." "So, just to be clear, these aren't unfounded accusations? Someone could prove that you did this?" "You saw the pictures, J.D. It's plain as day. Cameras don't lie." Blunt sighed, and then bit down on the temple tip of his spectacles. "What are you going to do about this? This is blackmail." "Sure it is. But the last thing I want before an election is something like this hanging over my head." "You're in a catch-22, Blunt said. "If you give in, you may stave off any public humiliation now. But who's to say this person won't release the information anyway at a later time, for a big October surprise?" "That's why I'm turning to you for help," Michael said. "I want your team to handle this discreetly for me. There's no way I want this on any public record ever." "We're stretched a bit thin at this point, sir." "I don't care. I need you to do something about this immediately. This should usurp anything that you're working on." "With all due respect, sir, you don't understand," Blunt said. "There's a rogue agent on the loose who has a wealth of information that could collapse the intelligence community both here and abroad. If we don't catch him, if this is exposed, what will it matter? People will lose all confidence in the federal government." The American people are a forgiving bunch, Blunt said. If you apologize, I'll be canceled, done for, vanquished. The American people will turn on me like a school of piranhas in a feeding frenzy. The optics are bad. What really happened that night? It wasn't like what's portrayed in this file, but that won't matter when the images are flashed on television screens across the country. Blunt sighed. Fine, I'll help you. What do you want me to do? I'm going to acquiesce to the demands, whoever they are. They asked for you to release an inmate in a supermax prison in Colorado, Blunt said. And you're going to do it? Complying will buy me some time, Michael said. That's where I need your help. What do you have in mind, exactly? I want your team to track this prisoner. Whoever Tony Ackworth is, and whatever he did, Firestorm needs to know about it. Work up an extensive profile on him. You have to figure out why someone would want to release Ackworth. What did he do? What are his special skills? I highly doubt this is some altruistic endeavor just to get Ackworth out of custody. I agree. This can't be a ploy simply to spring him from Supermax. I'll allocate 2 agents to watch Ackworth. Where do you expect him to go? Back home, of course. And where's that? A little town in Pennsylvania called Bedford Springs. Chapter 19. Bedford Springs, Pennsylvania. 2 days later, Black and Shields pulled into Bedford Springs, ready to begin surveillance on Ackworth. The convicted murderer was set to arrive home that evening, but the 2 agents wanted to talk with some of the people in town about him first. And while the assignment initially started out as a favor to President Michaels, a closer look at Ackworth's past revealed a startling discovery. He worked for the CIA and was stationed in Kabul at the same time Wellington was there. While the Firestorm team didn't have solid proof that Ackworth was tied to Preston Vogel, Black found it difficult to believe that this was a mere coincidence. Shields and Blunt both agreed, and sought evidence to verify the link. Black came to a stop just outside the Ackworth family business, a welding shop on the outskirts of town. He scanned the area for a moment. Just look at this, he said. How does a guy go from welding in a place like this to working for the CIA virtually overnight? It just doesn't make any sense. Let's go get some answers, Shields said. They got out of their car and entered a cramped office at the front of the building. A bespectacled woman seated at a desk didn't look up at them as they entered. Be with you in a minute, she said, her gaze fixated on her computer monitor. Black looked around the room, which was cluttered with paperwork on the counter and the woman's desk behind it. The 2 blue chairs that served as the waiting room had exposed padding through several slits in the vinyl. Beneath his feet on the concrete floor, Black felt a layer of grime. He decided to remain standing until the woman addressed them. One glance at Shields' face let Black know that she was feeling the same way about the dingy office. The woman pounded away on her keyboard for a few more moments before standing up. Now, what can I help you folks with today? She asked as she pushed her glasses up on her nose. We were wondering if we could speak with John Ackworth, Black asked. Is this a sales visit? Because he doesn't take those. No, we wanted to speak with him about Tony, Shields said. The woman cocked her head. Tony? How do you know about my brother? Where are you from? We're from the Federal Bureau of Prisons Resettlement Team, she said. We want to ensure that Tony will land in a good situation, with the opportunity to succeed and carry on his rehabilitation. The woman smiled. Well, I'm Kay Ackworth, and I can reassure you that Tony is in good hands. We're a close-knit family, and we'll make sure he stays on the straight and narrow, if you know what I mean. Shields offered her hand. Megan Turnbull, and this is my colleague, Brad Coleman. We appreciate you taking some time to chat with us. Let me go get my dad, Kay said. I'm sure he'll have something to say. He always does. She returned shortly with John in tow. As he lumbered into the room, with a welder's helmet tucked under one arm, He removed his gloves. Mr. Ackworth, I'm Megan Turnbull, and this is Brad. We're with the Federal Bureau of Prisons and wanted to check in with you ahead of Tony's release today. John grunted and nodded. You need me to sign something? No, Shields said. We just want to make sure you can provide Tony with the home he needs to be successful as he reintegrates into everyday life and society. He should have never been pulled out of society, because he never did anything wrong, John said. With all due respect, Black said, that's not what the courts ruled. John huffed. Tony was set up from the start. That senator just wanted someone to blame so he could direct all his anger at them. But Tony wouldn't hurt anyone. If anything, he was rushing into danger to save his friends. That's something he did regularly? Black asked. Kay perked up. He once yanked a man twice his size out of Red Oak Lake and resuscitated the guy on the shore. Yeah, John said. That's just how Tony is. I begged him to play football, but he wouldn't because it was too violent. I just can't stress enough to you how bogus that conviction was. Fortunately for you and your son, he's been given a reprieve, Shields said. It should have never come to this, John said. They never even found that young woman's body. For all we know, she's still alive somewhere. Black nodded, trying to be as empathetic as possible. If that's the case, I'm glad he's getting a fresh start before his entire term was served. He would have died in prison, John said. He just wanted to live his life. But some fast-talking senator with a team of lawyers and endless resources threw a wrench in Tony's plan. He paid a steep price, but I have no doubt he'll come back stronger than ever. He's been through a lot, you know. Shields glanced at her notes. As Tony is readjusting to normal life again outside of Supermax, is there anything that you foresee being an obstacle for him becoming a productive member of society again? John shook his head. He's ready to start his job tomorrow when he gets back. That's quick, Black said. We usually recommend at least a month or so to get acclimated with societal and technological changes before jumping back into the workforce. Well, that's the kind of guy Tony is. He's not one to sit on his hands and try to figure it out from afar. He's going to stick his nose and his hands in the middle of everything and try to see what's going on. He prefers to get the knack of things by experiencing them, rather than studying them first. What about his time in the CIA? Black asked. What about it? John fired back. Do you feel like that poses any problem for him to adjust to life today? Black asked, pressing the question again. He was welding pipes at embassies overseas, John said. I hardly see the relevance here. Okay, Shields said. If there is anything you think might cause concern, please let us know. We're here to help. John took the card and shook his head. Sure you are. You're both probably too young to remember when President Reagan said, the most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. Shields shrugged. We're just doing our job, which is supporting former inmates when they return to society. We want Tony to become a productive citizen as soon as possible. And if there's anything we can do to make that happen, please contact us. Thank you for stopping by, John said. I'm sure we can handle it from here. Black and Shields thanked the Ackworths for their time, and then headed back to the car. What did you think of that? Shields asked. Sounds like they pinned a murder on the wrong guy, Black said. Every family says that, Shields said. Have you ever seen the interview of neighbors after they catch a serial killer? They always say that he seemed normal, and are always shocked. A neighbor is different than family. True, but do you think they're going to launch into a diatribe about how Tony probably did it anyway, and is an all-around rotten dude? No, they're not. All they're going to tell you is how innocent he is, and how the justice system failed them. Black pulled onto the main road, heading toward the Ackworths' home a few miles away. This is going to be a waste of our time. Shields didn't say anything as they rode along. After a few minutes, her silence was bothering Black. What is it? He asked. What's what? You went all quiet on me, and that's not like you. There's something not right about all this, she said, her gaze affixed out the passenger side window. Such as? She sighed. I'm just not buying the poor little innocent Tony routine. Black continued along without responding. He waited until they were parked down the street and out of plain sight from the Ackworth's home before he spoke. I guess we'll see for ourselves, he said. 2 hours later, a black Suburban rolled up into John Ackworth's driveway. The rest of the Ackworth family, which had closed up shop early to welcome Tony home, rushed out to greet him. Shields aimed a microphone at the family and listened in. The conversations consisted of reminiscing about past events together, as well as quickly recounting everything Tony had missed since he'd gone to prison. They stayed out on the front porch and talked, soaking up the afternoon sun. After Black and Shields conducted a few hours of surveillance, the family went inside. The two agents didn't get much more than just a few hours of boring reminiscing, and realized that they weren't going to get much more than that. Still think he's a psychopath who could have murdered that girl? Black asked. Shields shrugged. I'm even more convinced now than ever that he's a killer. I bet he can't even hold a gun right. You'd destroy him on the range. I'd destroy you on the range, she said. You can't really draw much from that fact. That's not a fact. She chuckled and shook her head. Whenever you get the guts up to challenge me, let's roll. Until then, let's stay focused on the task at hand. Which is trying to determine what kind of person Tony Ackworth is, Black said. And I vote that this guy is harmless. Not buying it. But if you're so sure we have nothing to worry about, give Blunt a call and ask him what he thinks we should do. I don't want to stay here any longer than you do, but I've got a bad feeling about this. Fine, Black said, as he picked up his phone and dialed Blunt's number. How'd it go? Blunt asked as he answered. Black put their boss on speaker. Ackworth's back home with his family, and they had a normal reunion by all counts. But Shields and I are divided right now. I think Ackworth was set up, but Shields thinks he's about to strike again. She would have preferred to have seen him thrown into a hole and never allowed to see the light of day again. Sounds just like his case, Blunt said. I recall that case well. Senator Edgefield was convinced his daughter Melissa met Tony while vacationing at Bedford Springs. They never found the body, but there were signs she was abducted. Black sighed. Yet Tony was convicted. That's how it goes sometimes. But at least he's free for now, Blunt said. But why? Shields asked. Why would Vogel risk everything to get Tony out? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, yet, Blunt said. We still have some time to figure this out. Not if we're babysitting this guy while he's here, Shields said. So now you want to leave? Black asked. She nodded. More than anything, we need to get back to Washington and piece all this intel together to get a clearer picture of what's truly happening. Tony Ackworth may be up to no good, but he's a small piece of the puzzle that Vogel has given us. I won't disagree with you there, Blunt said. The two of you need to pay a little visit to the sheriff's department there and offer one of the deputies a handsome sum to keep an eye on Ackworth's movements. That should do the trick. Consider it done, Black said. We'll be back at the office by this evening. Black typed the Bedford Springs Sheriff's Department address into his Maps app and headed straight there. Every hour that passed without apprehending Preston Vogel was just another hour for him to stay ahead of the firestorm team. And Black hated that. Let's see if we can fix that. Black and Shields entered the Sheriff's Department in Bedford Springs, posing as employees for the Federal Bureau of Prisons. They asked for the chief, but he wasn't available. However, the chief deputy sheriff wasn't busy and agreed to see them. A couple of minutes later, they were in the office of Kyle Ridgecrest, asking him to keep an eye on Ackworth. Consider it done, Ridgecrest said as he pocketed the envelope stuffed with cash. We'll make sure you know whenever he's up to something unusual. Black and Shields thanked Ridgecrest before exiting the building. Now that that's out of the way, we need to hustle back to Washington, Shields said. Black nodded. That might be the only thing we've agreed on all day. Then make it happen, she said. Chapter 20. Washington, D.C. After receiving the message from Black and Shields that the surveillance on Ackworth was in place, Blunt called Michaels with an update. Blunt would have preferred to deliver a more robust report, but he knew the president would be clamoring for anything to set his mind at ease. The news that Tony Ackworth appeared to be a normal, everyday guy could ease Michaels's troubled mind. Or it could set him off. There's got to be something else behind this, Michael said. Some normal, everyday welder type? That doesn't feel right to me. Does it to you? Maybe whoever did this was good friends with Ackworth, Blunt suggested. Perhaps he wanted to do his friend a solid. About the only way I'd do that for a friend was if he'd saved my life 2 or 3 times, Michael said. Only one time wouldn't justify it for me. It was a gutsy move for sure, Blunt said. We're monitoring the family's communications and have someone in the local sheriff's department keeping an eye on Ackworth to see if he does anything out of the ordinary. And if he does, we'll be ready to take action. That's not good enough, Michael said. If he does something horrific, I'm going to be skewered for it. My resources are stretched thin here. If you'd like me to officially bring in the CIA, that's inviting a whole host of problems for me. Look at it this way, Blunt said. Even if Ackworth did something terrible, would it look worse than what you did to get blackmailed into releasing him? Michael sighed. The optics for what I did in the past would certainly be worse. Then you did what you thought was best for you politically, Blunt said. We'll do whatever we can to make sure you don't suffer any blowback from your decision to release Ackworth. I'm counting on you, J.D. Don't let me down. Michaels hung up, and Blunt put his phone down. He drummed his fingers on his desk, contemplating how to manage all the moving parts. First, there was Director Quinn desperately wanting to avoid his own scandal from something in the past. Then there was President Michaels, who was also blackmailed into doing something he didn't want to. And while the 2 incidents didn't seem linked before, the connection forming through Firestorm's investigation was through Preston Vogel. On top of all that, Blunt had to consider the possibility that this all led back to a dead senator, Wilson Wellington. But does Wellington even matter? What difference does it make if Vogel had ties to the senator? Part of Blunt wanted to ignore the nagging question, but the other part of him knew it might lead to the break the team needed to capture Vogel. Blunt remained undecided about which tack to take next when his phone buzzed. How's the investigation going, J.D.? Bobby Besserman asked. I've been dying to get an update. It's going, Blunt said. I'm not sure there's anything we've figured out definitively since we last talked. Not even anything on Wellington? Besserman asked. Blunt paused, unsure of how much information to divulge about both Besserman's boss and the president. I'm still trying to figure out where he fits in. Or even if he fits in. Then I'm here to help. How so? If you've got the afternoon to spare, we might be able to get some of those things answered shortly. I don't really have an afternoon to spare, but if it means I could put this whole issue with Wellington to rest, I'll move my schedule around for you. Good, Besserman said. I'll be at your office in half an hour to pick you up. To pick me up? Where are we going? To one of your favorite places, Sperryville, Virginia. Blunt was standing outside when Besserman eased into the Firestorm parking lot and rolled down his window. Ready for a ride in the country? Besserman asked. Blunt stared at the car, a red Ferrari F430 Spider. Can we be any more conspicuous in this thing? We're going to look at property valued at $4.5 million, Besserman said. But a government-issued vehicle will have every eyeball glued on us. Think the people up here trust the government? Blunt nodded before he opened the passenger side door. You're probably right. I know I'm right, Besserman said, before shifting into gear and then turning onto the main road. During the trip, Blunt updated the deputy director of the CIA about their hunt for Agent Preston Vogel. When Besserman asked how they figured out he was behind it, Blunt concocted a plausible story about one of Vogel's aliases being in Berlin at the same time Alex Palmer was murdered. "What about the other agent?" Besserman asked. "Randy McPherson." There was also evidence that Vogel contacted an assassin in Saudi Arabia just before McPherson was murdered. "So he may not be working alone." Blunt nodded. "We're exploring all avenues at this point, but we won't know anything for certain until we apprehend Vogel." The conversation moved on, but Blunt couldn't help but feel dirty. He'd just lied to one of the best allies at the CIA, all to protect Director Quinn, who was being blackmailed for crossing some line. Maybe Quinn's actions were legal. Maybe they weren't. Blunt didn't know. But that didn't console him about having to deceive one of the people he trusted the most at the agency. When they finally arrived in Sperryville, Besserman rolled through town before turning off the main road. "Are you sure this is the right road?" Blunt asked. "Pretty sure. Maybe a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10. Blunt stared at the screen on his phone. "My app is rerouting us." "Does it say I'm still going the right way?" "I'm not sure now." "What's wrong?" Besserman asked. "You get this far out of the city. Coverage isn't guaranteed. It's spotty up here." "Good thing I've been here before," Besserman said. "I'm going to stick with my gut." A few minutes later, Besserman turned into the private enclave where Wilson Wellington's estate was located. Blunt tried to shake off the images of the last time he'd visited the place. The last time he saw Wellington alive, before he killed himself. Besserman put his car in park and unlocked the doors. "Looks like we're here." Blunt scanned the driveway, which contained several other cars. Near the steps leading up the porch, he noticed a handcrafted sign with the hours of the estate sale. "I'm afraid this might be over my budget," Blunt said as he studied a flyer he'd pulled out of a slot beneath the sign. "You only need something just south of $1 million for a down payment," Besserman said. "Didn't you get rich from being a senator?" Blunt shook his head. "Apparently I did it all wrong." As he reached for the door, it swung open, and 2 couples exited the house. Both of the women smiled at him, while the men ignored him. "What did I say?" Blunt said as he glanced at Besserman. "You can still make the women swoon, J.D. You're a nightmare for every husband. Over 65. Did you have to add that qualification there at the end?" Besserman chuckled. "Face it, J.D. You're not exactly a spring chicken anymore. Can you just let me wallow in that illusion for maybe 10 seconds before you deflate my ego with all the empathy of a lioness eating her own cub? Would you prefer I lie to you?" Blunt shook his head, feeling another twinge of guilt for deceiving Besserman. "Let's just go inside and get this over with." Besserman took the lead, while Blunt followed closely behind. They met a woman named Margot Devereaux in the entryway. She stood with her hand extended, while her other arm hugged a leather notepad against her chest. "Welcome, gentlemen," she said. "Are you here for the estate sale, or are you interested in purchasing the property?" Blunt and Besserman took turns shaking her hand before responding. "Perhaps both if the price is right," Blunt said with a wink. She stared blankly at him. "If you'd like to purchase the house, please see me. Otherwise, the late owner's son, Colin Wellington, standing near the fireplace in the chartreuse polo. He can assist you with estate items for sale." "We'll speak with Colin first," Besserman said. Blunt and Besserman strode across the room, as the only other remaining couple in the house exited through the front door, leaving Colin all alone. The duo exchanged pleasantries and introduced themselves using aliases, before beginning their conversation in earnest. "This is quite the place," Blunt said. He glanced at the spot in the room where he last spoke with Wellington before he committed suicide. "Lots of memories here for your family, I'm sure." Colin nodded. "Some good, and some not so good. But it's time for us to entrust this place, and my father's things, with someone else. That's a shame, Besserman said. Shenandoah in the fall is truly a magnificent spectacle. With all those rich colors, I never want to leave when I'm up here visiting. I couldn't agree with you more, Colin said. So, are you interested in the property? Maybe, Besserman said. However, I would love to see what kind of artifacts are lying around this house. I'm a bit of a history buff, and I've found that people have all kinds of treasures tucked away that oftentimes family members have no idea exist. Is that so? Colin asked. It is in my experience, Besserman said. I once found a Mickey Mantle rookie baseball card tucked away in a shoebox in a storage unit I purchased. It's how I bought my car out there. True story. Colin peeked through the blinds. The red Ferrari? That's the one, Besserman said. Impressive. So what do you say we take a look at everything in your father's basement? Besserman said. Colin cocked his head to one side. Who told you this was my father's house? Besserman nodded at Devereaux. The agent when we first came inside. I'm sorry. Maybe I wasn't being sensitive to your loss. No, Colin said. My dad was an asshole to everybody, myself included. Him being gone means I don't have to be tortured by him whenever I bring his grandkids around. Every dad makes mistakes, Blunt said. Colin shook his head. Not every dad makes colossal mistakes. The kind of insurmountable screw-ups that leave his kids spending more time in therapy than working most days. Having a good father can be like winning the lottery, Besserman said. Having a bad one feels like you were the lucky one who got struck by lightning. What most of us get is somewhere in between. Well, I was the one that got electrocuted then. I can assure you that I didn't shed a single tear at his funeral. Besserman patted Colin on the back. How about we look in the basement and find something that'll make you rich, so you can shed some tears of joy? I'm less interested in the money and more focused on getting this house and everything in it out of my mind for good, Colin said. I'd just as soon burn it to the ground. Then why don't we get started before you throw that match, Besserman said. Colin led them outside through the back porch and explained why there was no inside entrance. I heard my dad once say that he built this house with an exterior entrance to the basement, in case there was ever a need to take shelter during a tornado. But after going down there earlier this week, I think it was more of a place to protect all his secrets. Secrets? Blunt asked. What kind of secrets? He was a senator. Wilson Wellington? Ever heard of him? Blunt nodded. The name sounds familiar. Colin opened the padlock and led them down a set of rickety wooden steps. He pulled a string attached to a dangling overhead bulb, illuminating part of the room. Once he reached the floor, he turned on a light and led them into an adjacent room. Instead of an unfinished basement like the stairwell, this room was painted and carpeted. Bookshelves lined the top half of the wall above a set of cabinets. Colin pulled open one of the doors and gestured inside. It's all right there. Whatever it is he was doing. Probably blackmailing people to get more money for big donors. I take it you're not a fan of modern-day politics, Besserman said. No, I think it's a farce. Just a bunch of old people squabbling over their precious little piece of power, and a few young people who think they will be the answer to the system, only to become engulfed by it before the end of their first terms. That's quite cynical, Besserman said. Colin frowned. You think I'm wrong? Actually, I think you're dead on, Besserman said. Well, you gentlemen enjoy yourselves while you're looking through that. We've got about 20 minutes left for this estate sale. I'm going back upstairs, in case we have any new customers. Sounds good, Blunt said. Besserman and Blunt started rifling through the file drawers and the cabinets. They found pages just like the ones Colin had so glibly described. Stacks and stacks of favors traded between other members of Congress, all documented. But that wasn't what made Blunt's heart skip a beat. Holy moly, he said as he sifted through one file. Would you look at this? Besserman rushed up to Blunt and peered over his shoulder. You've got to be kidding me. This folder is labeled M.H. Electus. Take as many pictures as you can before the sun gets back. We don't want him to know we're going to destroy his old man's reputation." They divvied up the folder and started taking picture after picture of the documents. As Blunt neared the end, one image struck him the wrong way, and his mouth fell open with a gasp. "What is it?" Besserman asked. "Come take a look at this one." Besserman scanned a photocopy of the report. "We've had it all wrong about this program." "Completely wrong," Blunt said. Blunt pulled out his phone and prepared to take a picture when they heard the door behind them creak open. "What did you—" Colin asked as Black and Besserman turned around, phones out in their hands. "What are you doing with that? I didn't say you could take pictures of anything. My dad was an asshole, but I still don't want you to tarnish his good name, as fake as it might be." "In that case, I'd like to purchase these files," Besserman said. "I'll give you 50 grand for these right now." "Nope, I'm not interested. I changed my mind. Who are you guys really?" "Look, I told you that we're simply interested in your father's estate," Besserman said. "Well, delete those photos and then show me on your phone," Colin said, holding out his hand. "I'm not going to let you defame him like you appear to be planning to do." "I won't let that happen either," said another man standing behind Colin. Before Blunt or Besserman could respond, Colin collapsed to the ground after getting whacked in the back of the head by a gun. The man trained his weapon straight ahead as he stepped over Colin and strode toward Blunt and Besserman. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," the man said. "I'm going to need you to pull out your guns, drop them, and then kick them over to me. And then I'm going to need your phones." Chapter 21. Black and Shields rolled down the interstate as they discussed their next move. Getting assigned to watch Tony Ackworth return home from prison seemed like a strange assignment. Of course, the president's requests often took precedent, but Black wondered if his involvement would be appreciated by Michaels. The president's long-standing animosity toward Black had simmered, but if things with Ackworth went sideways, Black knew he'd get blamed. After stopping to get something to eat in Williamsport, Maryland, Black and Shields resumed their trip back to Washington. With their plan mapped out to dig deeper into Vogel, Black dialed Blunt's number. The call went straight to voicemail. "Let me try him at the office," Shields said. About a minute passed before she shook her head. "Not there either, huh?" "Nope," she said. "Let me try his assistant and see if she can tell me where he is." When she hung up, she relayed the information to Black. "She said Blunt left sometime after lunch with Besserman. Blunt said something about being gone for the rest of the day." "And he didn't tell her where he was going?" Black asked. "Just said he was going to be out." "That doesn't help us, does it?" "We'll try again later," Shields said. A few minutes later, Shields' phone buzzed with a call from Mallory Kaufman, who worked for the NSA. Shields had requested her help in expanding the facial recognition search for Preston Vogel. "Please tell me you found something," Shields said after answering the call and placing it on speaker. "I got a hit not 5 minutes ago from an auto parts store security cam on the outskirts of Sperryville. I'm texting you the address now." "Anything else you can tell me?" "He got into a dark Mercedes sedan with the license plate YHT6111 and was heading west on Lee Highway. I wish I had more, but that's all I got for you." "Okay, thanks," Shields said. "You're a peach." She hung up and turned toward Black. He jerked the steering wheel to the right, darting in front of a car in the far right lane in order to get on the interstate exit. "What are you doing?" she asked. "We've got to go after him," Black said. "Of course we do, but do you have a plan for how we're going to find him?" "I don't need one, because I know exactly where he's going," he said as he glanced at his watch. "You know where he's going?" Black nodded. "I do now. There's only one reason he'd be in Sperryville." "And why's that? Because they have the best whiskey in the state?" "No, because that's where Wilson Wellington's vacation home is located." "Are you just guessing right now?" "Based on all these loose ties we have between Wellington and Vogel, it's an educated guess. I bet he's after something at Wellington's home." "What? Guns? Ammo? Blackmail material? Black shrugged. I have no idea, but there's only one way to find out. Chapter 22. Sperryville, Virginia. J.D. Blunt kicked his gun over, but held tight to his phone. With so many questions still remaining, Blunt was hoping to get a few answers, in case he managed to survive his encounter with a wanted man. Blunt's familiarity with Vogel was also likely to confuse Besserman, whose gaze bounced back and forth between Blunt and Vogel. "Meet one of your agency's finest," Blunt said, gesturing toward Vogel. Besserman scowled and nodded toward Vogel. "You know this man?" "I'm familiar with who he is," Blunt said. "And you should be too, since he's about to kill us." "What are you not telling me, J.D.?" Vogel's steely gaze met Blunt's. "I'm a little disappointed in you, Senator Blunt." Blunt grunted and shrugged. "That's why I left politics. I was tired of disappointing everyone. And this is why I'm going to kill you, after you hand me your phone." Blunt took a step back and wagged his index finger at Vogel. "You honestly think I'm just going to give this to you? And here I was thinking you were the professional." Vogel held his hand out. "I will kill you if you don't give it to me right now." "So kill me. I know that if you were really going to do so, you would have done it by now," Blunt said. "Despite your tough guy act while waving your weapon at me, I know that you'll never see the fruit of your labor, the kind you and Wellington dreamed about. I don't want to waste a bullet on you, but I will if you insist on defying me," Vogel said, his nostrils flaring. "I'll never comply. So you come over here and take it right now, or else I'm going to stop believing you." In an instant, Vogel lunged at Blunt, embracing him and taking him to the ground. Seconds later, Vogel bounced back to his feet, holding the device in the air triumphantly. "Believe me now?" Vogel asked with a sneer. Blunt groaned as he staggered to his feet. Vogel placed the barrel of his gun beneath Blunt's chin and prodded him until he was standing upright. "Shoot me now," Blunt said. "Makes no difference to me." Vogel chuckled as he stepped back and eyed Blunt closely. "You wish I would kill you that quickly, though I'd have no problem getting away with it. The little realtor lady left for the day. She's well on her way to a local watering hole to throw back a few drinks and regale her friends with absurd tales about her wealthy clients. And here you are, all alone with me. You're both the real lucky ones." Vogel backed up until he reached Colin, then stepped over him. Vogel proceeded to kneel next to the limp body before dragging it up the stairs and out of the bunker. Once the two men were alone again, Besserman stared wide-eyed at Blunt. "You seem really familiar with that psychopath." "I told you that he's been on our radar for a while," Blunt said. "You just mentioned him," Besserman said. "I thought we were working together on this." "We were. We are. There were just a few things that went sideways to put us in the mess we're in, and I couldn't really discuss them with you." "Oh, come on, J.D. You know I have one of the highest security clearances in the entire country. You can tell me anything." "Just because I can doesn't necessarily mean I should," Blunt said. "Forget it," Besserman said. "This is a lost cause. We need to figure a way out of here." "There's only one way in or out of this place," Blunt said, nodding toward the outside door. "You better have a way to create a diversion, because I get the feeling that he will gun us down if we force his hand." "Maybe we can both attack him when he comes back down here." "If he comes back," Blunt said. "I'm not sure what he's going to do, especially with Colin." "We at least need to go upstairs and see what's out there," Besserman said. Blunt nodded. "Go for it." He hustled back into the finished room and dug through some of the files he'd found, fingering one in particular that caught his eye. Tucking the folder beneath his shirt, he got up again when he heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Besserman entered the area first, both hands raised in the air. Vogel followed, his gun jammed squarely into Besserman's back. You two didn't think I was just going to let you walk right out of here, did you? Vogel asked, before huffing a laugh through his nose. The agency taught me better than that, including that using a gun always complicated matters. A bullet is a piece of forensic evidence that can be traced back to you more often than not. So you're going to give us guns and let us shoot ourselves in the head? Blunt asked. Of course not, Vogel said. I'm going to let you burn to death, along with the rest of all the documents in here that could cast a poor light on Wilson Wellington. However, I must add that I'm doing this with great regret. We could have worked together and been a great team. Blunt sighed and shook his head. I hate to burst your bubble like this, Agent Vogel, but I would have never worked with the likes of you. You were a puppet, a duty-bound soldier who does whatever he's told, completely unable to think for yourself. In fact, what you're doing right now isn't even your own idea. Someone told you to do all this, didn't they? Vogel locked eyes with Blunt. You read my personnel report and you think you know all about me now, don't you? It'd be funny if it wasn't so sad. Adios, Mr. Blunt. And you too, Mr. Besserman. Maybe in the afterlife you two can reminisce about how things went wrong for you both. He hustled up the steps and into the daylight. Blunt went up the steps in hopes that he might be able to catch Vogel from behind and subdue him. But that didn't happen. Both doors slammed shut, just inches from Blunt's face. He pounded on them, screaming a slew of empty threats at Vogel. Blunt backed down the steps in time to see a Molotov cocktail crash through the single small window to the outside and land on the couch, catching it on fire. While they frantically tried to put out the flame, Blunt put his nose in the air and sniffed. What is it? Besserman asked. I already smell smoke. I wouldn't smell it that fast unless it was coming from somewhere else. Damn it. We're gonna die in here, aren't we? Don't think about that right now, Blunt said. Just come up the stairs with me, and let's see if we can break the doors. The two men ascended the steps and put their shoulders into the wood doors. Time after time, they attempted to break into the open as fresh air became a fleeting element. But they couldn't develop enough power to send the doors flying open. After a few minutes, they both sat down on the bottom steps as they noticed the room go dark. Blunt turned and looked over his shoulder as Vogel hammered a piece of plywood over the opening, sealing the agents inside. Adios, amigos, Vogel shouted. The roar of an engine indicated Vogel was leaving them to die. With more smoke rolling into the room, Blunt choked on the air, going into a coughing fit and buckling onto the floor. Chapter 23. Black turned off the main road and into the enclave containing Wellington's mountain home, keeping his foot on the gas pedal. From the moment Black learned that his target was detected in Sperryville, he sensed danger. The smoke, billowing in the distance, confirmed it. Do you think that's Wellington's house? Shields asked as she leaned forward in her seat. Without a doubt. Black tore onto the property and noticed a red Ferrari along with a truck. The smoke swirled upward over the home. He skidded to a stop and raced out toward the fire. The first thing he noticed was a body lying on the ground a few meters away from the edge of the house. Black rushed over to the person, who started coughing and struggling to get to his feet. Black helped the man up and ushered him further from the flames. Are you all right? Black asked. The man squinted and opened his eyes before shaking his head. I don't remember much of anything. Is there anyone else in the house? Black asked as Shields joined him. I was in the basement with two prospective buyers, and then... And then what? Shields asked. The man sighed. I'm not sure. Something happened, but I don't remember what. How do I get to the basement? Black asked. There's an entrance from the outside. Black and Shields rushed over to the doors and found them padlocked. Anybody in there? Shields asked. The flames on the far side of the house raged, crackling along the collapsing roof. Black yanked on the doors, but they didn't budge. Shields took her gun out to shoot through the lock. Black put his hand on her weapon. Don't, Black said. They could be right at the steps, and you'd kill them. They're going to die soon, if they aren't already dead, she said. We've got to try something. Black glanced at her leg. Why don't you try that first? Shields sprang into action, removing her prosthetic leg and wedging it between the door and the lock. After applying enough pressure, she had all the leverage necessary to pop the lock. Black flung open the doors and rushed inside. At the bottom of the steps, he found Blunt and Besserman lying still. Hang in there, Black said. We're going to get you two out of here. Black and Shields worked together to carry the men up the steps and clear of the house. Blunt rolled onto his stomach and groaned before breaking into a coughing fit. Thanks, he muttered as he looked up at Black and Shields. I already called an ambulance, Shields said. Blunt nodded in a gesture of appreciation. What happened? Black asked. It was Vogel. The other man Black had found rushed over to them, angrily pointing a finger at them. This is your fault. You did this. Black stood and slid directly in front of the man. Why don't you just calm down, okay? There's a lot to sort out, including how your memory just came back. These men were snooping through my dad's stuff, and the next thing I know, the house is on fire, he said. Blunt shook his head before another coughing spell hit him. We didn't do this. Like hell you didn't, the man said. You're the one who said you'd just as soon burn the house down, Blunt said. No, I saw you taking pictures of things in my father's basement. Well, it's all gone now, Blunt said, gesturing toward the flames engulfing the house. You have nothing to worry about. The man clenched his fists and seethed as he stared at Blunt. Are you Wilson Wellington's son? Black asked. The man nodded. Colin Wellington. You're processing a lot right now, Black said. I suggest we let cooler heads prevail. These two assholes came here under false pretenses, Colin said. I was just being nice and letting them poke around because they claimed to be history buffs. I didn't think they'd start taking pictures. Like I said, you've got nothing to worry about, Blunt said. The guy who knocked you out took our phones, and the rest of the evidence is ablaze over there. Why should I believe you? Colin asked. This is a pretty damn elaborate attempt at trying to fool you, Besserman said as he stood. We could have come here in the middle of the night and broken in if we were that desperate. I want to know who both of you are right now, Colin said, pointing at Blunt and Besserman for emphasis. The fire department is on its way, Shields announced. Why bother? Colin said. It's too late now, but I'm not going anywhere until I get your names. They're going to leave now, Black said, gesturing for Shields to take Blunt and Besserman to their car. And we'll speak with the fire chief to let him know what happened. Who are you? Colin asked. I'm just a guy who lost his father because of what your dad ordered my dad to do, Black said. Just be glad the sins of the fathers aren't being revisited upon the sons. Colin lunged toward Black, who only needed a couple of moves to subdue the grieving son of Wilson Wellington. Black towered over Colin before putting a foot on his chest. Nobody here wants to hurt you, Black said as he backed off. But if you press the issue, you'll likely find yourself wishing you'd responded with much more kindness and grace to those two old men over there. Colin hopped up and brushed away the dirt. I guess you weren't listening to me, because I said... Black delivered a quick punch to Colin's face, sending him sprawling backward, before he stumbled and fell to the ground. For the record, I was listening, Black said as he walked away. You just weren't listening to me. When the fire trucks roared onto the scene, Black handed his card to the captain working the fire. Black told him that they'd all be happy to speak with the authorities at some point about what happened, but they were pursuing a domestic terrorist who was responsible for the fire and needed to leave. Black hustled over to Shields, who stood outside their car while Blunt and Besserman sat in the back seat. So what now? She asked. Blunt told me it was Vogel who's responsible for all this mess. We go and catch the bastard, Black said. Good, she said. I'll take the Ferrari back, and you handle the two grumpy old men. We'll flip for it, Black said. I'm not going to let you drive that car without a fight. Shields pulled a quarter out of her pocket and tossed the coin in the air. Black snagged the coin and slapped it on the back of his hand, keeping it hidden. "Heads or tails?" he asked. "Tails," Shields said. Black cursed and tossed the coin back to her. "You win." "Just like always," she said with a wink. Chapter 24. Washington, D.C. Blunt entered the Firestorm offices just before noon and took a deep breath. Inhaling a swath of fresh air was something he'd taken for granted until the incident at Wilson Wellington's home less than 24 hours earlier. Blunt went to the emergency room in nearby Warrenton, along with Besserman, just to make sure they didn't have any serious issues from all the smoke inhalation. They were released a couple hours later and drove back to Washington with Black acting as their chauffeur. He kept the windows rolled down for the duration of the drive home. But while Blunt was resting in the hospital, he had a chance to ponder the case more deeply, specifically what Vogel was doing and how it tied to Wellington. Blunt also had a chance to review some of the files he'd snuck out by stuffing them inside his shirt. And there was one file in particular that stood out. When he showed it to Besserman, the CIA's deputy director agreed that it was worth taking a deeper look at. Blunt dumped his files onto the conference room table and summoned everyone into the meeting. Alex Duncan was the first one to join him. With Brady Hawk on assignment in Europe tending to another issue with a foreign diplomat, she had some extra time to contribute to the apprehension of Vogel. Shields sat down next to her before Black strode into the room. With everyone seated, Blunt began the meeting. "Before we get started, I must publicly say thank you to Shields and Black for their heroism yesterday," Blunt said. "Your quick thinking saved my life." "Put it on our tab," Shields said. "I know that's funny, but I can assure you that I wasn't laughing yesterday," Blunt said. "I was almost certain I was going to die. But my biggest fear would be that I'd be clutching one of the clues that could help you stop Vogel before his mission was complete." Black shifted in his chair. "So, you know what Vogel's endgame is now?" Blunt sucked a long breath through his teeth. "Not exactly. But I talked this over with Besserman yesterday, and we believe that some of this movement has to do with a man named Gary Newton." "Why does that name sound so familiar?" Alex asked. "Newton has testified before Congress numerous times, so he's been in the news recently. Currently, he's serving as the director over the DEA's Office of National Security Intelligence. However, his real renown came while he was serving in Afghanistan. He risked his life one day when he spotted a teenaged girl wearing a suicide vest in a Kabul marketplace crawling with shoppers. He whisked her into an alleyway and managed to disarm the bomb before it was detonated, saving her and hundreds of other people." "Yes," Shields said as she nodded. "I remember now. That story was all over the place." Blunt stood and paced around the table. "A few weeks before Wellington's death, President Michaels announced that he would award Newton with the Medal of Honor for his heroics in Afghanistan. After all these years, Newton was finally going to be recognized for what he did." "I'm not seeing the link to Wellington," Black said. "Hang with me," Blunt said. "I'm getting there. Now, rewind back to Wellington's time in the Air Force in Afghanistan. Both Wellington and Newton were serving there at the same time. And while it was never released publicly, Besserman and I both knew that Newton was the reason Wellington's MH Electus program was shuttered. Apparently, Newton complained to some top brass at the Pentagon about drastic changes in Wellington's behavior that compromised his ability to direct missions. That, combined with some other questionable practices involved in trained sleeper agents, spelled the end of Wellington's pet project." "And you think Wellington wanted to get revenge on Newton?" Shields asked. "Do you have a better theory?" Blunt asked. "Not at the moment," she said. "But Wellington made plenty of enemies in Washington. I wouldn't put all my eggs in one basket on that notion alone. That's a tough task, Black said. It's probably easier to find out who wasn't Wellington's enemy. It'd take us less time for sure to do that, but we wouldn't be able to figure out what Wellington was planning, Blunt said. So, this afternoon I want all of you digging into Wellington and seeing if there's any other plan that makes sense. I'll tell you what doesn't make sense to me, Alex said, speaking up for the first time. Why was Tony Ackworth released? He doesn't seem to be a threat, and from what I read about him, he's not someone who would be ideal for any kind of stateside operation, especially given the fact that we're watching him. Blunt nodded. That's a long story, but you're right. Black, why don't you contact the sheriff's deputy in Bedford Springs and find out what's going on with Ackworth since you left yesterday? Give me a full report as soon as you find out something. If Wellington did have a plan cobbled together for Newton to embarrass him, or worse, on the night he was scheduled to receive his medal from President Michaels, we don't have much time. The gala is tomorrow night. Shields slapped the table before standing. I'm on it, sir. I'll start checking with the different intelligence agencies to figure out how we can ensure that everything runs smoothly tomorrow night. Blunt clapped his hands. All right, team. Let's remain focused on this. More than anything, I don't want any blowback on the president, especially tomorrow night. Black exited the conference room and went back to his office. Shields stopped in to check on him. You doing all right? She asked. Black shrugged. I've been handling this okay for now, but I'm constantly thinking about my dad and about how he'd probably still be here if it wasn't for that bastard. For what it's worth, I thought you showed a great amount of restraint yesterday when dealing with his son. Black waved dismissively at her and laughed. He's just another politician's lazy son, reaping the rewards of a system that's rife with corruption. To hear Blunt tell it, Colin Wellington despised his father. Maybe his policies, but not his money. And that's why he probably got antsy yesterday about what Blunt and Besserman were doing at the house. Colin's income would plummet if a huge scandal about his father broke right now. As much as Collins hated his father, money trumps everything else. Perhaps you're right, she said. Just remember, if you need anything or want to talk, let me know. What Wellington did to your father wasn't right or fair to you, but I'm sure that whatever he cooked up, we're going to snuff it out before it comes to fruition. I appreciate that, Black said, and I hope you're right. I don't want Wellington to win twice. Black watched Shields leave his office before he picked up his phone and dialed the sheriff's department in Bedford Springs. He was patched through to Deputy Kyle Ridgecrest. What do you know? Ridgecrest said as he answered the phone. It's my favorite federal employees. Don't say that too loud, Black said. The boys at the IRS don't like to hear that they're not number one. Ridgecrest laughed. Good to know. So what can I help you with? I was checking in to find out how things are going with Tony Ackworth. Everything seems normal to me, Ridgecrest said. I rode by the family shop this morning and saw him already at work. Excellent, Black said. Please keep me posted if anything changes, or you hear something different. Roger that, Ridgecrest said. Black hung up. Now, if we could just find Preston Vogel. Chapter 25. Later that evening, Blunt rode with Besserman in the Ferrari to visit Gary Newton in person. With Vogel still on the lam, Blunt was concerned about what stunt Wellington's disciple would pull next. Even more disconcerting was Blunt's lack of confidence about Vogel's endgame. No matter how confidently Blunt projected himself to his team, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something right in front of him. Besserman eased into the Massachusetts Avenue Heights neighborhood, located northwest of downtown. Blunt gawked at the houses, all marked by stunning architecture, both from modern times and years gone by. Think they got any starter homes in here? Blunt cracked. Depends how much you're willing to spend. If you've got $2 million for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath brick ranch that has only been moderately updated in the last half-century, I think you could find something in here. What are you, a realtor now in all your spare time? When we moved here from Houston, my wife nearly drove me insane, dragging me around to every open house in the market. And you settled in Alexandria, didn't you? Blunt asked. Of course we did. And by settled, I mean I can still barely afford it. But at least my wife is happy. Happy wife, happy life. A few moments later, Besserman eased into the circular driveway in front of Gary Newton's Tudor-style home. I bet Newton's wife is happy, Blunt said as they stepped out of the car. Just look at this place. She should be, since she's the one who made all the money so they could buy this mansion, Besserman said. That's right. Natalie Newton, Blunt said. She's a fitness model with her own TV show, isn't she? Besserman nodded. I think it's safe to say Newton married up, especially since she's 15 years his junior. Blunt rang the doorbell and waited patiently with Besserman for someone to answer. After about a minute, Blunt heard the clicking of heels before the door swung open. Well, hello, gentlemen, Natalie said. Gary's expecting you out back. Come with me. I'll take you to him. Blunt scanned the house as they strolled through it. Aside from minor cosmetic changes, the exterior of the home looked as it did when it was built a century ago, but the interior had been completely gutted and updated. Warm-colored walls dotted with modern art highlighted the walk to the back. When they arrived outside, Newton was smoking a cigar while jangling the ice cubes still left in his tumbler. Honey, did you let these two men inside our home? Newton said, eyeing Blunt and Besserman closely. We're going to have to talk about your lack of judgment when they leave. Blunt narrowed his eyes. Newton, you son of a bitch. You haven't changed a lick. Newton broke into laughter. He shot a glance over at Natalie, who rolled her eyes and walked off, unimpressed with their act. Blunt and Newton embraced before withdrawing. You're familiar with CIA Deputy Director Bobby Besserman, aren't you? Blunt asked, gesturing toward his colleague. Of course, Newton said as he shook Besserman's hand. We've been in a few joint task force meetings together. Would either of you like something to drink? Newton asked. To be honest, we don't want to take up much of your time, Blunt said. And we really need to get back. But we both felt it was important to speak to you in person. Well, this just took a very serious turn, Newton said. Why don't you have a seat while I refresh my drink? Blunt and Besserman sat down and waited for Newton to return. When he did, he wore a furrowed brow. JD, you said this was important on the phone, but now you're starting to scare me a little, Newton said. I wouldn't have gone to all the trouble to visit you in person if it wasn't, Blunt said. Now, what I'm about to tell you has yet to be verified, but you know how my hunches usually go. Newton nodded. Please, continue. I know that you're excited about your big night tomorrow where you're going to receive your award from President Michaels at the big gala at the Kennedy Center. But just spit it out, Newton said. But I want to warn you that your life might be in danger, Blunt said, completing his thought. Newton chuckled. That's about the least scariest thing I've heard in the past year. I get threats all the time. Nothing ever happens. It's usually just some whack job who equates my decisions in the war with some problem he's having in his life, and then takes to social media to hurl toothless threats. This threat isn't like those, Besserman said. That's right, Blunt said. This is credible and far more serious. As in, Wilson Wellington serious. Newton scowled as he stared at Blunt. Wilson Wellington is dead. Yes, but he trained an army of soldiers who live in the shadows, Blunt said. And they're starting to come into the open. And they're coming for me? Newton asked. Are you sure about this? Blunt nodded. At this point, I'd say it's about a 90% chance that they come for you. Wellington always resented me for exposing him, Newton said with a huff. But that bastard deserved all the ridicule he got for that program. It was ruining our morale and threatening the ability of our pilots to do their job. I was tired of playing tug-of-war with the CIA over him. No offense, Deputy Director. Besserman held up his hands. None taken. I understand you were in a predicament, and quite frankly, someone at the agency should have recognized how that might affect your squadron. I appreciate you saying that, Newton said. We can rehash the past all we want, but that isn't going to change the fact that Wellington put a plan in motion before he died that ends with you dead, Blunt said. This is the plan you're not 100% sure about, Newton asked. Blunt sighed. Look, you don't have to take me seriously, but don't say you weren't warned. So just to be clear, Newton said, you think this is all going to go down tomorrow night at the awards ceremony with the president and all of the security protocols in place so he can make a public appearance? Blunt nodded. Is Natalie going with you? Newton shook his head. Remember, she's got anoclophobia. She's a good Catholic, but I doubt she'd even show up if the Pope was going to appoint me Archbishop of Canterbury. Then if I were you, I'd look into getting some security for her, Besserman said. We have a security staff here, Newton said. They're just so good that you probably missed them on your way in. Even so, increase their presence tomorrow night, because you don't know what these guys are capable of doing, Blunt said. Who exactly are you talking about? Do you have a name? Is there a face to go with this suspect? Preston Vogel, Blunt said. Does that name mean anything to you? Newton took a long pull on his drink as he gazed skyward. Preston Vogel. Preston Vogel. The name isn't ringing any bells right off the bat. Maybe this will jog your memory, Blunt said as he slapped down a picture of Vogel on the glass tabletop positioned between the two men. Newton's eyes widened. Oh, yes. I remember this guy. He was trouble. I don't think he ever really liked me either. That's even worse for you then, Blunt said, because tomorrow night he's coming for you. I'd almost guarantee it. Thank you for stopping by, Newton said as he stood. We'll be vigilant both here and at the event tomorrow night. Good luck, Blunt said. And congratulations. This honor is way overdue. Just be extra careful so you live to see it. Chapter 26. The night of the gala, Shields hung back at the Firestorm offices to monitor the proceedings through security cameras. She also was able to get the raw television feed, all dispersed across a bank of monitors in the conference room. 2 hours before the festivities were set to begin, she checked in with Black. How are things looking on site? She asked. The guests are just starting to arrive, he said. But so far, everything looks normal. So, no sign of Vogel? Negative, Black said. If he's here, I haven't seen him. And I just about know the names of every person working in this building tonight. Thorough, she said. That's why you're the best person for this job. I think you just wanted an excuse to order takeout from that little Italian place 2 blocks from headquarters. Shh, she said. Don't give away all my secrets. Blunt could be listening. I knew it, Black said. The surveillance van is so much better to have on site. We never have half the technical issues with it that we do when you're back in the office. I just might tell Blunt about your devious ways now. I'll take you to the shooting range and give you a crack at beating me, if you keep your mouth shut. Deal, Black said. Well, speaking of that little Italian place down the street, she said, I'm going to run out and get a plate before we get too close to the start time. Save some bread for me, will you? You know how much I love sopping up the oil and roasted garlic with those slices of sourdough. No promises, but I'll see what I can do. You just keep your eyes peeled for Vogel while I'm gone. Don't you dare let him slip inside. Shields hung up and then marched downstairs. When she reached the parking garage, A man stepped out of the shadows from behind a pylon. She gasped when she saw Joe Dunn. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" she asked. "I'm not trying to scare you." "Then are you stalking me?" "I think that's abundantly clear at this point," Dunn said. "But not for any reason other than to convince you to come work for my client." "Oh, you've made your point clear," she said. "But I thought I made mine too, and it's not happening." "Come on, Christina. You've seen the photographs. You can't unsee them now. The question is, what are you going to do with that information? Look the other way? Ignore it? Continue to protect the murderer in the White House? I already told you that my role isn't to judge anyone. I'm here because I want to protect innocent Americans by snuffing out threats to our freedom. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't contact me again or follow me around. If you do, I might be forced to take some action." "I'm not going to stop until you say yes." "Let me be clear," she said. "I know people, the kind of people you probably would rather never meet. I'm going to them, not the authorities, if you contact me again. Understand?" Dunn nodded. "You're going to regret passing up this opportunity. I'll never think twice about it. Good night." She sidestepped him and then eased behind the steering wheel of her car. After she returned to the office with her food, she scanned the parking deck for Dunn again, but apparently he'd gotten the hint and was gone. For now. She set out her food on her desk and then hailed Black. "Anything happen while I was gone?" she asked. "Nope. Just people filing in and taking their seats," he said. "We've still got an hour before the show begins. Plenty of time for something to happen." "You found any sniper's nests?" "I found a couple that could be used for such purposes, so I'm keeping an eye on those spots. But it's still pretty quiet aside from the hum of the patrons below." She ripped off a piece of sourdough bread from the roll she bought and dipped it into the oil and roasted garlic in a styrofoam container. The crunch was loud enough for Black to hear. "Is that what I think it is?" he asked. She chewed quickly and swallowed the piece of bread. "I'm saving a piece for you, don't worry." "Good. Now, I'm going to scan the area one more time. I'll contact you if I need something. I'll leave the channel open, but I'm going dark otherwise." "What about your phone if I need to text you?" "Don't bother," he said. "I can't get reception up here on the catwalk for some reason. If it's an emergency, just say it. Otherwise, wait for me." "Roger that." Shields wanted to be on site, but Black's theory about her staying behind was off target. She needed all the extra computing power she could get. After woofing down her chicken parmesan, she rolled in her chair a few feet away to check the computer still tasked with locating Vogel. Images continued to flash on the screen, searching for a match. "Where are you, Preston Vogel?" Kyle Ridgecrest studied the card the man from the Federal Bureau of Prisons had given him. He carefully matched the numbers on the card with those on the screen of his cell phone and dialed a second time. The call went straight to voicemail. He sighed and shook his head, unsure of what to do. The one thing the feds had asked him to do was to keep an eye on Tony Ackworth, and he seemed fine for the first couple of days. But after lunch, when Ridgecrest stopped by the welding shop to chat, Tony was gone. According to his sister Kay, he had just received an emergency call at a facility out of town. Ridgecrest requested more details, but Kay had slammed her planner shut before snapping at him. She'd told him to get a warrant, if it was all that important. Ridgecrest wasn't about to do something like that, so he put his detective skills to work and followed one of the other office workers to a bar right after 5:30 p.m. After a couple drinks, the worker divulged where Ackworth had gone. Ackworth was headed to Washington, D.C. Chapter 27. Gary Newton paced in a room beneath the main stage at the Kennedy Center and wondered if Blunt's and Besserman's warning was legitimate. Ever since reporting Wellington and getting his program shut down, Newton sensed the man was out to get him. As a senator, Wellington used his power to make life difficult on Newton wherever he was serving. But murdering him, that seemed like a stretch to Newton. Given that President Michaels was on hand, security was extra tight. Secret Service personnel were stationed at various checkpoints throughout the building and scanned access badges as facility personnel moved from one section to another. As a result, the green room for all other guests was tucked in the bowels of the building. A handful of Hollywood actors were present, some of whom had portrayed FBI agents in the past. Newton, who preferred books over movies as a form of entertainment, only recognized one of the actors, and was told by a member of the catering team who the others were. Newton shook a few hands of others who recognized him, and even posed for some pictures. One of the waitresses offered him a bottled water. Newton glanced around the room. "You're serving bottled water to Hollywood elites?" Newton asked with a wry grin. "You're going to get hammered for such blatant disregard for the environment." The woman shrugged. "It's recyclable, and bottled at the source of a pure river in Tibet." "In that case, I better drink 2 of these," he said. "Help yourself, sir." Newton took an extra bottle and set it on a nearby table. After some more polite conversations, he asked a guard at the door about the location of the restroom. "Just down the hall to your left, sir," the man said. Newton found the men's room, pushing open the door by putting his shoulder into it. The urinals were all vacant, and the stall doors were all unlocked. The only person inside was a man dressed in a maintenance suit. He wore a welder's hood and was working on an exposed pipe in the far corner of the room. "Fixing some leaks?" Newton asked. The man lifted his shield. "Maybe. Or maybe I'm making some new ones. You never really know until you turn the flow back on." "Is it safe to flush?" "All the urinals in here are waterless, so unless you have other business to attend to, it shouldn't matter." "Good to know," Newton said with a nod. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the welder walk behind him to the door. A click echoed through the room. Newton hurriedly zipped up and then spun around just in time to see the welder draw his gun. Newton froze. "What's the meaning of this?" he demanded. "Simmer down," the man said. "I'm not here to kill you, but if it becomes necessary, I will use the appropriate amount of force." "What do you want?" "I need your time-based password generator." "I don't have it with me," Newton said. "Like hell you don't," the man replied. "You carry it around wherever you go in case you have to read an encrypted message on your phone. Now stop trying to play me for the fool and hand it over." Newton patted his pants pockets. "Sorry, not here. You're either going to have to kill me, which I wouldn't recommend since prosecutors always go for the death penalty when you kill a Fed, or you're going to turn around and walk out of here empty-handed, and pray I don't ever catch you. Not a lot of great options. I'm not buying your charade. Now give it to me, or else I won't hesitate to exercise option 1. Newton shook his head and fished the device out of a pocket inside his blazer. "You're going to regret this. As soon as you walk out, all I have to do is make a phone call and tell someone what happened." The man snatched the device from Newton's hand. "Actually, you're not going to do any such thing." "You sure are confident for someone who's about to go on the run." The man chuckled. "I'm not going on the run. In fact, I'm going to walk out of here like nothing ever happened. And you'll do the same if you know what's good for you." "What's good for me? Are you crazy?" "Oh, that's right, I misspoke. I meant, you'll do the same if you know what's good for your wife." "What are you talking about? Everybody knows who Natalie is, Mr. Newton. Even my boys." The man held up his phone, which showed a video of Natalie gagged and bound in a closet. "Now, if you want her to live," the man said, "I suggest you not whisper a word of this to anyone." Newton set his jaw and glared at the man. "You'll never get away with this. Just watch me." Chapter 28. Newton growled as he returned to the green room with all the celebrities and other participants in the evening's festivities. He glanced at his watch. 5 minutes remained before the ceremony was scheduled to begin. "Mr. Newton, if you'd please follow me," a woman wearing a headset said to him. He nodded in agreement, walking behind her out of the room. Once they reached a quiet part of the hallway, he stopped. "Excuse me, miss, but I need to make a quick phone call," he said. "Right now?" she asked with a scowl. "The show is about to begin, and you're one of the first people scheduled to be on stage." "It'll only take a minute," he said, ignoring her passive protest. He ducked into a small corridor and dialed Blunt's number. "What are you doing calling me now?" Blunt asked. "You're not going to like this, but some maintenance guy cornered me in the men's room a few minutes ago." "Cornered you?" "Yeah. He locked the door and then threatened to kill my wife if I didn't give him something." "What did he want?" Newton sighed. "My time-based password generator." "Are you serious?" Blunt asked. "He didn't even try to kill you?" "Didn't lay a hand on me, which I think is more terrifying, to be honest. The guy was like a psychopath." "Was it Preston Vogel?" "It didn't look like him in the pictures that you sent me. This guy had a welder's mask on, but he lifted the shield to talk to me." Blunt cursed. "You know who he is?" "Unfortunately, I do. He's a prisoner who was recently released. We've been keeping an eye on him." "Well, it wasn't a very close eye because that guy can now get access to all of the FBI's personnel records and anything else he wants." "I'll call your director and get him—" "No, don't do that. They have Natalie." "Who has Natalie?" "Whoever is behind this," Newton said. "They kidnapped her and are holding her somewhere in what appears to be a closet." "Okay. So we've got a lot of moving parts here with this one. But don't worry. We're going to find Natalie and get her to safety." "Please," Newton begged. "I don't care about anything else. I just want her home. The guy warned me if I told the authorities that he'd kill her. JD, I don't know what I'd do without her." The woman with the headset eased near Newton and tapped her watch. She gestured for him to go, but he held up his index finger and mouthed, "Wait 1 more minute." "Good thing we're not the authorities," Blunt said with a faint chuckle. "Just do whatever it takes." "We always do," Blunt said. "And good luck tonight. No man is more deserving of the Medal of Honor tonight than you are." "You're too kind, JD." "I'll be in touch," Blunt said before he hung up the phone. Newton resumed his march with the woman toward the main stage. He felt helpless and lost. He wanted to rip his tie off and dart out a side door in pursuit of the welder guy. But he'd thought through his plan and was clearly 2 or 3 steps ahead of Newton. Newton said a silent prayer. "Please, God, just don't let them hurt her." It had been a while since he joined Natalie at Mass, but he was making all kinds of promises about what he would do if she returned home unharmed. Newton stopped behind the woman in the stage wings and waited for the person on stage to finish introducing the evening's program. He wanted to run. He wanted to help. He wanted to do anything other than what he was doing at the moment. Yet, he had no say in the matter. Alex Duncan was scrolling through files on Wilson Wellington when Blunt entered her office with wild eyes. "What is it?" she asked. "We've got a big problem," Blunt said, "and his name is Tony Ackworth." "Ackworth? But Black got a report from the deputy in Bedford Springs right after lunch that Ackworth was working at the family business today." "Apparently that's not the case anymore. Newton just ran into him in the men's room at the Kennedy Center, and Ackworth stole Newton's password device." "Is he okay?" "Yeah, he's fine." "Then have the DEA shut it off," she suggested. "It's not that simple," Blunt said. "Someone working with Ackworth, presumably Preston Vogel, is holding Newton's wife hostage, threatening to kill her." "We have to put an end to this." Blunt nodded. "How? I don't know. But we need to figure out what Ackworth and Vogel are doing. And fast." "We tried that before when Vogel stole all that information from Director Quinn at the CIA." "But that was on site, remember? They're going to have a hell of a hard time covering their tracks remotely. Right?" "Yeah, It's damn near impossible." "Good," he said, handing her a card. "Call the man and tell him you need to see all remote accessing of DEA computers in real time. Tell him you're working for me, and he'll verify it and then get you what you need. But be quick about it. We can't let them get any more ahead of us than they already are." Alex took the information from Blunt and promptly dialed the number. After going through the verification procedure, 5 minutes later she was monitoring the remote access from Newton's password. Mouth agape, she watched as file after file was copied over. She wanted to put a stop to all the sensitive information being whisked off the DEA's private servers. Where it would end up, she could only imagine. But she knew the outcome wouldn't be a good one. She noted every personnel file that was copied over and started adding them to a spreadsheet. Analyzing each agent by name, location, and division was where she started. After a few minutes, a picture began to emerge about what Ackworth and Vogel were after. Undercover agents working with the DEA. Blunt ambled back into the room. "Find anything yet?" "I'm beginning to think that this has something to do with drugs." Blunt drew back. "Drugs?" "Yeah, I know. It's a real head-scratcher at the moment. But that's the common link I'm seeing between all the stolen files." "Where do we go with that?" "I've got an idea," she said. "But make sure that Shields doesn't lose Ackworth on the security feed. We need to keep eyes on him, since he's likely relaying all this information to someone else." Shields expanded her network of cameras as she watched Ackworth leave the Kennedy Center. "Black, we've got a situation," she said. "What's going on?" he asked. She caught him up to speed on what had happened. "Ridgecrest told me that Ackworth was there this afternoon," Black said. "Either he was lying, or something changed. Either way, there's nothing we can do about it now. I'm tracking Ackworth right now." "Should I stick around?" he asked. "I'm not sure what the best course of action is, but I think you should sit tight for a little bit longer until we know what's happening. Even if you went after Ackworth right this instant, he's got such a huge lead on you that I don't think you'd be able to run him down. And then there's the problem of our pursuit triggering Natalie's murder." "Okay, I'll stay here until you get more actionable intel," Black said. "But hurry. If they're stealing FBI personnel records, trouble will brew soon enough." "Roger that." Alex rushed into the conference room, where Shields was still monitoring Ackworth as he drove out of the parking lot in a white Honda Accord. "I found something," Alex said, "and I wanted to run it by you to see what you think." "Fire away," Shields said, refusing to take her eyes off the screen. "If Wellington planned all this, there have to be ties to him or his interests. Agree?" Shields nodded, still fixated on Ackworth's movements. "Well, I think I found one." "Oh?" "Get this. Since all the files had links to drug agents, I decided to cross-reference some of the major drug kingpins inside the U.S. and outside, who were connected loosely in one way or another with Wellington. He regularly communicated with these leaders as a way of mitigation." "What you're saying is that he was complicit in the crimes?" "Yep." "Doesn't surprise me," Shields said. "The man was a slime bucket." "There's no arguing that point. But what he was doing was using his information about upcoming raids and warning drug lords that they were coming. During Wellington's time in office, the crime related to drugs dropped dramatically. In reality, he was simply working with heads of different groups to ensure that even more drugs reached certain areas. So while the crime rate went way down, the amount of drugs brought into the country tripled that first year. This is hardly surprising. But wait, it gets better. With the number of arrests sinking, the FBI suspected that someone was tipping off the drug lords, so the Bureau shifted the way it communicated with their agents that raids were coming. 6 months later, the arrests swelled, more than doubling what they were before. "And you think Wellington wanted to tip them off?" Shields asked. "Not just tip off the drug lords, but kill the agents working with these vermin. Once the agents are outed, their undercover status is burned forever, allowing the drugs to flow more freely. And good luck recruiting the necessary agents to stem the tide when a handful of them have just been murdered." So this move could open up our borders for not only drugs, but anything. That's one potential outcome, Alex said. Anything else? I think I know who Ackworth and Vogel plan to give this information to. And who's that? A Saudi prince, Alex said. Abdullah al-Shiri. Al-Shiri? The one building a terrorist community within our own borders as well as abroad? That's the one. And get this, al-Shiri is arriving here tonight on his private plane. Do you know where? Of course, Alex said with a wink, before handing Shields a piece of paper with all the information written on it. According to his flight status, he's scheduled to land at Potomac Field in about half an hour. Good work, Shields said. Now let's stop this son of a bitch before he finishes what he started. Chapter 29. Preston Vogel huddled in the back seat of Natalie Newton's Infiniti sedan and pulled a blanket over his body. With his gun pressed into the back of the driver's seat, he gave her specific orders about what to say and where to drive. The garage door hummed as it opened overhead. If you do anything to tip them off that I'm back here, he said, I won't hesitate to pull the trigger. Is that understood? Yes, sir, she said, her tone filled with contempt. She eased onto the gas. I always wanted to get in the back seat with a fitness model, but I never imagined it happening like this, Vogel said. You think you're a real wise guy, don't you? She said. My husband will hunt you down and kill you. I don't think you have any idea who you're messing with. Vogel chuckled. Oh, I probably know more about your husband than you do, especially the multiple mistresses he's juggling right now. It's what happens when you stay locked inside, afraid of crowds. Your husband takes advantage of you. Enough, she said. I need to speak to the guard. Vogel listened intently to Natalie's exchange with the man. Good evening, Mrs. Newton, he said. Where are you off to tonight? We were under the impression that you weren't planning on leaving. Who told you that? Gary? Plans can change. We were under strict orders to keep you here, in case you decided to leave. Natalie sighed. Look, Dax, I just want to surprise him at an after-party. What about your anoclophobia? Won't that party be filled with people too? No, it's a small gathering. I can handle it. I'm bringing my medication too. I think there are other factors involved as to why he wanted you to stay here. To keep me safe? To keep me from having another embarrassing breakdown? I've got to live my life, and tonight, I'd like to surprise Gary. Okay, fine, he said. In that case, we're going to escort you to the Kennedy Center by following you in one of our cars. I'm not going to the Kennedy Center, she said. It's an after-party, and it's not on site. Whatever, we're still following you. She chuckled. Well, see if you can keep up. With that, she stomped on the gas, tearing out of the driveway. That was smart, Vogel said. Just make sure they don't catch you. Not a problem, she said, before turning hard to the right and slamming Vogel against the door. Watch it, he said. If you think this is going to be a Sunday drive, you're sorely mistaken. Tires screeched as she rounded corner after corner. Can you see them in your rearview mirror? Vogel asked. Not at the moment. I appear to have lost them. Pull over, Vogel said. What? You heard me. I said pull over. She skidded to a stop. What now? Put the car in park and slowly get out of the vehicle, Vogel said as he sat upright. He tossed the blanket aside and eased out into the street, his gun trained on Natalie. They're going to come flying by here any minute now, she said, and they're going to see you. You better hope they don't, which is why you better hurry. Vogel ushered her into the back seat and used a couple of zip ties to secure Natalie's wrists to the interior door handle. Then he jumped into the driver's seat and took off. Less than a half-minute later, he found out that Natalie was telling the truth. The Mercedes that had been parked in the street next to the Newtons' house was rapidly gaining on them. Vogel cut down one street abruptly, increasing his lead again. Knowing where he was going helped him put more distance between the pursuing vehicle, as they struggled to keep up. "You're going to destroy my car," she said. Vogel sideswiped a row of garbage cans, sending trash spewing into the air. He smiled as he glanced at the scene behind him, especially when a large garbage bag flew upward and landed on the hood of the guard's car. "What are you doing?" Natalie screamed. "You're going to get us both killed." "It wouldn't be any fun if I wasn't at least trying," he said, before breaking into a hearty laugh. "This is awesome." Vogel had kept his derealization disorder quiet when he joined the CIA years ago. The thrill of encountering grave danger is what kept him feeling alive. He managed it by taking incredible risks when he was on assignment. It's also how he developed into one of the CIA's better assets overseas. Whenever there was high risk involved, he volunteered, if only for selfish reasons. He didn't care if he died because he figured that would feel real too. And when Vogel met Wilson Wellington overseas, everything changed. Wellington helped Vogel get his disorder under control through other measures, some by medical means, others through mental exercises. Over the years, Wellington had mentored Vogel in other ways. Wellington had become like a father, and Vogel would do anything asked of him. Even if it meant risking everything to do it. In fact, Vogel preferred it that way. "Hold on!" Vogel shouted as he approached a busy intersection. Instead of slowing for the red light, he sped up, threading cross-traffic by the slimmest of margins. He watched the guard hit the brakes at the light before skidding too far into the other lane. A pickup truck slammed into the nose of his car, spinning at 2 full rotations, before stopping by colliding with a nearby parked vehicle. "That takes care of that," Vogel said. "Oh my God," Natalie shouted. "You're truly mad." He chuckled and shook his head. "No, not at all. This is the most fun I've had in years." He turned down another side street before navigating to the interstate. Upon heading south, he dialed a cell number and waited for Tony Ackworth to answer. Tony, Vogel said. "How the hell are you, pal? Did you make it out without any problems?" "None that I'm aware of. I'm heading to the rendezvous point right now. Did you get everything you needed?" "Yeah, man, thanks so much. It was like a dream. It was so easy. It would have been more fun if we invited the FBI to at least attempt to catch us. You know how I love a good challenge." "But you would have failed without a doubt." I know. But a man can dream, right?" "Whatever, man," Ackworth said. "So, all we have left to do is get the information to the prince?" "That's right. Once he receives it and verifies it, all that we'll have to do is watch our bank accounts explode." "Good," Ackworth said. "I want to get back to the kind of jobs I like, instead of the ones where I'm welding things together and struggling to breathe in that ridiculous helmet. It's always good to have a trade to fall back on. I'm not sure what I'd do." "You'd be a stunt driver," Natalie piped up from the back. "The kind with a death wish." "Whose voice was that?" Ackworth asked. "Oh, it's just my favorite fitness model, Natalie Newton. I thought you were going to tie her up and leave her at the house." "I was," Vogel said, "but bringing her along makes this operation that much more fun." "Look, I know you have a disorder, but this decision of yours better not cost us this mission. I'm counting on this succeeding so I don't have to weld anymore." "Relax," Vogel said. "I've got everything under control. The prince is scheduled to land in a half hour, and I plan to be there when he does." "Okay, don't screw this up," Ackworth said. "I'll see you in a minute." Vogel hung up and turned his focus back on the road. He regretted not seeing any law enforcement vehicles in pursuit. "You'd be proud of me, Wilson." Chapter 30. Black roared south on Maryland State Highway 210. The navigational app on his phone said he was only 5 minutes away from the Potomac airfield. He gripped the steering wheel tighter and set his jaw. He'd never worked with the DEA, but he could only imagine the untold damage that would be done to the country's federal law enforcement agency if Vogel transferred that information to Prince Alsheri. While Black was driving out of the city, Blunt explained about Wellington's connection to Alsheri. While stationed in Afghanistan, Wellington's network of illegal drugs extended into surrounding countries in the Middle East, Blunt explained. One of the worst-kept secrets in the region was Saudi Arabia's thirst for heroin, along with any other illegal substances. Apparently, Wellington connected with Alsheri years ago when he was a party addict. Alsheri had been seen in public completely high on something and embarrassed his father. After the third incident, Alsheri's father banned his son from the family's fortune, ostracizing him from the rest of Saudi Arabia's high society. The result was a well-connected young man with ambition and the motivation to establish his own empire without his father's help. Wellington, being the opportunist that he was, saw a chance to forge a partnership with a man who would have connections to the underbelly of well-established terrorist cells throughout the Middle East. So what happened? Black asked. Why would Wellington sell out his country posthumously? That's a question I wish I could have asked him had I known this at the time we saw him last, Blunt continued. But I suspect it had something to do with a rash of seized shipments from Alsheri's boats. Some of his ships were confiscated, while billions of dollars worth of product were destroyed, costing Alsheri dearly. I can see why Alsheri would be so upset, Black said. But Wellington? After this pattern of arrests continued, Wellington's reputation suffered to the point that he had to leave the region. Alsheri claimed he was selling him out and threatened to assassinate Wellington's entire family. Cooler heads prevailed, but likely because Wellington promised to let Alsheri get revenge on the FBI for all their joint raids with different port authorities. At least, that's the theory I'm working on now. The agency was bracing for an all-out assault by Alsheri's guys on Wellington, but that never materialized. Now, Wellington was a smart man, Black said, but it seems to me that there would be far more efficient ways to handle this situation than how it was. And therein lies Wellington's genius, Blunt said. He liked to handle situations with precision, refusing to waste a second of his own time or those he was commanding. That's one of the things his men loved about him. Wellington's no-nonsense approach was his trademark, whether he was in the U.S. Senate, the Air Force, or moonlighting for the CIA. So you're saying he applied that approach to this situation as well? Absolutely, Blunt said. He held grudges against half this city, so for him to get revenge from the grave, he would have needed to do it in a way that engaged his most trusted friends. That would have needed convincing that the mission was worth all the risk they were going to take. Or they'd just have to find someone who loved to take risks. And that's where Preston Vogel comes in. Have we figured out their connection yet, other than being stationed in the same country during the same number of years? That's still a mystery we haven't solved yet. But it's obvious they're connected, and deeply so. Why else would Vogel show up at Wellington's mountain home? Vogel seems to be fiercely loyal. He's dangerous, Blunt said. Just be careful. Black followed the instructions on his GPS app and pulled onto the road leading up to the airfield. He cut his lights as he drew closer. Once he parked, he got out and surveyed the area. The last rays of sunlight had vanished, as the only thing illuminating the tarmac were landing lights, along with a series of security lights on the building structures nearby. At the far end of the runway, Black noticed a car parked with its door open and interior lights still on. Just beyond it was an executive jet. Black struggled to make out how many men were there, but he was certain he could see the silhouettes of at least 5 men. As he drew closer to the small gathering, he noticed another car. Got a quick question for you, Shields, Black said over his comms. Fire away, Shields said. Didn't you say that Ackworth was driving a white Honda Accord? Yep. Is he there? I haven't been able to positively identify anyone yet because it's so dark out here. but I can see a white Honda Accord along with 2 other vehicles just off the runway. Can you read the license plate number? No, but this has to be him. It's too strong a coincidence for it not to be, she said. I lost him on the satellites after they dropped on me, while he was headed south toward the airfield, but I couldn't find him after that. Looks like I did. And you were right about him. Well, 5-on-1 doesn't sound all that fair of a fight to me, she said. Should I send backup? I don't want to do anything that would jeopardize Natalie Newton's life. We don't know where she is, or what they plan to do with her. If we do anything to make them think we're coming after them, I'm not sure how they'll... Black didn't finish his thought, as he noticed movement in the back seat of another car. What is it, Black? I think I see someone tied up in the back of one of the other vehicles. I need to go take a closer look, but if that's Natalie, I might have you call for help once I get her to safety. Just stand by. Roger that, she said. Be careful out there. Black crept closer to the car where he'd seen movement in the back seat. He stayed low to the ground as he worked his way along a series of buildings until he neared the open hangar near the end of the runway. The car was closed, so Black eased up to the driver's side back door and gave it a powerful tug. A woman groaned as he pulled, before stopping almost as quickly as he started. What the hell, man? A woman said. Black immediately recognized her from her television appearances. Natalie, I'm here to take you home. Who are you? She said with a snarl. I'm working with the CIA to rescue you and stop these men. I know what they did to you, and why they're doing this, Black said as he knelt along the side of the car. Is my husband okay? Black nodded as he whipped out his knife and cut her free. He was unharmed, but was unable to do anything for fear that you might be harmed. Natalie rubbed her wrists and winced. This guy who took me is crazy. She slithered out of the car and crouched low next to Black. I'm well aware of what kind of man he is. He downloaded a bunch of information from my husband's computer onto a flash drive, she said. Thank you for telling me that. It's very valuable information. Now, can you do something for me? Depends on what it is. I'm going to need you to be very brave. I don't like the sound of this. It's okay, Black said. I just want you to take my keys here and go to my car, and then drive like a bat out of hell back to your home. And if you can lay on the horn with you leave, even better. This is your plan? She asked, eyeing him closely. He glanced down at his weapon. They won't get far if they try to pursue you, but they'll be preoccupied with me. Fine, she said. You better not let them catch me. You have my word, Black said. Now go, and don't forget to make a ruckus. Black leaned against the car and attempted to hear what was being said between the men standing in the group about 50 meters away on the dim tarmac. He couldn't make out much, but he kept an eye on them, glancing back only occasionally to monitor Natalie's progress. When she finally darted around the corner, Black eased into position and waited for her to signal that she was out of there. Seconds later, the horn went off, along with her screaming a slew of obscenities in the direction of the men. Shields, send in the cavalry, Black said over his comms. Natalie Newton is no longer in danger. Roger that, Shields said. Panic swept across the faces of the men once it dawned on them what was happening. They darted toward the Infinity. Black, who was lying prone underneath the car, started picking them off. The first man to drop was Ackworth. Black hit the recently released prisoner in the leg and then in the head. One of the prince's bodyguards froze when he saw Ackworth go down. He wheeled his machine gun in the direction of the car, but it was too late, as Black peppered him with 2 bullets, one in the chest and the other in the head. The 3 remaining hostiles, Vogel and Alshiri among them, raced toward another vehicle for cover. Black took out one guard before hustling over to the other one to steal his abandoned weapon. Armed with a machine gun, Black returned to the Infinity and put it in neutral. He turned the vehicle's steering wheel, directing it straight toward the white Honda Accord. Bullets whizzed past him, some ricocheting off the hood, while others pierced the glass. Utilizing the driver's side door as a shield, Black was able to move closer as he maneuvered the car between the other two men and the plane. Alshiri and Vogel presented a formidable challenge, as one of them fired low, and the other high. Black shifted his position to get behind the car entirely, shooting as he nudged the vehicle forward. A few more bullets pinged near him as he continued moving. In the distance, sirens wailed. The sounds triggered something in Vogel as he suddenly took off running toward Alshiri's plane. The prince expressed his extreme displeasure by shouting at Vogel before training his weapon on him. But Vogel didn't stop. The fissure between the two assailants gave Black an opportunity to even the odds, and he seized it. One headshot was all he needed to put down Alshiri, who instantly fell face first. Vogel raced inside the jet and started the engines. Leaving the door open. Black hustled over to Alshiri. While Vogel needed to be apprehended, the most important thing Black needed to do was secure the flash drive with the information about the DEA agents' identities. He checked Alshiri's body, searching through the pockets in his pants and blazer. Nothing. Black turned and looked toward the prince's plane. It had just started to roll down the runway, but the door remained open. Vogel stood in the opening and tried to secure the cabin, but Black fired a shot, sending Vogel scurrying back into the jet. The plane picked up speed, and so did Black. He raced toward the jet and reached it in time to climb aboard. Chapter 31. Washington, D.C. President Michaels basked in the warm applause he received from the crowd at the Kennedy Center as he strode out onto the stage an hour into the program. He gave a brief history of the Medal of Honor, the award given to members of the military for courage and bravery in the line of duty. When he finished, a short video describing Gary Newton's heroics played on the screens flanking Michaels. When the lights came back up, Newton's face was red, and Michaels couldn't help but comment on it. "There are some people who want to be on this stage," Michaels said. "And let me tell you, Gary Newton isn't one of them. He's a humble servant to us all in the way that he's encouraged honesty and integrity in branches of the military where he served. And I can tell by the color on his cheeks right now that he'd rather be anywhere but here." The crowd broke into laughter as Newton shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Michaels raised his hands in a gesture to quiet the room. "Now the funny thing is, Gary's wife would gladly accept this for him tonight because she loves the limelight," Michaels said. Newton furrowed his brow and then shrugged. Michaels pulled the medal out of his coat pocket and held it up. "This is just a symbol, something that was created years ago to acknowledge the sacrifice made by the men and women of our great military. But the real thing we need to celebrate tonight is what's inside Gary Newton. He would never do anything to harm his country, putting everything else ahead of his own life. So after I hang this around his neck, I want you to cheer like you've never cheered before." Newton turned his back to the president, who wrapped the ribbon around the front of Newton's chest and fastened the lock in the back. When Michaels was finished, Newton turned around and shook the president's hand before embracing him, all to the roaring approval of the audience. Just as Newton broke free and headed toward the wings, the lights inside the Kennedy Center blinked and then went dead. A handful of women shrieked as mild concern swept over the crowd. However, everyone settled down when another video started rolling behind Michaels. He whipped his head around and then glanced over at the program director standing just off stage. Michaels walked over to her and asked what was going on. "I don't remember you telling me this was going to happen," he said. "I feel like a fool." The woman shook her head and scowled. "I have no idea what this is all about." She spoke into the mic on her headset. "Ben, what the hell is going on back there? This wasn't in the program." The volume was up loud enough for Michaels to hear Ben's response. "I don't know what this is, but I sure as hell ain't playing that video." Ominous music boomed through the sound system, along with an announcer's voice. 25 years ago in Islamabad, there was a murder that's never been solved, one that nearly brought relations between the U.S. and Pakistan to a boiling point. The killer walks the earth free. Would you do something about it, if you could? "Turn this off," Michaels demanded, pointing his finger at the program director. "I can't," she said. "This must be stopped immediately. My tech guys don't know how this is happening. They aren't doing this. Kill the damn power if you have to, but this must end now," Michaels screamed. Seconds later, the room went dark again. Chapter 32. The moment Black set foot inside the prince's jet, he looked toward the cockpit, as Vogel raised his gun and took aim. Black dove to the opposite side of the spacious cabin for cover behind one of the seats. Vogel swung the plane around at the end of the runway and turned in the opposite direction, preparing for takeoff. Black fired a couple shots at Vogel, hoping to draw him out. And he did what Black had hoped for. However, Vogel escalated the confrontation by charging Black and firing repeatedly. When Vogel reached the door, he slammed it shut and locked it. Black reloaded his weapon and took aim at the lock. The door repelled the bullets with ease. With Vogel still holding the flash drive, Black couldn't let the rogue agent get away with such a high crime. And with takeoff imminent, Black considered his options. He could ride in the plane and address the situation when Vogel landed. Or Black could stop the jet from ever getting off the ground. Weighing the two choices for a moment, Black decided on the latter. He scrambled around the cabin, looking for anything that he could use as leverage to get inside the cockpit. After a quick search, he couldn't find anything sharp enough or hard enough to spring it open. But with the door still open, he tried a different tack. Ripping open one of the parachutes he found, Black threaded some of the twine around the door handle until the line was snug. Then he unfurled the rest of the parachute onto the tarmac as the engines whined in preparation for takeoff. Black rushed over to a seat near the back of the plane so he could take cover if the door blew in his direction. He buckled up and gripped the armrests. The plane lurched forward as it began to pick up speed, rumbling as it rolled along the runway. Black glanced out the window and could see the parachute flapping beneath the glow of the taxi lights. As the plane hurtled toward the end, the parachute opened wide and, with a swift jolt, yanked the door off its hinges. The door followed the parachute outside, clanking against the tarmac. But before Black could unbuckle and stop liftoff, the jet's nose turned skyward. The wind tore through the cabin in an almost deafening roar. But Black could still hear the faint sound of Vogel barking over the intercom. As the plane leveled off, Black made his move. With his gun drawn, he rushed toward the cockpit in an attempt to overtake Vogel. But he was ready and fired a warning shot toward Black. Black rolled away from the side of the door, yet found himself in a lurch seconds later when Vogel banked the plane right. Black reached for a flapping seatbelt and wrapped it around his wrist and pulled himself to safety. After a few seconds, he made another attempt, this time driving both of his feet into the back of Vogel's head, before he could turn around and take another shot. Vogel's temple banged hard against the navigational control as he fell forward and pushed the stick down. The plane's nose followed suit. Black snatched Vogel's head back. "Where is the flash drive?" Black barked. Vogel struggled to look Black straight in the eyes. "Where is it?" Black asked again. Vogel reached for his weapon, but Black pistol-whipped the agent's hand, knocking the gun loose. "I'm not gonna ask again," Black said. Vogel leaned forward before exploding backward, headbutting Black's face. Stumbling backward in pain, he hit the wall as the plane rose. Vogel attempted to escape the cockpit, but Black regained his footing and delivered a throat punch. As Vogel gasped for air, Black trained his weapon on the agent. "Hand it over," Black said with a growl. Vogel held up the device and smiled. "You think this is the only copy I made? If there's one thing you need to learn about me, is that I'm always 2 steps ahead of you. If you kill me, everyone's name on this list will be public within an hour." Black shook his head. "I don't believe you. What makes you so sure? You only had one accomplice tonight, and he's dead. Your arrogance will be your downfall," Vogel said with a sneer. Without hesitating, he flung the flash drive out of the cockpit toward the back of the plane. "Go and get it, little soldier," Vogel said. The move caught Black off guard for just enough time so Vogel could yank the stick back and put the plane's nose almost straight up. Black stumbled before he slid down to the back of the plane and past the open door. By the time he regained his balance, Vogel slammed the nose down, sending Black flying toward the cockpit. Vogel then yanked the stick back again as the jet lurched skyward. Only this time, he left the cockpit with Black and grabbed onto the chair closest to the door. "When she stalls, you're done for," Vogel shouted. Then he climbed up near the opening and jumped out into the night air without a parachute on his back. Black spotted the flash drive but left it. He needed to scramble up to the cockpit to keep the plane from stalling. Once it couldn't climb any higher, getting back to the controls while in free fall would be next to impossible. He stretched to reach one of the overhead bins and flipped it open. The other parachute had slid nearer to him. He pulled it out and decided what to do next. An out-of-control plane over a city as populated as Washington spelled disaster if the jet hit the ground. It could kill a handful or many, depending on where it struck. Black couldn't take any chances. He unfurled the parachute and used it like he would a rock climbing rope. Bit by bit, he lassoed a fixture in the plane and worked his way toward the cockpit. Just as he reached the doorway, the stall alarm blared from the control panels. Black knew he had only seconds before the plane would enter freefall. 1, 2, 3. Black pulled against the door jamb with all his might, fighting gravity with all the strength he had left. He managed to lock his hands inside and reach the cockpit. The moment he climbed into the captain's seat, the plane started to drift downward. Black fought the controls for what felt like an hour, but in reality, only a few harrowing seconds. When he regained control, he leveled the plane out and put on his headset. He glanced out of the window and found a pair of fighters that had been scrambled into the air to escort him back to the ground or use other means of force. Black saluted the 2 fighters on each side of him. "Hello, gentlemen. I'm one of the good guys, and I'm going to be putting this bird down now. No need to worry." "Roger that," one of the pilots said, "but we'll stick with you just to make sure." Black then turned his attention to a matter that had become even more pressing. His comms had fallen out during the struggle, so he contacted one of the nearby towers to patch him through to Shields' cell phone. "I'm sorry, sir, we don't provide that service," the air traffic controller said. "Thousands of lives are at stake," Black said. "If you don't patch me through, I'm going to make sure that you're held accountable for their deaths. Now call the number I gave you, damn it." "Fine, whatever," the man said. Seconds later, Black was speaking with Shields. "I was following as best as I could from the satellites, but I couldn't tell what was going on," she said. "I'll explain everything later, but there's some major trouble brewing." "What do you mean? Did you get the flash drive?" "Yeah, and Vogel's dead, but we're not out of the woods yet." "What do you mean?" "I need you to find out where Miriam Parsons is right now." Chapter 33. Shields and the rest of the Firestorm team had been operating under the assumption that Vogel and Ackworth were the only 2 agents who were still alive that had been in Wellington's special secret program. And they were right. But in all their fervor to track down Vogel, they hadn't combed through Parsons' files with the same vigor We missed it, Black said. What do you mean? She asked. I missed it, Black said. I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. There weren't any visible connections to Parsons and Wellington, so I just assumed that her connection to Vogel was what loosely tied her to the case. But I didn't get the sense that she was involved, or even wanted to be involved. That's because there was no link between her and Wellington. Not one that we found. But Vogel told me something before he jumped out of the plane to his death. He said that someone else had the information on the DEA agents, and would make it public if he died. And you think that person is Miriam Parsons? Triangulate her cell phone right now, Black said. A few moments passed, before Shields gasped. What is it? Black asked. I've got to go, Shields said. She's at the Kennedy Center. Grabbing Alex, Shields hustled toward her car. They tore off toward the Kennedy Center and arrived to total chaos. The entire building was dark, and people were spilling out into the lobby. What's going on? Shields asked a woman walking briskly toward the door. I don't know, she said. There was some strange video that started playing on the screen, and then the power went out. Upstairs, Shields said to Alex. The two women sprinted up 3 flights until they reached the control room. They burst inside and flashed their credentials. What's happened? Shields asked. Someone hijacked our controls, a man behind a large soundboard said, aiming his flashlight at the 2 agents. We've been trying to get things back, but then the power went out. You didn't turn it off? Alex asked. No, someone else did. Shields and Alex left the room and started a search amidst the chaos. This is going to be like finding a needle in a haystack, Alex said. We've got to go all the way down. It's the only place she could have cut the power. The 2 agents wove through the people fleeing and descended into the bowels of the facility. When they reached the basement, Shields found a Secret Service agent and identified herself. Is the president safe? She asked. He's secure, the man said, and has been escorted out of here. We're making a sweep right now. Where's the power? She asked. Opposite direction, he said, pointing behind her. All the way at the end of the hall, and then take a right. Roger that. Shields and Alex bolted down the corridor and reached the power room. When they arrived, they cleared the area. Where is she? Shields asked. A moment later, the power surged back on, illuminating the building. Shields and Alex rushed up the stairs to the main floor. What is she trying to do? Alex asked. She's trying to take down President Michaels. How, exactly? Alex asked. No, instead she's going to use a sordid story about his past. Is it true? You'll have to ask the president that question. Shields glanced around the room one final time and didn't see Miriam. If she played a video, she'd need to be able to override the system, Alex said. And for that, she'd have to be patched in directly. But she's controlling the power from there, too? Once you have remote access to the grid, it's amazing what you can do. On the large screens flanking the stage, a video started playing that asked questions about President Michaels before making accusations of murder. Some of the patrons who'd stuck around recorded the screen on their phones. Alex tapped Shields and pointed across the room. There she is, in that auxiliary booth. I guess they weren't using it tonight. Shields didn't hesitate. Miriam Parsons, you're under arrest. The woman across the room looked up and around. When Shields locked eyes with her, there was no doubt it was Parsons. We've got a runner, Shields said. Both agents took off after Parsons in different directions in an attempt to hem her in. However, Parsons cut through the center of the facility and headed outside. Shields knew they couldn't lose sight of her. Once she vanished, she would have just enough time to upload the identities of all the DEA agents and ruin scores of operations that were years in the making. And Shields understood how that information would burn plenty of assets, and more than likely get a few of them killed. She kept her eyes glued on Parsons as she zigged and zagged through the throngs scattering across the street. Shields' lungs burned as she followed after Parsons. When the assailant reached the corner, she darted east down a side street. When Shields reached the same intersection, she was about 100 meters behind Parsons. "Do you see her?" Alex asked over the comms. "I've got her in my sights," Shields said as she took aim. She took a deep breath and exhaled before squeezing the trigger. A second later, Parsons stumbled to the ground. Shields sprinted toward the hostel. By the time Shields reached Parsons, she was barely conscious. "Did you send out that information yet?" Shields asked. Parsons shook her head, then held her phone up. With a wry grin, she tapped her phone's screen with her thumb. "Now I did." Shields ripped the phone from Parsons' hand and watched in horror as a green progress bar rapidly moved toward 100%. Shields threw the phone down before smashing it with her prosthetic leg. For good measure, Shields shot the device twice, rendering it dysfunctional, if it wasn't already. "You think you stopped that information from getting out there?" Parsons said. "I know I did," Shields said, pointing to her leg. "The combination of carbon fiber and titanium is a bitch. Just ask your face about it." "What?" Shields kicked Parsons in the face, knocking her out. Alex hustled up to the scene. "What did I miss?" Shields shook her head. "Nothing much. Let's turn her over to the FBI, and then get back to the office. I've got one more thing to do before I call it a night." Chapter 34. Washington, D.C. 2 days later, the Firestorm team gathered in the conference room to debrief. Confident that the potential exposure of all the DEA agents had been squelched, Blunt needed to write a report about what happened. The trail of bodies concerned Director Quinn, even though the team had spared him a major embarrassment. "Great work, everyone," Blunt said as he stood at the head of the table. "If we hadn't stopped that plan, complete chaos would have befallen our drug agents. Not to mention many of them in deep cover would have likely lost their lives." Black nodded. Shields saved the day this time. If she and Alex hadn't responded so quickly, Parsons would have spoiled everything else we did. "Stop praising me, or else I'll put some titanium and carbon fiber up your ass," Shields said. "You know I hate attention like this." "Of course," Black said. "Why else would I do it?" She glared at him from across the table and mouthed, "I'm gonna kill you." "If you two are finished," Blunt said, "I think we have some other loose ends to tie up, like the hard drive that was delivered to us from Wellington's home in Sperryville. Agent Shields?" "Yes, I was able to analyze some of the data pulled off a hard drive recovered in the fire," she said. "And what did you find?" Blunt asked. "I found out the truth about Wellington's oversight of the MH Electus program," she said as she passed out stapled documents to Black, Blunt, and Alex. "There was a secret control group of 4 people." "4?" Black asked. "I thought there were only 3. "There were only 3 in Kabul," Shields said. "But there was a 4th that he experimented on when he was stateside." "Miriam Parsons," Alex said. Shields nodded. "Apparently Wellington had an affair with her as well, and during that time, she allowed him to conduct more of these experiments on her." "What was he doing exactly to them?" Blunt asked. "From what I can tell, the MH Electus program was about creating sleeper agents who could perform like the well-trained assets that they were, but do it only when necessary. However, Wellington wanted to create super agents who didn't fear anything. He found out about Vogel's derealization disorder and sought out other agents who had it as well. That's why they exhibited virtually no fear of us when we were trying to stop them. They were only concerned with completing the mission." "Except Vogel," Black said. "Yeah, he was a different animal altogether," Shields said. "I located some of his personal medical records, and his condition was off the charts. When his part of the mission failed, the only way for him to succeed was to die, which he happily did by jumping out of the plane." "There's still one thing that's bugging me," Black said. What's that? Blunt asked. What did President Michaels do in Islamabad? Blunt sighed and glanced at his watch. In about 5 minutes. The American people are all going to hear what happened there. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. All I can do is tell you what he told me. Fair enough, Black said. When Michaels and Quinn were in Islamabad, they were following a suspected terrorist through a drug den. That's when they stumbled upon a young man assaulting a teenage girl. Michaels told him to knock it off, but the guy persisted. So Michaels and Quinn intervened. The man pulled a knife and attempted to fight them both, but he wasn't any match for them, and they stabbed him to death and left his body in the alleyway. There was one guy who pulled out a camera and captured it on film, but he never did anything with it. Apparently, the man who took the pictures just wanted to get justice for the man who'd been stabbed to death, who, as it turns out, was Prince al-Shiri's youngest brother. And Wellington found out about it. This is all starting to make more sense now, Shield said. Rumors about Michaels' involvement in a murder in Pakistan have been circulating on Middle Eastern websites for several months now, but no media here took the story seriously. A knock at the door interrupted their meeting. Blunt's assistant poked her head inside. Sir, the press conference is on, she said. Blunt turned on the television, and the team watched as President Michaels delivered a statement about what happened. I'm here to set the record straight about what happened years ago while in Pakistan. Just know I'm not here to ask for forgiveness or say I'm sorry, because I'm not. What I learned a long time ago is that leadership sometimes requires unsavory acts. This one was of those, but a necessary one. Michaels recounted the incident, just as Blunt had. Wow, Black said. Just stunning. Before the team continued to discuss the revelation, the anchor at the news desk announced that they had more breaking news. Turn it up, Shield said. Blunt obliged, as the anchor looked directly at the camera and spoke. Consider it the presidential campaign that never really was, the newscaster said. In a stunning turn of events, just one day after Chicago business mogul John Kingman announced his intention to run for president, he has ended his campaign after new allegations of fraud surfaced against him. According to a report in the Chicago Tribune, Kingman was connected to a fraudulent real estate deal under an alias, absconding with more than $5 million from elderly investors in a planned retirement community 20 years ago. District Attorney Martha Gallagher said her office is investigating the claims. During Kingman's announcement that he was withdrawing from the race, he also promised to repay in full those who invested, with reparations. Blunt shook his head and turned off the television. That might be a record for the shortest campaign ever. How did that information stay buried for so long and just now come to light? Black asked, before he winked at Shields. She shrugged and broke into a wry smile. You got me. Blunt slid a package to Black. This came in the mail for you this morning. What is it? Black asked with a furrowed brow. Open it up and find out, Shields said. Black ripped open the padded envelope and dug his hand inside. He pulled out a DVD and held it up. Natalie Newton, Buff and Tough, Shields read, before breaking into a laugh. She signed it, Black said, and here's a thank you note from her. Gary also sent his thanks, Blunt said. He sent a bottle of scotch for you. How about a glass now? Black asked. Blunt shook his head and collected all the documents in front of him. You know that I prefer bourbon every day of the week over that nasty stuff. Now, I do have one more order of business, which I think you'll find particularly interesting, Agent Black. I'm all ears, Black said. I got a letter from President Michaels about you specifically. He said he wants to bury the hatchet with you once and for all. Shields nodded. The president finally came to his senses. And, Blunt continued, he also says that he has a special assignment for us in light of recent events. Pertaining to what? Black asked. He didn't say. Just told us to be ready. Black smiled. I'm always ready. This concludes Line of Fire, Book 4 of the Titus Black series, written by R.J. Patterson, performed by Kyle Tate. The executive producer is Eric West. Copyright 2020 by R.J. Patterson. Production copyright 2021 by R.J. Patterson. Be sure to look for Book 5 in the Titus Black series, Blowback. Thanks for listening.
Remember, folks, stay more lifted and elevated than the problems that may present themselves to you today. I want to thank Hypermaster Gaming and Stuff on Rumble and Got Vibes Records for sponsoring Online Bigot Radio. Make sure you go check out Hypermaster Gaming and Stuff on Rumble, eh?
Oh, cannabis, our home and native plant, true healing love has all thy sons to chant. With glowing eyes we see smoke rise, the true north says all leaves no debris from far and wide. Oh, cannabis, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our munchies for more than hockey. Oh, cannabis, we stand on guard for thee.
You only getting high if you rolling up my weed. If she ain't getting high, she ain't been fucked by me. Try me, I'm running through it like I'm in the IV. I sit up in the car cause the Motor City designed me, bitch.
Be safe, stay sick, sanitize, wash your balls and your butthole, make sure you hydrate. Thanks for showing up wherever you are and whenever you are.
Everything ends. That is always sad. But everything begins again too, and that's always happy.